Well, good morning, everybody. It's day 2, session 1 of Kent against Nottinghamshire here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, Canterbury. Cloud is blowing across the ground. If you looked at the weather forecast for Kent this morning, which I certainly did, you might be here in shirt sleeves order, thinking it's going to be a lovely sunny day, highs of 24. It's probably about 10 degrees south of that at the moment here at Canterbury, with a breeze blowing across, but certainly dry, and that's the important thing for the cricket. Nottinghamshire to resume, and a great day yesterday. 393 for 6. They are 160 for Ben Slater yesterday, 56 for Hamid, 62 for Haynes. James contributed with 34 as well, and two batters not out are Luke Fletcher and Dale Schardendorf to start this morning on 10 and 8 respectively. I'm Matt Cole. Beside me is Dave Bracegirdle. Dave Fulton, former Kent captain, expert broadcaster, of course, will be joining us before long. Dave, you overnighted well, I think. What are your reflections, perhaps, on Nottinghamshire's day yesterday?
Surprisingly good. Good morning, everybody, by the way. Good morning, Matt. Yes, not so hot-footed it here from, obviously, a hugely disappointing whooping that they got at Chelmsford last week, bowled out for 93 in the first innings. So I like the fact there's a 93 on the board at the start of day 2 here, but 393 this time. Terrific knock from Ben Slater. Fine margins, could have been caught on, was it 41? Who knows how the day would have panned out had he gone then. But Notts have got the runs on the board, and they'll be eager to get some more today.
George Garrett then to bowl to Schardendorf, and just nudges it off his pad. There's an appeal. I think it's going down leg anyway, but it's beaten the bat, has it? It has. From the far end, yes. Eventually signals, and 1 to the total then, and update coming for. It was called an update, but it doesn't feel like an update when you've had one ball, does it, in the morning? But a preview.
Well, Extras
a scene setter for BBC Radio Kent coming up very shortly.
Extras had a good day yesterday, and they've started the morning brightly as well. 37 extras yesterday in this tally, and
off the mark first ball.
Off the mark first ball, yeah.
That settles the nerves for the extras. Here's Garrett to Fletcher. Lovely pick-up shot, that one. He's clipped that one through forward of square, and that'll be 4 runs.
Yes, happy birthday, big man.
Indeed, yeah.
It's his 36th birthday today, Luke Fletcher, and to celebrate, he's just clipped his first ball away for 4. He actually played 2 nice shots last night. I'm just chatting to Peter Moores this morning, just making sure I wasn't in trouble, that we hadn't just kept his night watchman a little too long. And I said, it's the first thing I asked him when Fletch came up, have you got to disappear with a few overs to go to be night watchman? And he said to me, and I think he actually said to Dave on air, bagged a pair last week, he'd be the last one in line, but away he went and got a couple of boundaries last night.
Lovely shot that, and goes to him again. Calm defensive shot back up to mid-on. 2 slips in, Mayeye and leaning. And it's like Compton at point, Everson at cover. Bell Drummond is at mid-off. Mid-on is Parkinson. Akeem Jordan at mid-wicket. Square leg, Denley. Deep square leg and deep backward square. I think that's Nathan Gilchrist. Comes update for BBC Radio Kent. Well, Kent need wickets this morning, Dom, under cloudy skies. They didn't have a very good day yesterday. You could really have written the script, just copied it and pasted it from a number of their county championship games this season. They won the toss, but Nottinghamshire into bat, and Nottinghamshire raced away. They were 393 for 6 overnight. Century for Ben Slater, half centuries for Hamid and for Haynes yesterday, and Kent really struggling to take wickets. So their job this morning, as coach Mark Decker told us last night, is to be more consistent with the ball and make the breakthroughs early on to try and get themselves a foothold in this game. If they don't win this and win this well, they will be relegated by the end of the game with 1 match to spare. They don't want that fate, obviously. They want to keep it going right until the final game if they can. So they need to play very, very well this morning, or this will get away from them if it hasn't already. Commentary continuing from Canterbury via the BBC Sport website and app. I tried to be upbeat to start with, Dave, as you can tell. But
I'm trying to work out if there's any sincerity, or if there was some sincerity there, as Dom said. Yes. Have a great day, Matt.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's a very polite man. Is Garrett, I think it was an element of sympathy maybe, as this is guided through gully by Schardendorf. That's a nice shot, and that'll be 4 runs, and wide of deep third. I'm not sure there was a deep third. Can't see it from the overhang of the woolly stand, but 400 up as well. And that will be their 4th batting bonus point. Kent have 2 bowling bonus points so far, but 403 for 6. And dare I say, there didn't seem to be enormous excitement with what George Garrett was generating. No disrespect to him in that first over. All looked fairly procedural, perhaps from what we saw last night as well with the ball. This new ball, 6 overs old, I think. They took it with after a single over
something
for some
like
reason.
that,
yes, so yeah.
That huddle that we saw, that all the teams do, all 18 counties do, all sports teams do it, that we saw Kent do, I will guarantee somebody 3-4 minutes ago said in that huddle, let's keep it tight from the off, boys. 10 from that first over.
Yeah, so not good. Mark Decker certainly wasn't dressing it up last night when we talked to him, and said, I mean, he pointed to the opening overs, setting the tone for the day, of Garrett keeping it tight from one end, and Hakeem Jordan didn't name him, but obviously by association it really got away from them early on, and just can't do that, he said, and just got to bowl better, I think, is the simple equation for Kent.
There's Nathan Gilchrist then to bowl to Fletcher. He's on 15 and turns this away. There's going to be 1 there, and they'll just settle for 1. Worked it down to long leg for a single. Mark Decker, bowling coach, assistant head coach.
He's assisting with the coaching this week, so he was 1 day interim head coach. So they've been doing that season in, season out, when Matt Walker's been away with the Oval Invincibles. So don't know if his hat is in the ring for the head coach's job, but certainly was in front of us yesterday.
So he was just dipping his toe in the water with regards to talking to the media at the end of the day, just seeing if he fancied that side of the job.
Well, he's done that, as I said, with the One Day Cup. He did that with us, and so Kent fans will know him well. But yeah, assisting during the week here. But yeah, people will draw their own conclusions, and I don't know either way if that's something you should do or not.
Schardendorf on strike on 12, and he'll run this to backward point. Congratulations to Nottinghamshire. Some silverware coming to Trent Bridge Towers. The second 11 have won the second 11 championship. They'd finished their matches this week. There's another round of fixtures, but it was all dependent on other results and bonus points that could be accrued yesterday. Well, those bonus points weren't accrued, so not so celebrating this morning, winning the second 11 championship this season. And Schardendorf has been a big part of that team. Celebrates by cutting this away for 4 more, and not really just started the second morning like they ended the first. They've got on with it almost, well, literally from the first ball. Runs have been coming, and they've added 15 in 9 deliveries.
Dare I say, the ball is disappearing very fast off the bat this morning. So as we know, it's new. It's a hard ball. It's a shiny one, and it's flying to the boundary across the turf from that cut. Lovely shot from Schardendorf. 16 each now, and exactly what Kent didn't need after a dispiriting day in the field yesterday, but not taking advantage.
There's Gilchrist. Claiming an edge there from here. We're a long way away. It didn't look as if he was anywhere near the ball, but there was a confident shout from behind the wicket. I'm not entirely sure that Gilchrist had the same viewpoint initially, but if all your teammates are going up, the least you can do is turn and appeal as well. And when he did turn, umpire Middlebrook said not out. Didn't have a mile away. It didn't look as if he was anywhere near it.
I mean, he's played a miss, that's for sure, but maybe it is one of those where you just
hear something, or,
just hoping that you heard something almost. But a good delivery, but didn't look out.
Behind the stumps, they went up together. The next one is driven. I was going to say into the offside, but it's through the offside, because there isn't an offside of fielders. There isn't a ring, and Schardendorf has started very promisingly here.
Well, Notts already making this Kent field look like Swiss cheese at the moment. Huge holes all over the place.
450, of course, is the next target for Notts if they can get there. And I think I'm right in saying my little book with all my bits and pieces in is it's just out of reach to my left, but I'm fairly sure they haven't got a full complement of batting bonus points this season. So this would be a feather in cap, as they may or may not say in Yorkshire, as this is dug in by Gilchrist, sick of being driven, so he bangs in a bouncer. Shardendorf, who's not the tallest anyway, bobs underneath it. It goes through to Finch, end of the over, and you can see the disparity in in the difference between Shardendorf and Fletcher as they chat. It's almost a little bit like the old Will Jefferson and James Taylor photograph of them having a mid-pitch chat all those years ago. 412 for 6.
It's one of the great things about cricket, isn't it? All shapes and sizes play cricket, a part to play. So 4-1-2 for 6 here, Nottinghamshire. And Fletcher's just got something in his eye, I think. It's a fairly stiff breeze been blowing across the ground, so Harry Finch needs his shoelaces tied up again.
Fletcher's wondering why he's ready and nobody else is. He's there standing in his crease, tapping his bat, waiting patiently for the bowler to set off.
Gatlin's just saying, Harry, one day we're going to have to teach you to do this yourself.
Yeah. Can't you get some Velcro?
Yeah, absolutely. 4-12 for 6 then. Here is Garrett to bowl to Fletcher. He's a big man, he makes that look so easy, doesn't it? It's just, I'll just push that up to mid-off, as if it's a tennis ball, but to Danny Bell-Drummond. To be fair, even during that last over, he got something from 12th man. Jaden Denley. There's a big smile on Daniel Bell-Drummond's face, and I don't think any Kent fans would ever think that means he doesn't care about it, but in some ways, this has been such a dispiriting season for Ken that it's good to see that maybe you just have to at times accept what's happening in front of you. It's Garrett to Fletcher. Good defensive shot into the offside, fielded by Everson, former Notts man, of course. And there's no run. Had a big back and forth with one of my Derbyshire supporting friends this morning. Sorry, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire supporting friends this morning. And I saw back from our messaging timeline how furious he was that Joey Everson had moved. this was last year, I think. Still raging, he said, that he's playing for Kent. So he was pleased with yesterday's proceedings, I think it's fair to say. So down the leg side, a little bit of pad on it from Fletcher. Just gently punches the back of his bat. I think he was looking forward to glancing that away for 4. But yes, he mimes that beautifully, rolling the wrists over it, as if it had already disappeared to the boundary. But just hits the pad harmlessly for everybody. 4-12 for 6.
Can't find any Kent birthdays today on the 18th of September. We've got Luke Fletcher for Notts, and other cricketing birthdays today. 2 very well known former England internationals, Darren Gough and Derek Pringle, celebrating their birthdays.
It's just nudged off the hit by Fletcher for a single, deep backward square, fielded by Gilchrist. They take a run, 13 for 6. Would they have more or less contemporary? Pringle was earlier than Gough, wouldn't he? I wonder if their test careers would have overlapped.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Pringle, very early 90s.
Yeah.
You can hear the cogs going me there, can't you? Thinking of things. Sorry. I'm actually frowning when I'm trying to think about it, but yeah. But yeah, Gough later. 4-13 for 6. As Garrett bowls to Shardendorf, takes a single into the onside. Hakeem Jordan finds the ball following him at some point. I think he's hit his heel as he tried to field that, but then they take one, 4-14 for 6. I remember, obviously Derek Pringle's a fine writer now, isn't he? But I remember hearing a story about him that he put his back out. I'm not sure which tour it was on, maybe a tour to India, writing a letter. So he was writing a letter, obviously bent over, went to stretch, and that was his tour done. Oh dear. Which does seem, anyone that's suffering from back problems, they'll know it can be the most innocuous thing. Just adds to the a lovely little nudge by Fletcher into the open spaces wide of Hakeem Jordan, and fielded by Matt Parkinson. I'll come back for 2, 4-16 for 6. Shardendorf 21, Fletcher 19 now. But again, that was a cautionary tale. I remember hearing that as a younger man and thinking, how on earth would you do that? And then finding out slightly later in life that it is entirely possible to put you back out doing. You want it to be something heroic normally, don't you? That's the thing.
Yeah.
I know you were talking about it yesterday.
Falling down the stairs at Canterbury. That's
you want to be one. I was catching a baby from dropped from a burning building or something like that. Not reaching down to make some toast or get the toast or whatever. End of the over, 4:16 for 6.
They've started all over the country. They're playing going on in all 9 county championship matches today. As Gilchrist bowls, and this goes through to the wicketkeeper Finch. This part of the world seems to be the only one where it's grey and gloomy once again. Normally grey and gloomy in Old Trafford, says he. Just being very very typical of the Manchester weather, but a wicket has gone down right at the start of day 2 there. Lancashire 21 for 2, leads Somerset by 15. 21 wickets yesterday go down. This delivery has been squirted down to long leg, but via an inside edge from Schardendorf. Gilchrist appeals to the umpire, hoping that it was pad before bat.
It sounded pretty woody.
Just wonder if that went between the legs. The old Nat Siverbrunt, the old Nutmeg, might have been.
He absolutely meant it. Yeah.
4-1-7 for 6. This is the 100th over of the innings, so I might be able to do the Rachel Rileys at the end of the over and tell you what the run rate is.
Yeah, the scoreboard not fully operational to our left. It would normally have that, but
bouncer goes through to the keeper as Fletcher bobs underneath it. 1 for the over, says James Middlebrook. James Middlebrook and Surrey Shanmugam are our umpires. Match referee is Wayne Noon. Scorers Lorne Hart and Roger Marshall.
He's cutting a pretty frustrated figure already. Is Nathan Gilchrist, isn't he? I think
2 for 95, his figures. He's in again. Bowles beats Fletcher. Outside the off stump, Fletcher groping at fresh air. Doesn't get anything on it. And should also mention the match voice, as it says on the scorecard.
Yes.
But I can't see my scorecard.
Mr. Steve
We've
Watts.
just met Steve, haven't we?
Yeah.
Well, I've just met him. I think you knew him already.
I did. We go back a long way, but he's still talking to me, which, there we go. It's not usually the case, so, yeah. There's the voice of cricket in a number of different venues now.
Gilchrist, another bouncer, goes over the head of the ducking Fletcher.
Yeah, he was the voice of at the ground of at Edgbaston on Saturday for the T20 Blast finals day. He's done international fixtures as well, but he knows where he needs to be. Canterbury's.
I thought you were going to say he knows where he needs to be, fetching milk for us, which was his role this morning when we saw him.
Very kind indeed.
It
yes,
did,
yeah.
it did.
Such a glamorous job, this.
Yeah, we had black coffees. Fletcher helps us into the offside, and we were prepared to drink black coffees, but Steve went and fetched a bottle of milk. 417 for 6 at the end of the 100th over. Can we do this, Matt, between us? I reckon they're going along at about 4.17 and over, something like that.
I trust your maths, Dave. I don't take on highfalutin differential equations at this time of the day. But yes, that sounds about right. So yeah, it's a good run rate, and that's another thing that can just get away from them. But I appreciate there are 2 teams playing. Nottinghamshire have played very well indeed, but consistency from the bowlers hasn't been there. But we have to keep a bit quiet about the coffees, obviously, because we got one each, didn't we? And Dave Fulton
didn't want one. I asked him.
Oh, didn't want
I
one?
Asked the great man.
Oh, there we go.
Asked the great man.
I was just trying to blank him for a bit and pretend I had no.
No, his body is a temple, and he said he'd had one already this morning.
Right, fair enough. 4:17 for 6 is Garrett. Oh, it's inside edge again from Schardendorf. Begin to believe that he's playing that shot deliberately,
I was going to say, can we get Shady a bat that's
single,
got a middle and is not just edges?
But adding perhaps the frustration for Kent, and it will be interesting to see, as Dave Fulton was saying yesterday, when you're on a poor run of form, those are the ones that tend to clatter against the against the stumps. But 418 for 6 has to be a bit more than luck, I think, for Nottinghamshire. I think it's fair to say.
Well, there were fine margins, weren't there? As we said, Slater
Yeah.
was dropped on 41, and you'll never know how the day would have panned out had that been held. Might have been somebody else's turn to dip in and get a big score, or it might have just been the start of a little collapse.
Garrett then to Fletcher. Edge just short of Jack Leaning, I think. Yeah, I think it was. There was no great shout, just short of him, and he's at sort of second slip position. That will be 2 runs in the end as he comes through. Jack Leaning just ruefully, still on his knees with, I think he's got a bang on the fingers as that came very quickly and low to him. But a comment yesterday, could Kent Slips not have taken a pace forward this evening yesterday? A lot seem to be dropping short, but maybe I'll ask the former skipper about that, about the whys and wherefores. But there's another one dropping just short of Jack Leaning.
His dad was a former goalie, of course.
He was.
He could have done with taking a leaf out of his book there and just got down and stopped it, turned it round the post. He did.
It's Garrett too. Oh, it's a lovely flick back from Fletcher. I thought it was going to reach the boundary, but it's stopped by Joe. In fact, he only gets one. It's a stylish-looking shot once again, but just the one. 421 for 6. I think that's why Jack was born in Bristol, although he's a proud Yorkshireman.
Yeah.
I think his dad was playing for City. Is that right?
I think so. He played for Mansfield Town for a bit as well.
There we go, yeah. 421 for 6, halfway through the 21st over.
Andy Leaning, I think, memory serves, which it often doesn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Andy Leaning.
Yeah. He doesn't sound Bristolian, I think it's fair to say. Jack is very much a Yorkshireman, but clicked off the pad. There's a half appeal by Garrett. It's going to be leg buys. Umpire Shanmugam will signal that now. They come through for 2, in fact, and more to the extras column. It's 4-2-3 for 6 now. With a scoreboard to our left, by the way. I'm as much informing Dave as anything, is that it normally has a good deal more figures on that, but what do they call it when your computer gets back after is it safe mode?
Oh,
it comes back after a crash, and it all comes back with big figures, and you only get like, I don't know, 3 or 4 words on a page. But
it's fine. They can tell me anything, just so long as they
they
tell the same score.
Yeah. There's more information certainly on the Les Ames stand to our right, the manual scoreboard. That's Garrett bowls. It's foolish. Shondorf thinks about a single. Luke Fletcher is available for a conversation about that, but they decide against it. And Keem Jordan Fields at mid-on. Come to the end of the 101st over. So, so 9 more to make. Oh, this is good. 27. If there's a dot ball at the end of here, I can work that out. That's 3 and over if they're going to get to 450, isn't it? Am I right in saying? Yeah, 27 to get.
Yeah.
It'll ruin it, obviously, if they get a run off this one. It's round about that.
They've scored 30 already this morning.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. This one's nudged into the onside, and they'll take a single. It's just under 3, Dave. As I was saying, 4-2-4 for 6 is what they'll need from the next 9 overs to get themselves a 5th batting bonus point. So yeah, it's a good point. They score 31 now off, where are we? 5 overs? I think that's right, isn't it? 96 last from yesterday. Crikey, yeah. They are going on briskly here.
Joss Roberts says, I've actually put my back out sneezing. It's a new low for me, says Joss. Thank you.
You'll know what I'm talking about, Joss. People ask you, so how did you do it? Well, rolling over in bed. You want to say it was something, a bit more active
heroic,
than that. Yeah. I was building a house. No.
Saved a kitten from being run over.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing. People, I'm going to pick it up next time.
Gilchrist starting his 22nd over with a delivery that beats Shardendorf on the outside. At Brace Cricket, if you'd like to get in touch and share in the nonsense. And you have the old emaily thing, don't you?
We do, kentcricket@gmail.com if you want to chat longer. Wax lyrical, as I like to say.
Yes.
You're not restricted to characters.
Go again, kentcricket@gmail.com.
Oh, well. Yeah.
There's a fair chance I'll have forgotten that next time.
It took me about 3 seasons to remember it myself, Dave. So.
Gilchrist, Shady, who's on 24. He's matched his first-class best. His very brief first-class career thus far. He blocks his last ball.
There's a montage of photos on your Twitter today of us, and both of us looking,
us campanologists.
I was going to say us looking gleefully ringing the bell at Tunbridge Wells, and then Dave Fulson, basically the world in his hands, there in front
Very
of
much so.
a panorama there. Is that the Bernabeu behind him? I think it might be.
I think it's a photograph. Schardendorf hit on the pad above the knee roll. Paul Taylor, who I know, I once put my back out picking up your wallet, Dave. Oh, you didn't.
Boom. There we go.
4/24 for 6. He's got a full wallet. Never spends a penny. Not a penny. The tightest man on God's earth, Paul Taylor. I'll tell you.
A tweet or a post on X from John this morning just saying, I'll wait for that.
Next ball is driven handsomely into the offside. Will it be stopped? It will. It's good work out there. It's had Akeem Jordan out there with the stop and the smear of red down his flannels. Long way away from us. Good stop, good work.
So good morning to John on X. I'm thinking he might be a Kent fan because he's simply gone for this message this morning. I've given up this season. All right, John. I think we can understand why, but courage, sir.
It's a long winter, John. Enjoy it while it's here.
Well, that's true. My last day at Canterbury today, and I was a bit grumpy about the drive-in today, as it took me an hour and a half.
Are you not here tomorrow?
No, Ben Watts for days 3 and 4. So, yeah. But I thought last day at Canterbury.
I didn't know this. Yeah. Gilchrist bowls. This one shapes away and goes through to the keeper.
For this season.
Oh my word!
Whatever. I'm hoping anyway.
Well, we don't
the
know.
The authorities might have a
word.
I
was going to say we don't. None of us know.
No.
None of us know. We always say winter well and see you next year, but we never know, do we? We never really know.
I hope we're doing this again this season. I hope I'm doing it again next season, but I could always come as a supporter if not.
Well,
so.
You know,
that would be no bad thing.
We don't know if the appetite's out there for the listeners just to carry on listening to our nonsense as this one beats Schardendorf outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. 4/26 for 6 at the end of the over. So,
but yeah, I feel like I'm going to do my Oscars speech now. It's been a pleasure. I'd like to thank my parents, my producer, all those back at BBC Radio Kent who put up with the nonsense.
Did you have a mentor? Did you have somebody who said, "Oh, this is how you commentate on cricket"?
Well, Dave Fulton, more or less, I'd say, because he's here. I'm going to say him. Yeah,
he was your mentor. Oh.
I think I've learned something from everybody. So you're all to blame. I think would be the catchphrase for that.
Were you a cricket nut as a kid?
Someone could have stepped in and stopped me. I'm a bit born again actually. So yes, I was absolutely mad on cricket when I was younger, and lapsed a bit during the 90s when I was doing other things. But yeah, this is and then regained my love for it. It's just it's a wonderful thing to do that we do, isn't it?
Everybody lapsed in the 90s. It was the
something to
decade
do with
of lapsing.
The international scene wasn't quite as
the music wasn't as good.
How dare you?
Sport wasn't as good, apart from Euro '96. But even then, and that ended in disappointment, didn't it?
Well, it depends which team you support, obviously, I suppose. But yeah.
Well,
the wonders of Bobby Robson being in charge of the team, I suppose that was something to take from that.
No, Euro '96. That was Terry Venables, wasn't it? It was in this country, Euro '96.
He was earlier. Sorry, he was.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
Italian 90.
Yeah, something early in the 90s. But is Garrett then to bowl to Fletcher? Back at the bowler. I think I'm projecting, but George Garrett's shoulders dropped as he went down for that. Couldn't quite get his fingers on that. But there's no run. 4/26 for 6. Of course, all the finest England managers have been schooled in the Academy of Football in Suffolk, and go on to that, and won't be at all surprised if young Kieran McKenna isn't winning a World Cup at some point himself, in charge of maybe England. Who knows? Here's Garrett's bowled him. Is a leave by Luke Fletcher. It's nipped back from George Garrett. That ends an entertaining innings from Luke Fletcher of 22 from 37 balls. There are two types of leave. that was the wrong one for him. And George Garrett celebrates to an extent, just a couple of high fives with his teammates, and I think it's relief rather than anything else for Kent. And Fletcher, as I said, entertaining innings, did very well as a night watchman, did his job last night. Gets himself 26. 4-2-6 for 7. Sorry, 22 he's out for, bowled by George Garrett.
I'll miss that when he's gone. Seeing Luke with his bat pointing to the sky and losing his off stump, and it's something we've seen with great regularity. Happened was it a couple of matches ago, 3 matches ago at Durham as well. Yes, he came in as night watchman at Durham and did it up periscope and lost his off stump. That's a shame on his birthday. But played nicely, some nice shots. Notts will be eager to get this game moving forward, and they've started positively on day 2 here. Scored 33 runs already this morning. Rob Lord, very early on in his first-class career, but played some nice shots last week. Made 21 at Chelmsford, sort of the first time really we've seen him out there with bat in hand and could see what he could do. Just for I guess the Kent followers, it's another new name, Rob Lord. He went through the Lancashire Academy and then would have got the sad news, sorry, we're letting you go. And it can be heartbreaking, can't it, for a young sportsman? But went to or played in the, I was going to say minor counties, but we're supposed to call them the national counties now, with Cheshire. Some outstanding performances as a quick bowler. Was tipped off, or Notts were tipped off about him, invited him for a trial, played in the 50-over competition. In his second match, he got a 5 for against Surrey, gave him a contract there and then for the rest of the season, and they've just given him a contract for the next, I don't know if it's 1 or 2 years, but he's going to be part of the furniture now. And when you see him bowl, pitch might just be a little bit on the sluggish side, but when you see him bowl on a quick deck, he is quite rapid, and not like what they've got.
As the witching hour is upon us, and Dave needs to go and do his update. That's a lovely delivery from Garrett. He thinks he's got the outside edge. Lord isn't going anywhere. Umpire Shanmugam says, well, he keeps his counsel as well. Good delivery though. Second up, we were talking about players working their way back into cricket, having been part of academies, with Dave Fulton off air yesterday. I might engage him on that during this half hour, having heard Dean Headley talk about perhaps the talent that English cricket is losing when players are, well, have to make decisions on them at 18, and it's a yes or a no. A number of fine players playing county cricket having to work themselves back without the support of a county system behind them, perhaps, but more on that. It's Garrett to Lord. He definitely played at that one, and was that a very, very late leave through to Harry Finch. Good morning, David Fulton.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everyone. Got his tail up here, Garrett.
Yeah, I think
sensing a bit of a rest, perhaps.
Yeah.
Knock these over and then get your feet up as a fast bowler. They will enjoy that. Have a big lunch.
Dispiriting day yesterday. Yeah, from what I know of fast bowlers, that's pretty well. Obviously, there's a lot of energy expended, isn't it? That feet up is yeah. 4-2-6 for 7. Most batters are just standing doing more or less nothing when they're making the hundreds. It's nudged up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I heard you talking about Dean Headley. I had the pleasure of a conversation with Dean. I was dropping our overseas player, which the boy was an Australian, back to Heathrow Airport, and our sons were playing against each other in the final of the national under-18 T20 knockout.
I didn't realise Dean Headley someplace well.
Yeah, Dean had his son because he was at Stanford School, and so his lad still up in that neck of the woods. Dean's now down in Devon. But he said, "Are you there?" I said, "No, I'm on my way to Heathrow." And then we, as we tend to do, we put the world to rights for half an hour.
It's Garrett to Lord, who defends that into the offside. End of the over. It is 4-2-6 for 7. A wicket maiden from George Garrett, 2 for 95 for him. And I was just saying that we were talking off air about what Dean Headley heard him talking on a podcast about players. And bringing Rob Lord into the conversation, that been part of an academy and having to work their way back in, and he thinks very much, doesn't there is lost talent that goes into club
without
cricket
question,
without the support of a county and without access perhaps to get back in after they've been.
Yeah, without question, players develop at different times, and you'll get some specimens. I think we talked yesterday, didn't we, like the likes of Tim Bresnan, who at 16 was built like a fully grown, developed man with a beard and was was very physically developed and came through early is Nathan Gilchrist. He's bowling to Schardendorf, who's a runner ball 26 at the moment. Played nicely. And there are others who develop later, both physically and in terms of physically, mentally, skills-wise. And I think the system at the moment kind of means you need to have made it by 18, 19. Not necessarily, but it gears itself to those players coming through county academy systems, and I just think it's slightly flawed because you do miss out on a raft of players who develop a little later. I think Dean's spot on with that. As Gilchrist is tucked into the leg side, Schardendorf's just going to take the single. Rob Lord is an example, and I'm thinking maybe guys like Ben Sanderson at Northants, Richard Gleeson, who was at Northants and then Lancashire and then England. You know, these are guys who were either released from their first counties or were just in minor counties and got picked up at 25, 26. I think Gleeson made his debut about the age of 26 and was well into his 30s when he's playing for England. So there are different ways to get to the top, and you've got to stick with it. But I think the system is slightly flawed. Here's Gilchrist, and he's wrapping Lord on his back pad, and he's given him. Yeah, it turned him round. Good delivery and reward for Gilchrist, who's been excellent at times, a little expensive, but he's bowled wicket-taking deliveries, and eventually he gets his man. So Rob Lord, we'll see what he can do with ball in hand, but he didn't look like he was going to hang around for a long time there, and he has gone LBW to Gilchrist without scoring.
Uptake home for BBC Radio Ken. Good timing as well. Yeah, good news for Ken. They're taking 2 quick wickets towards the end of the Nottinghamshire innings now. 4-2-7 for 8, though the visitors here racking up the bonus points from their batting and dominated yesterday as well. So Kent had to try and bowl themselves back into this game. Still Nottinghamshire hold all the cards in a game that Kent really needs to win to have any chance of putting off their relegation from County Championship Division 1 at least until the last game of the season. It would take a miracle for them to stay up, but they have to win this one and win it well. At the moment, Nottinghamshire still, as I said, the dominant side, 4-2-7 for 8, but 2 quick wickets in the last 5 minutes. Luke Fletcher, the night watchman, being bowled by George Garrett, leaving one onto his stumps, misjudging it for 22, and Rob Lord has just gone LBW to Nathan Gilchrist. Perhaps just desserts for Gilchrist, who's bowled well in patches, certainly, taking his 3rd wicket for 98 runs now. Nottinghamshire 4-2-7 for 8 then on the second morning here at Canterbury in the County Championship, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So it's Vian Ahmed coming in at number 10 then for Nottinghamshire, with Dale Schardendorf out there on 27 from 28 already. Andrew from Japan on Twitter, great to hear from you this morning. Andrew said we were discussing Derek Pringle as a cricketing birthday today. He says, bizarre injury aside, I was talking about Derek Pringle having put his back out, I think, on a tour. I think it may have been India or Pakistan, writing a letter, and got out of hearing that story years ago. He says, don't forget that Derek Pringle had figures of 3 for 22 off 10 overs in the 92 World Cup final against Pakistan. A fine, underrated bowler, says Andrew. I seem to remember he was one of those that, and perennially it's tagged and almost damned by being the new Botham. So every all-rounder that came on was going to be the new Botham, and I think Derek Pringle may well have suffered a little bit from that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the weight of expectation.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's a tough call being the new Beefy, but he was a good cricketer, Derek Pringle, without question. But yeah, probably not the same class of batter. Is Gilchrist again then? That new man in his sights, young Farhan Ahmed, younger brother of Rayan Ahmed, and really looking forward to seeing him bowl. My youngest is a bit of a badger when it comes to these things, and he said, this lad can bowl. I mean, doesn't say that about many. And I think he's only 16.
Yeah, he is. It's an incredible start to his career.
He's defending this one into the offside. And there's no run. So, yeah, he's shaped up pretty well with the bat as well. So, good cricketer.
Yeah, so it's his 4th first-class match. He's already got a 10 for,
yeah,
to his credit. against, well, it was against Surrey, so does that really count? I don't know. What sort of side are they? Are they any good?
Well, it means we all regard him rather fondly. He's taken 10 wickets against those brown cappers.
But yeah, what a start to your career doing that.
Gilchrist is on the money again. I mean, covering up neatly. A small fella, probably got some growing to do if he's only 16. It's a wicket in each of the last 2 overs, which will please Daniel Bell-Drummond. Better late than never. 427 for 8. Looks a pretty decent score on this pitch, which is still doing a bit. Certainly when Luke Fletcher was up on commentary, he felt that fullish length, a little bit of nip. Quite looking forward to bowling on it.
Yeah. Ken going to have to show some... I think we'll be resolute with the bat, certainly. 427 for 8, already a big total for Notts on the board. Garrett 2 for 95 will continue. He and Gilchrist have just about bowled within an over of each other. 22 for Garrett, 23 for Gilchrist. Both going at 4.3 an over so far, and it's deflected by Shandoff out towards the offside boundary. In comes Joey Everson, formerly of Notts, of course. Single. To my mind, haven't many bright spots for Kent this season, but it does look like Joey Everson is...
He's a good cricketer, Joey Everson.
Generally on an upward curve, I think.
Yeah, Notts. So some players, obviously Matt Milnes came from Notts to Kent, didn't he? So we've picked up some good ones. Interesting, I saw Mick Newell, the Limetree Cafe, Nottinghamshire director of cricket. I was ribbing him about his Worcester Academy.
Is Garrett to Shandor straight back at him? Well, I'm glad you said that rather than me. But
yeah. Well, I always have a bit of banter with Mick. He's an ardent Liverpool fan as well, so that made it even sweeter after Forest beating Liverpool at the weekend. So we had a little bit. Yeah, well, I believe so. So I've heard.
I would imagine you would have mentioned that more.
I've mentioned it a couple of times, and Fletch and I were enjoying that one on air yesterday. But yeah, I mentioned it to Mick, and then we were talking about the bowlers, Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue.
Yeah, both very fine bowlers, absolutely. Yeah.
Yep, who've come that way, as has Jack Haynes, and of course before him Joe Clark. So yeah, interesting. Mick spoke very well on it actually. But, he very switched on. But yeah, they've obviously got players coming through their own academy, but we took a look at Surrey, how they kind of cherry pick some of the better players. If you're a destination club and a test ground, you do have that pull, and they use it to good effect.
As Garrett bowls to Ahmed, Farhan Ahmed into the onside to Joe Denny, and there's no run. She leads me to the incredible job Worcestershire have done getting themselves out of the bottom 2 of the county championship. A run of 3 wins, wasn't it? With an injury crisis of their own in their bowling department as well. That has taken something, hasn't it? Yeah,
I think so. Credit to them. Credit to the likes of Gloucestershire and winning on finals day at the weekend, and Somerset fighting on all fronts. You know, these are not test match grounds. Kemp needs to remember that when we use that sometimes as an excuse.
Garrett to Ahmed, steers that through the offside. It's a diving attempt at a stop by Compton. Bell-Drummond runs out there through extra cover. 2 extra cover, picking up the ball just inside the boundaries. They come back for 2, moving away from his position at mid-off. 430 for 8, Nottinghamshire.
Compton's at Parkinson. Compton.
At cover, beg your pardon.
Yeah, I think it might be Park. I don't know. Compton might be at Gully. I'm trying to work. Is that him?
Oh, he is. You're right. Sorry, I saw the soles of his boots.
They do look very similar.
They're both wearing the orange soled boots, aren't they?
They look very similar. And Parky's been in the wars a bit. He had a couple of back-to-back dives down on these practice wickets in front of us yesterday.
It's Garrett to Farhan Ahmed. It just defends that into the offside as well. Looks like it got slightly big on him, maybe, but reacted well. Defends it square of the wicket on the offside. 430 for 8 then. End of the 105th over here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Nottingham, and via the live stream, of course, with the pictures. Kent County Cricket Club, even.
Yeah, we were talking about, obviously, that movement from Worcestershire to Nottinghamshire, and we've had players that have obviously gone from Kent elsewhere, most notably Ollie Robinson, Jordan Cox in recent times, Matt Milne's going off to Yorkshire, and how you kind of manage that as a county and knowing what your role is in the pecking order and in the development of players for the benefit of English cricket. It's, if you have invested, like Kent did in the likes of Jordan Cox, it can be galling to see them leave when they're at their pomp. It's a short ball from Gilchrist. Schardendorf sways out the way of it. But yeah, a lot more player movement these days than probably happened 25 years ago back in my day. There was a little bit, but it is more common, and I think with the franchise cricket on offer around the world, the lure of maybe even the 100, which is played obviously at the Test match grounds, a lot of the counties that play there have that pull, as Gilchrist is in, and Schardendorf. It's a misfield in the gully. They're going to get a comfortable single. They think about 2 actually, but Compton recovers. And it's just a single. And the compensation, because obviously in football with a player, if you develop a player from your academy, as we've seen with, say, at Chelsea with a Conor Gallagher who then goes,
yeah,
you know, you might there's a transfer fee, quite a large one in some cases, and that club will benefit from that. In cricket, that is doesn't happen in quite the same way. So you can develop a player, put a lot of energy and resource and time and love into them, and then they up and leave, and you don't always get much to show for it. As Gilchrist begins another delivery, another short one, and Ahmed, as did Schardendorf, just lets it go by. So it's like, how do you guard against that? What kind of compensation is there? Should there be some? And there is, in some cases, depending on how contracts are structured. But you can understand the lure of playing for a big Test match ground side. As Gilchrist bowls. It's a beauty. It's gone. Absolute perler from Nathan Gilchrist, who bowls these wicket-taking deliveries. And that was one of his very best. Pitch middle and off, straightened, hit the top of off, and sent it cartwheeling 5 yards back. Ahmed's gone for 2.
Yeah, that's a lovely sight for a fast bowler and for the Kent supporters, of course. 4-3-1 for 9 now. But, yeah, he's on the money this morning, is Nathan Gilchrist, trying to mop up the Nottinghamshire tail here. They have put this imposing total on the board, but yeah, 4-3-1 for 9 in the 106th over, and within 3 overs it's 3 for 5 effectively for Kent at this point, and that's something they've, even with the tail of sides in Division 1, they have struggled to do this season. So you can understand Gilchrist, saying he was cutting a bit of a frustrated figure this morning, I think yesterday, some plays and misses, and then leaking the 4 balls, but stuck to it well this morning. 4-3-1 for 9.
And he's got 4 for 99, and he'll try and wrap this up with a 5-fer and try and do it before he goes past 100. No fast bowler likes conceding 100 runs if they can avoid it.
So Jacob Duffy, formerly of Kent, he's back on the ground here at Canterbury. The Kiwi, having signed, making his debut now for Nottinghamshire. How
many games did he play for Kent? A couple, wasn't it? Was it last year?
I think it was, yeah, maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. It was the revolving door of overseas, wasn't it? Of different players coming. We had the Arshdeep was around that time as well, wasn't he?
He made a decisive contribution to one of those games, which was instrumental in keeping Kent up. I remember that much, but I'll get his stats up in just a second. But yeah.
So here's Gilchrist trying to polish things off. Duffy defends off the back foot to a wide mid-off. Daniel Bell-Drummond fields. He'll be thinking about batting, the Kent captain, at first drop. Start to switch your mind to that at this stage if you're in the top 3 or 4. Try and compartmentalise the roles, the dual roles of captaincy, and then just kind of starting to go through your mental routines of how to approach a newish ball. Duffy is thumping this one off the back foot, could get a boundary. I think it will be cut off just. Jordan down there did well. 2 runs, so Gilchrist will concede 100 runs, 4 for 101 off 24. Successful over from him, and a delivery that got Farhan Ahmed that would have got far better players than the young off-spinner out. That was a Jaffa. And I guess that Nottinghamshire won't be too displeased at seeing that kind of delivery. There's still plenty in this pitch.
On money, David Fulton, yes, 2 appearances. I'd extracted that to 3 or 4, maybe even 5, but 2. His first one took 5 wickets, or 8 wickets in the match against Gloucestershire in a game that Kent needed to win in June. And where are we? Yes, took 3 for 96 in the first innings and a 5 for in the second, 5 for 66 for Kent. So in the game they won here at the St Lawrence Ground by 8 wickets. And,
Remind me why he only played a couple of games. Was he called up for New Zealand? Was he part of that squad? I'm trying to think. I don't think he was injured.
Possible.
I've got a feeling that he might have been signed by Kent and then called up. I've got a feeling that the big tall fella, I'll let you commentate on that.
Akeem Jordan to Schardendorf, square cut, but it's fielded inside the boundary, and that'll be no run, 4-3-3 for 9. Yeah, my memory fails me on that one. It was so long ago. It was all of 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. I'm pretty sure New Zealand were over. The big tall blonde fella whose name escapes me because I'm losing brain cells on a daily basis.
You're not looking for help from me, I hope.
Injured in the test match, and I think he got called up, but I could be talking absolute nonsense because it's 2 years ago and I can't remember what I was doing last week.
Well, you're outgunning me on that score, but if anyone wants to email in, there we
please
go.
Email in and tell us.
Put us out of our misery.
Jacob Duffy. But I think that was right, and he was down to play for a bit longer than he actually ended up playing for.
It's Jordan Bowles to Schardendorf trying to get on the front foot now. Interested in his approach here. Are they offering him a single? Maybe it's not at that point. Duffy's got 2 already, but...
Yeah, a couple of catches, everybody else back, that's fair enough. You're trying to get him out, but if he gets one, you don't mind. Get bowling at Duffy. Yeah, look, I think the overseas saga, and I'll call it that because I think it has been a bit of that in the last few years.
Yeah.
Trying to find the perfect fit. I mean, obviously Kent need to strengthen their seam bowling attack.
So, has he been trapped? No, he hasn't. A big swirl of the bat from Schardendorf. I think he's trying to launch that over cow corner. A square leg, thank you, Al, for miming that one back to us, but has got no significant bat on it. It's hit him in front, has it? But
yeah, I think it might have been high. Might have been just high. It wasn't quite there for the pull shot, but he's looking to be aggressive at this stage. Stayed down on him a fraction. I think it was close. Pretty straight, maybe just going over the bails. Yeah, going back to the overseas, if you look at Essex with Simon Harmer, he's an overseas these days, even though he was a Colpack player for a while, and Dean Elgar.
So Jordan Bowles to Schardendorf. He has launched that one. It's up in the air. Will Belldrummond get underneath that? That's a very fine catch on the run by Daniel Belldrummond. Schardendorf back over the bowler's head, high, and straight over the stumps towards the boundary at the far end, the Nackington Road end. Daniel Belldrummond has run around from long off to catch that on the run. It's a fine catch to finish the innings, but it's a fine innings from Nottinghamshire as well. 433 for them. They don't end up with a 5th batting bonus point, but it's a heck of a marker. Schardendorf goes for 29. Akeem Jordan gets his 2nd wicket of the innings, and Nottinghamshire are done and dusted.
Yeah, they won't mind that. Get bowling. It's a good total on a pitch which is still doing plenty, and Nottinghamshire bowlers will be fresh and ready to roll. So tough task ahead of the likes of Ben Compton, Tawanda Miye, Daniel Belldrummond and the rest of the Kent batting order. But eventually they mopped things up this morning, added, by my maths, 40. Is it 393 overnight, I think? Yeah, so they added 40 for those 6 wickets, those 4 wickets rather, this morning. So Notts will be pretty pleased with where they sit in this match, and if Kent are to win this game and to keep their Division 1 status alive, they're going to have to bat extremely well. The good news is the weather forecast is fine for these 4 days, so they will have time on their side, but Nottinghamshire look in a very strong position indeed.
They do indeed. Dave Fulton, thank you very much. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes, just under, for Kent's reply to Nottinghamshire's 433 all-out here at Canterbury. and Nottinghamshire coming out on the field. The fielding unit, Kent replying to this mighty total they've put on the board now, 433 here on the stream on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Nottingham via the BBC Sport website and app, and via most smart speakers as well. Just ask your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds on your smart speaker, I should say. Ask politely. Kent v Notts or Kent v Nottinghamshire, day 2, and via the pictures with the commentary on Kent County Cricket Club. Crikey. I do this for a living, you wouldn't believe it. Get the teeth back in. I've had no more than a cup of coffee this morning, I promise you. Kent County Cricket Club even. Just wanted to take a moment to thank John from Valldal in Norway for his email. It says, good morning from sunny Valldal in Norway, 21 degrees, he says. I think it's the last day commentating from Canterbury this season. It's mine, he's saying. So he sends his thanks, and thank you, John, right back. He said you kept very cheerful despite the often rubbish in front of you. So there we go. It's probably because I'm deluded, John, apart from anything else. I'm living in a different world. Hearing Mr. Fulton talk of Dean Headley, he said, yesterday I finished the book, The Three Headleys, a very, very good book. Recommend it to all my fellow Kent and cricket fans listening. Many thanks again. I've read your postscript as well, John. I have to say, very touching. Thank you very much. I wish you very, very well for the future. An absolute pleasure as well to do this for what they're calling a living. But John, thank you for that. And yeah, farewell is Fletcher then bowling to Mieye. And on the back foot, just pushing that into the offside, fielded by Hasib Hamid. When I say farewell, I mean go well, I suppose. During the winter we say to everyone, don't we? Before the season starts again. We hope we'll be back with you on the BBC again next season as well. Negotiations go well. We'll look forward to that as well. Big Luke Fletcher, the adopted son, I think, of Dave Bracegirdle. Is that right? It's everybody's favourite son of Nottinghamshire. Here's Fletcher bowling then. Still move the ball, can't he, off a length, and left by Tailender into the wicket-keeper's gloves, looking for a contract. I don't know if we're doing his agent's job for him here, Dave Fulton, but he's leaving Notts at the end of the season. I'm sure there won't be a dry in the house at the end-of-year awards or whatever.
Yeah, it's always sad when you see a stalwart and a popular figure like Fletch moving on, and Dave Bracegirdle, I'm sure, can wax lyrical about the big man in due course, but yeah, very popular on the circuit, well loved. In fact, he's a Forest fan, just is even better, isn't it?
3 slips. Oh, Mieye's teed off at that. It's an inside edge past his stumps. He's was looking, I think, to swing that through mid-wicket, but
there's 2 men back there, so it's interesting. They know the way he goes.
Yeah, ends up back with a square.
But, lack of pace, I think. No disrespect to Fletch.
Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. Yeah, good news for Kent. 4 quick wickets have got rid of the Nottinghamshire tail this morning. Not without some damage. Nottinghamshire putting on 40 from their overnight total of 393 for 6. 2 wickets for Nathan Gilchrist, who stuck to his task well, and a spectacular bowling of Farhan Ahmed with his off-stump cartwheeling across the turf here at Canterbury. And 1 for Garrett and 1 for Jordan at the end for Kent as well. Lovely shot from Ben Compton into the offside as Kent start their assault on this 433 of Nottinghamshire in a game they have to win to keep their County Championship Division 1 status at least until the last game at Durham next week. Kent 5 for none then in their reply. Ben Compton's just hit that 4 and he's joined at the crease by Tailender Mieye, the 2 openers. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Fletcher then to Compton. 2 balls left here. Compton standing upright and plays across his front pad and goes. Did that keep a little bit low? It looked like an indifferent sort of shot.
I thought it looked high.
It's dropped to his
straight
feet,
enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Looking suspiciously at the pitch, I thought that looked a little
Has it
high.
Just leapt off it?
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay, which of course James Middlebrook doesn't have the benefit of, and it might have been very out. I think he hit him above the knee. I think it bounced steeply, and it was a little unlucky there. Ben Compton
deceived by it, but Middlebrook puts his finger up, and by Middlebrook and Compton goes. Just sorry, the listeners, you're absolutely right. My view was based on his reaction to it. Just got the bat right.
It's a big wicket because
pads,
Ben Compton on these kind of surfaces.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's dogged. He can get stuck in. He's technically very good, but there's still a bit of life in this pitch. Fletcher talked about the lengths he wanted to bowl when he was on commentary yesterday evening, briefly, before he got whisked away to put his pads on to become night watchman, and he felt that the bowling group felt there was plenty in this pitch and that you had to bowl a fullish length and target the stumps, and that's what he's done on that occasion, although I still think maybe a touch fortuitous with that decision. It was certainly going to crash in, if to anything at all, to round about the bails. So, but he struck, and that's all that matters. And it is 5 for 1. And you talk about us doing his agent's job for him. Well, he can do his own work here, because if you suddenly take 6 or 7 for at this stage of the year and prove you've got a bit of life in you, then that will alert other counties to your talents. He's obviously well known, but
and still wants to.
He still wants to do it, and he said not all formats. Probably looking at Dave, are we thinking red or white? We're thinking more red ball, Dave, are we? Yeah, Dave's nodding. It's more red ball these days. I mean, Fletcher, over the years, was a very fine white ball bowler as well. Very good at the death. He got his Yorkers in, but maybe not quite as mobile as he once was. Not that he was ever particularly fleet of foot, but...
Here's Fletcher, the last ball of the first over, and Daniel Bell-Drummond drops his hands low on that, out towards point, and there will be no run. 5 for 1, then that's the end of me for the meantime, and Dave Bracegirdle can do more than nod off stage now. He can come and wax lyrical about Luke Fletcher, as we know he loves to do, and perhaps the rest of the Notts team as well. But 5 for 1, Kent in reply to Nottinghamshire's mighty 4-3-3. Dave Fulton, a few words from him, then Dave Bracegirdle will join him.
Well, just the start that Nottinghamshire would have wanted. 433. They didn't seem too concerned about the wickets that kind of tumbled towards the end of their innings. They did the bulk of their work yesterday. And overcast skies and a pitch which is still nipping around. This is going to be a tall order for Kent. And Nottinghamshire trying to drag themselves away from those that relegation dogfight. And they win this one. They will go a long way to ensuring Division 1 status. Dave, very good morning.
Good morning, David.
The big man struck.
On. Yeah, game's moving on, isn't it?
Yeah, 3 slips and a gully. And it is going to be big Kiwi Duffy, Jacob Duffy, charging in. And, a man who Tawanda Mie would have seen in the nets from a couple of years ago. Duffy, albeit only a 2-game stay here, was around for a little while. He'll know about the slope and these conditions. And they look at good conditions in which to have a bowl.
Yes, I wondered if he was perhaps in this country playing club cricket, but no, they've got him on a plane and got him here.
So a slight angled run up, big strong man, just dips away with his head to the batsman's offside, and that is turned neatly away by Tawanda Mie for a single. 2 men back on the leg side to Mie is a feature already. These counties do their homework. They'll know that he's quick on the pull shot. He's almost impulsive on the pull shot. Back of a length, he'll take it on. So 2 men back waiting. That man comes up now for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Seen very little of him, Mie. Notts and Kent, as we've been saying, don't play each other that often.
So here's Duffy to Bell-Drummond. This is left alone. Yeah, great talent to Tawanda Mie. Brilliant double 100 a couple of games ago. He's unorthodox. He's got very fast hands, and he's as good a player, if anything, short as I've seen for a little while. My game was kind of based around being able to play the short ball well, where he just takes it on. Anything that kind of back of a length, it just disappears over mid-wicket or square leg. So Notts aware of that, and they had 2 men back straight away for both Fletcher and Duffy. But it is Daniel Bell-Drummond in Duffy's sights at the moment, and that's nicked, is it? Back, maybe hit him on the back leg, I think, turned him round. No ball. A bit more seam movement in evidence.
Some sad news today in the world of sport. Toto Schillaci has died. Salvatore Schillaci, aged 59. Remember him from the 1990 World Cup, the Golden Boot winner for that tournament.
Indeed.
Relatively young age, former Juventus and Italy
Juventus
star.
Yeah, that is sad. That is a young age as Duffy is in, and Bell-Drummond Turns this on the leg side. Yeah, we were... I don't know if kind of death is generally a topic we discuss on the radio, but I was on air when Sven-Göran Eriksson sadly passed a few weeks back. We were kind of discussing at Sky Sports News off air, but the kind of the treatment, the outpouring when someone passes, and where you are in kind of the sporting pecking order as to kind of how much of a coverage you get, really. As Duffy is in, and Beltram is driving attractively, going to get a boundary. His first runs of the day, and he gets them in attractive fashion, driving through mid-off. It's a boundary.
At the moment, I'm enjoying doing Notts County commentaries, and of course he had a spell there of director of football and was promised all sorts of seven-figure
didn't materialise
fees and whatever, and he actually just waved it away. I mean, the club literally would have had to fold had they been forced into trying to find the money to pay him off.
So Drummond waits as Duffy is in again. Punched off the back foot. Probably would have been a single there. Tumbling stop. But another no ball. So Duffy just checking the front line, having a little scratch at it with his boot. It was a nice stop from Fletcher, who probably wouldn't have run the batters out had they taken him on, but you don't want to risk that. He's a big man, but he can still move.
Yeah, that's the 17th no ball of the match. I think 16 of them have been overstepping, and there was one that was banged in short by Jordan that went too high yesterday.
And he's left alone outside off stump, so Duffy completes his first over. A couple of no balls in it and a boundary. Conceded 9.
Don't think been round the grounds for a while. Play continues right across the country. Surrey 105 for 2 at the Oval. Yesterday they bowled Durham out for 262. Hampshire still batting. Nick Gubbins leading the way for them. He's 191 not out, a century as well for Liam Dawson in that one. Hampshire 452 for 9 against Worcestershire. They're closing in on the third place prize money. Might even nick second if Somerset fall away. As Fletcher starts a new over, and this one's hit in the air but straight down the ground by Millet for 4. No nonsense, clean pick up, lifted it high over long on down the ground. Lovely looking shot.
Yeah, that's Millet on the back foot. So that's a pull shot, but with a straightish bat. And that's what happens if you get back of a length to him. So I think Worcestershire found this to their cost. Joe Leach, there's lots of footage on social media. Joe Leach bowling this kind of pace, I guess, Fletcher's pace, just back of a length of me. He just pulled him back over the umpire's head numerous times.
Chastening blow for Luke Fletcher, who comes in again, and this time a lovely delivery, pitched up just outside off, and actually gives him a bit of a glare as well, Fletcher. Yeah. As he goes past the outside edge. I was working my way down the scorecards, and I'm going to skip a couple because my eyes are drawn to what's happening at Edgbaston. Yesterday, Warwickshire 78 all out. Essex 232 for, there were about 220 for 9 overnight. 232 all out this morning. Warwickshire have just started their second innings, and they are 3 for 4. They've been well and truly cooked. He's got 3 of the wickets as is down the leg side, taken nicely by Sharpendorf, moving very nicely to his left. Sam Cook 3 wickets. Of course, Sam Cook destroyed Notts in the opening round of matches this season with 10 wickets, including a hat-trick.
Yeah, Sam Cook. Timing is so important in sport, isn't it? And at the moment, England seem to be obsessed once again, perhaps rightly so, with pace and bounce and tall bowlers, the likes of Josh Hull and Dylan Pennington, kind of being fast-tracked into the England side. But Sam Cook is a mighty fine bowler who's not had a look in.
Yeah, he's on 6, faces Fletcher now, turns this on the leg side, fielded under the lid by Ben Slater. And there's no run. At Old Trafford, Lancashire, early on they lost night watchman Will Williams to Craig Overton, but they're building. 64 for 2, leading Somerset by 58. Division 2, Yorkshire well on their way seemingly. Yorkshire made 361 yesterday. Glamorgan 64 for 4. Still got Colin Ingram at the crease. That was a very fine player. Fletcher past umpire Middlebrook bowls and slightly off the outside edge. Millet looking to drive. He's got this down towards third, and they'll run hard and contemplate a third but won't get it. So 2 more to Millet. Kent 20 for 1. Elsewhere in Division 2 at Wantage Road, Northants 199 for 3. About to take a first innings lead over Leicestershire, who were bowled out for 203. At Bristol, Sussex 203 for 6. They're well in command of that one. They bowled Gloucestershire out for 109, and the other game is at Derby, where Middlesex do have a first innings lead. They're 176 for 2, already in front by 3. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app as Fletcher bowls again to Millet, who's in a hurry here. A little push into the offside and scampers down to the other end. He'll keep the strike. 21 for 1 here on BBC Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and on the Essex live stream. Notts 4-3-3 all out, and just to clarify what I said just before the end of the innings, in none of the 13 county championship matches have Notts pulled in a full haul of 5 points, but it wasn't their highest score of the season. They did get 500, of course, at Trent Bridge against Lancashire, the game where Hamid got his double 100, but second highest score of the season. But they still didn't manage to get the full complement of 5 batting points.
So here's Duffy to Millet. This one is... I thought he nicked that, given how far Schaffendorf won in front of first slip. But that is a good length. That is the length you have to bowl to Wander Millet. You need to get him forward and driving. He's a good driver of the ball, but you bowl short to him, he'll disappear. And his drives are probably not quite so clinical.
Looked slippery quick as well from here, that one.
Yeah, that went through, bounced, and Schaffendorf took it waist high right in front of Joe Clark. He was probably pleased to see his keeper come across him. So his tail up here, the big Kiwi. This is a turn into the leg side, just be the one. Maybe we'll do the fielding. The only other score, which would be of note to Kent fans, is England under-19 playing Scotland Academy. Ben Dawkins, who's been reeling off 100 after 100 for the under-19s. Kent under-18 player and dashing opening bat. He's 78 unbeaten off 61 balls in a 50-over game. So, yep, good player Ben Dawkins. Keep an eye out for him. Here's Duffy, and this one is no need to run for that one. Middle and leg, half volley. Just a little bit guilty maybe of pushing that one, maybe the slope a factor. Bill Drummond tucks it through the wicket with aplomb.
So there's no mid-off, which I suppose normally would suggest he wasn't going to be pitching it up, but with the ball new and hard and him getting a little bit of movement and 3 slips in a gully in there, it's one of those, isn't it? You're going to be prepared to risk being driven down the ground for 4 at the possible benefit of him nicking one into the slip cordon. Yeah, well, I think they're leaving that gap because they want Daniel Bell-Drummond to drive through mid-off. Usually you'd leave the gap at extra cover and have your mid-off in place as Duffy comes again, and that one was straight and probably knocking the lot out. He jabbed his bat down just in time. Better delivery, better length. So yeah, you leave that gap at extra cover, but that's where Luke Fletcher finds himself. So they're leaving that mid-off open. And the ball that he bowled that Millet had a big drive at and missed is exactly what they're looking for here, Nottinghamshire. They've got runners to play with. Leave the gaps. Millet needs no second invitation to play an attacking shot. And that's sliding down the leg side. Big shout. Stifled. Not interested, the bowler. I'll take a leg by. 27 for 1. 28 for 1. So you're busy at lunch? What is it? Are you presenting the faults today or something?
The faults. It's the Volunteers Awards, Dave. It's yeah, lovely event actually. Just done it for the last 3 or 4 years. All the volunteers who give up their time, grassroots cricket. They're recognised by the county. Come and have a nice lunch and receive their awards. Watch a day's play. So Duffy is in, and that is pushed to extra cover. Another no ball. So just struggling a bit here, the big fella. He's bowling with good pace. He's making things happen, but just overstepping. So yeah, you think of all the groundsmen and the umpires and the young coaches of the year and all of
fundraisers.
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff.
Are you on for a nice lunch as well?
Well, I'm hoping I might snag a bit of lunch. Yeah, to sing for my supper, but yeah.
Very nice.
This is drilled through the offside. Duffy does pitch it up. He's aiming for that edge, but that was a half volley. He smoked it through cover for 4. So end of the over, 34 for 1. Kent rattling along here.
Yeah, Duffy's emulating what Akeem Jordan started with yesterday. 2 overs, none for 21 and a flurry of no balls. And then it was, I think, 3 overs for 36 or something like that, and was brought out of the attack. And Asiba Mead has accompanied his new acquisition all the way down to long leg there, chatting in his ear, and well, we can only speculate. We'll find out in a moment whether he's saying have a little blow and we'll try from the other end when Fletcher's finished, maybe. I don't know. Yeah,
there might be a bit of that. Sometimes when you come down the hill you can be a little full, and he's erred on that side, hasn't he? He's been short, he's been full rather than short. And Fletcher looks like the more dangerous of the two.
Here is Fletcher into Maye, bowls now, and textbook defensive block. I've lost Rob Lord. Oh, he's out on the square leg boundary. Yeah,
he'd be next in line, would he?
Yeah.
What's he bowl?
He's
big strapping right arm seamer.
Yeah. Oh, he's loosening up. Look. Yeah. He's lively. Like I said, they got him from Cheshire, formerly with Lancashire, and then they made the decision to let him go, having spent a lot of time with him through the various age groups. Fletcher comes into Maye, who's whipped this one out towards Rob Lord and straight down his throat, didn't have to move a muscle, and Maye has just helped it out onto the leg side. Catching practice for Rob Lord, and Fletcher's got 2 on his birthday, 34 for 2.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what I talked about with Tailender Maye, being a little compulsive in that short ball. He sees it back of a length, he doesn't hesitate, he just throws the hands at it. He's got such a good eye and he's so quick on it. But if there are 2 men stationed, you have to sometimes program it in and tell yourself to get on top of it. He likes to help it up. He didn't get it in the middle of the bat, and that is a good bit of captaincy. Knots have done their homework, and Kent's promising opening batter Tailender Maye trudges off. He has missed out there. That was an errant stroke.
Catching practice, wasn't there? It's a good job. I just found where Rob Lord was, because from our commentary position you just sort of had to lean round the overhang of the stand there, and could see him. Didn't have to do anything at all, but just catch it. And Rob Lord, from what we've seen of him, is a safe fielder, good catcher. Fletcher stood there with his arms pointing up towards the sky, pretty much like when he trooped off having been bowled, with his bat pointing towards the sky. But he's got a 2-for. He'll have enjoyed that.
He's grinning at Jack Leaning as well. He knows.
Leaning on his way out to the middle. 34 for 2. Would you like to tell the listeners what that was all about? You and Fletcher having a little bit of semaphore there.
He's suggesting. He talked yesterday on commentary that he was going to pitch the ball up, and that is the way to operate. And he's dragged a couple down to Tailender Maye and got hit for 4, and he's suggesting that he's bounced him out there like it was all part of a plan. I think he just dragged it down ever so slightly and induced the shot. I don't think that was what he was looking for, but he's got a big grin on his face, suggesting that he just slipped him a quicker effort ball. But Fletch, I've been around too long, you're fooling no one.
So the new man is Jack Leaning, in earlier than he would have hoped. Turns this on the leg side. I know there was quite a fair amount of traction from listeners yesterday when Luke Fletcher was up with Dave. If you don't know too much about Luke Fletcher. Enjoyed his little chat, and this is a shameless plug, I know, but we did a book together a couple of years ago when he was the County Championship Player of the Year. I mean, he had a great year. We did a book all about it, Tales from the Front Line. It is still available, and it's a great read. And there's all his anecdotes. There's the one here where he smashed the glass doors as he comes into Bolton leaning, and that's gone through to wicket-keeper Shady. Terrific stuff from Fletcher at the moment, right on the mark. But it's a funny read. It's one you can, if you go in on your holes and you're going to sit on a deck chair and you just want something light-hearted. Absolutely true. Every single word of it's true. But as he's gone round the different county grounds, or he's played against players, there's a lot of camaraderie between him and Marcus Trescothick. There's the day he nearly got headbutted by Kyron Pollard. Lots and lots of stories in there. It's I'd say a shameless plug, but it's a good read for the cricket follower. 34 for 2. Tales from the Front Line, the play on the fact that his big size 15's plopping down on the bowling crease. And there we are, Tales from the Front Line. If it's not something you've seen, but you enjoyed listening to Dave chatting with Fletch yesterday, and want a little bit more of the sort of character he is and the career he's had. But say it's not all been fun and laughter. He's been hugely talented. He's been hugely successful. He was the leading wicket taker in the country a couple of years ago as he bowls now wide of the off stump, and this goes through to keeper Schardendorf, and it's the end of a wicket maiden for Luke Fletcher. He's 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12.
Yeah, you wouldn't put it past him taking a bag full on this. Just it's a surface that looks like it suits him. If he can just find that off-stump line. He was just a little wide on that occasion, but 3 overs, he's already taken 2 wickets. Looks like Duffy's going to continue. Perhaps the wicket, the dismissal of Miyeye has just influenced that decision as well. Mead deciding to stick with his Kiwi. He's wide outside off stump, and Daniel Bergdrummond has nothing to do with it.
Need a partnership sooner rather than later, Kent. Otherwise, there's going to be all that scoreboard pressure for the lower order.
Duffy on his angled run, he's back of a length. Bergdrummond up on his toes, knocks it back to the bowler, flicks it to Fletcher, give it a polish. So we've got Lord, Lyndon James, and then the spin of
Farhan Ahmed and Freddie McCann as well.
Okay.
Liam Patterson-White, the slow left arm, are not playing in this one, so Freddie McCann, I guess, should they go down the spin route, he'd have more of a role in this one.
Just good line of length that time from Duffy. Bergdrummond just jabs the bat on it. I always think Daniel Bergdrummond's such a fine attacking player, but his full defensive always seems like a last-minute decision to me. It's always a bit jabby in defence, but what a servant he's been. He's had the world on his shoulders at times this season. He's continued to produce.
Should have had a go with England, shouldn't he?
Without question, because he's a good player with good bowling. As Duffy is a bouncer. Yeah, he's a good player of quick bowling, good player of short pitch bowling, and he likes pace on the ball. Perhaps where he's struggled over the years has been on those kind of seamy, slow county pitches against the likes of a Darren Stevens-esque type of bowler. He was just challenged the front pad. And
did he begin somewhere else as a youngster? Was it Middlesex?
No, he's
always been here.
Yeah. He was at Millfield School. Yeah. I coached him at the indoor school when he was 9 and managed not to ruin him. As he's had a big old waft at that. That's the 9-year-old in him. You see, I remember that. Just encourage him to keep whacking it. But no, he's really talented batter, and a very fine fella as well. He's had a baptism of fire as a permanent captain. And you think Captains, you're kind of only as good as your team and your attack at times, and I'm sure he's tried to pull the odd rabbit out of a hat to make things happen, but hasn't really. Here's Duffy. And, more solidly behind this one as Duffy. He's staying behind that front line and hitting his lines and lengths.
Enjoyed the last half an hour, Dave. If you just want to
you're going to do an update,
speculate what might happen over the next half an hour, and then you'll be joined by Matt, and I'll come back and let you disappear to
me awards.
Present the faults.
Thanks, Dave. The girdler shamelessly plugging his book, but that's what we got to do.
All-important Christmas market. The rush starts now. I think it was Super Thursday last week, which is when all the books get released for Christmas. So he's got in there the ISBN number of that. I'll bring you in just a second so you can order it online. Luke Fletcher bowls to leaning off his thigh pad to short leg, and there's no run. So that's all important for. Is it not available in libraries? Dave said he wouldn't have a bar of that. He wants the cold hard cash in hand. Is that right? No, you don't want to give it to libraries, do you? You want absolutely not. No, he wants the cold hard cash in his hand and nothing else.
The Captain's Tales: Battle for the Ashes by Dave Fulton, 2009.
Yeah,
widely acclaimed by members of my family. Also available. The kind of
not
book.
All of them.
The kind of book when you put it down, you can't pick it up again. That is also available.
It's Fletcher to leading back at the bowler. I mean, I make light of it. I just wouldn't have the patience to write a book, quite frankly.
Never again.
You'd better get me on for half an hour spent in the commentary without losing concentration. So, never again, you said.
Never again. No, it seemed like a really good idea at the time, and I got paid a little retainer to do it, and I got a little chunk when it was written and a little chunk when it was published, and that was all very nice. But to get commission on it, I had to sell a certain number, and every year I get a statement through from my publisher. And I've got about another 3,500 to sell before I make anything on commission.
Fletcher to leaning, defended up towards cover, and Hasib Hamid gets it on the third try, I think, but no run.
But it was good. It was nice to have done it and to be a published author. But it was hard work. So hats off to those who produce book after book.
Crikey.
And Tales from the Front Line, joking apart, does sound, Brace, Girdle and Fletcher together. That's a good combo. So I've made a note of it, much as it pains me, to Dave his commission.
So Fletcher bowls now to leaning forward on that, back to Hasib Hamid on the offside, no run. Could that be one for the cricket badger in the family? I'm giving away who might be receiving that as a gift now, and that's ruined everything.
Fine.
They won't be listening.
He won't be listening. He's at school, hopefully, just about.
Might be strange listening to his dad on commentary anyway. Is that a thing for kids? I mean, it's
he watches the stream, so he will have the stream on. If he's at home, he won't be at home yet, but he's sick form these days to do funny hours, so he might have a half a day. I think he's popping down here a bit later to the ground.
Fletcher to leaning, bat held upright as he waits for this drive. It's a no ball from Luke Fletcher, driven this time past Hasib Hamid. Has been in plenty of action this over. They'll come back for 2 with a no ball. It's 4 added to the total, 36 for 2. I mean that I've no disrespect to you, Dave, obviously, but kids and their parents, it's sometimes a bit odd.
I agree.
They want to divorce themselves at a certain point, don't they? From
the last time I would think he watched me fondly on the telly would have been probably at the age of about 2, and after that it was Dad's on, turn it over.
A bit of eye rolling. That's certainly received that from my son in the past. And still through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. Shoulders arms does that, leaning into the wicketkeeper's gloves. 38 for 2, leaning 2. Beldrummond has 13. Little cloudy skies here. I said to the steward at the door, at underclub today in a short sleeve shirt, because I believed the weather forecasters when they said 24. It's going to be beautiful. Well, I thought the heat in this commentary box in the first session as well.
Yeah.
Of course, the steward at the door so rightly said, Canterbury has its own weather. I can't believe you don't know that by now. Here's Fletcher then to leaning straight back in. That's a good shot. Check back past the bowler. Fletcher falls trying to retrieve that, put a hand to that. It's a lovely shot from Jack Leaning. Crisply back past the bowler for 4. He's on to 6. Daniel Bell-Drummond has 13 and Kent 42 for 2. I'm about to repeat that score all over again with our update for BBC Radio Kent. Well, the good news was last half hour, Dom, as I reported, Kent had taken 4 quick wickets to finally end the Nottinghamshire innings, albeit on an imposing 433. Nathan Gilchrist taking 2 this morning to take his total for the innings to 4. Garrett and Jordan both got 1, but then Kent have lost 2 quick wickets at the top of the order, with Luke Fletcher taking both of them. Firstly, Ben Compton, perhaps a little bit unlucky to be adjudged LBW to one, kept a little bit high for 4, but certainly the umpire saw it that way. He's the important one. And Tawandi Mayeye holding out at a deep square leg, a shot that Nottinghamshire were waiting for. He obliged, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view. He went for 42 for 2 now. Jack Leaning has 6, Bell-Drummond has 13, as Kent reply to Nottinghamshire's 433. Just bear with me, that's 4 more off the bat of Bell-Drummond. Kent 46 for 2 then, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. Just under the chair, I think, Dom, is it? No, sorry. Thought it was. No. Sorry, that was
that sounds like a good feature.
Back and forth, yeah. Lost my lyric. Do you know where it is? He said, that's why I said it. I think it might be under my chair. No, it's not.
What do you have to do for that one?
As a Duffy's coming in, sorry. Very kindly bought his run. You're looking for a missing word in the lyrics there, I think. That's the thing.
Oh.
Not sure what it is this morning. But, yeah, excellent show. Dominic King. I feel like I'm plugging everybody today. It's 10 till I do work for the radio station. That's probably a good idea. 10 until 2. Great listen on weekly mid-mornings into early afternoon. 10 till 2.
BBC Radio Kent.
BBC Radio Kent, I should say, yes, yeah. So, other radio stations are available. It's left by Duffy outside the off-stump through to Shardendorf, no run.
When you do your cricket scores, you often also include Surrey and Sussex.
We do in the afternoon because it's a shared show, so yeah. So, because our neighbouring county, the one we're twinned with for our shared shows, is 2 counties. BBC Sussex, Surrey. So there we go. My opposite number, his power stretches widely across the southeast. We're thinking about annexing Essex in the next tranche, but this one, rising delivery, good ball as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond had a word with the umpire there. Oh, is there somebody moving just on the edge of the sight screen there? I think it's caught him on the glove, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Umpire Shanmugam just looked behind him, and I think there was somebody just moving. Is that what Daniel Bell-Drummond was saying?
Yeah.
He's lost sight of it, perhaps. That was a good delivery from Duffy, but Daniel Bell-Drummond a little bit ruefully taking his glove off there as it's wrapped him on the glove. And well, nothing they can do about that now. Obviously, horse has bolted, and no one's moving now. Duffy to Bell-Drummond. That's a beautiful delivery. It's shaped away from. We've seen a few of those, haven't we? Rising off for length when Kent were bowling as well. And Bell-Drummond did his best, but he's certainly missed it, which is a good thing from his point of view. Through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
Just sense he's warming to his work now, Jacob Duffy. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you've played on that ground before, whether you've played X number of matches. I think when you sign for somebody else, there's always a nerve or two out there, and it seemed that its first couple of overs.
Duffy to Bell-Drummond. It's a good delivery, that one, right on the money. And Bell-Drummond just having to block that one out near his toes. No run.
He'll feel a little better, I'm sure, when he gets a wicket, but last couple of overs certainly been much better than his first 2.
It's just one game here at Canterbury, and his 2 games even count as a spell. It was a short contract anyway. Simon Kent in 2022 did him a great job, 8 wickets in the game against Gloucestershire, which helped them win that one, which is very important for them, escaping the drop on that occasion. He may be helping to consign them on this occasion. As Duffy to Bell-Drummond, nicely guided through square. Again, no backlift from Daniel Bell-Drummond. He can play it late as well, and does, and that's score on the offside for 4 runs. The 50 up for Kent albeit at the loss of 2 wickets. Compton LBW Fletcher 4, Mieye Court Lord bowled Fletcher for 10. Last time Kent fans will see him as a Nottinghamshire player, of course, and he's doing his best.
In the build-up to this, there's been that phrase used in all the previews. This is a must-win for Kent. Kent must win. They must win. They must win. So how are they going to approach this from 50 for 2?
Time left in the game, they have to build something here, don't they? But I mean, Tailender went on the attack, but that is his natural game. It may well be the coaches have said to them,
"You've got to play positively.
Just play how you would in a run chase, perhaps." But yeah, it's a very good point, though.
Leanings on 6 is Fletcher once more bowling to the former Yorkshire player. I was going to call him a former Yorkshireman, but of course he's still a Yorkshireman.
As you point out with Nottinghamshire's total as well, it's daunting, isn't it? How do you get your head round saying, well, you need a first innings lead here? 4-3-3, how about that?
Yeah.
Go at that. So,
you know, the follow-on's the main thing in normal circumstances, but I think just getting the satisfaction of avoiding the follow-on, Kent is still going to be a long way behind in a game they must win.
Yeah, 284 that would be, wouldn't it? Follow-on time, but
3 slips and a short leg. Luke Fletcher, the Bulwell Bomber, as he's affectionately nicknamed, balls on very wide of the off stump.
I think there was, as you said, a bit of semaphore from him out there, and I think actually while Dave Fulton, you were talking about the estimable of Luke Fletcher, that he had made some comments out there as well. I think he was pretending there was somebody behind the arm and suggesting maybe it was you two putting him off. But
Do you think that's what
carried
it was?
on. I don't think it was anyone behind the arm. I think there was some chuntering going back there. Bit of trash talk from the middle.
He's in his 5th over. He's got both wickets to fall so far. Bowls to Jack Leaning, who just nudges it in the offside. There's the effervescent skipper, Asiba Mead. Not noticed him losing his Nottinghamshire cap at any time so far, but when he goes off on a run, guarantee the cap will come off and it'll be just sailing behind him in the breeze, as it always does. His Nottinghamshire cap is certainly a size or 2 too big for him. 50 for 2. Fletcher to bowl to Leaning, as I'm sure you can hear on the effects microphone. The breeze has picked up. This is nudged back to Big Luke. Men out. Compton for 4, Mieye for 10. This morning Notts added 40 to their overnight score before being dismissed in the 107th over. We ended up with one of those games within a game, with Dane Schardendorf on strike, turning down singles. Duffy at the other end, not being put on to strike. As Fletcher bowls again, this just fended off his body by Leaning. No run. Kent had everybody out. They were trying to starve Schardendorf for the strike. They wanted to bowl understandably at the number 11. And Schardendorf trying to hit one over the top and down the ground for a big blow. Picked out Bell Drummond, a really good catch from the Kent skipper. Just about in front of the floodlight at the far end. Really good catch. Fletcher into Jack Leaning once more. Leaning will turn this on the onside. There's no run. Rob Lord doing the fielding, who quite literally didn't have to move a yard either side of where he was stood for that catch to dismiss Mieye. He went straight down his throat, didn't it?
Yeah, I got a knowing look from David Fulton, because he'd mentioned that in the previous couple of overs when I was back in commentary, that's what he was stationed there for, because Mieye loves to swing for the fences. And yeah, perfect captaincy, perfect placement. Not quite perfect from Tailender Mieye's point of view, obviously a bit of a sickener.
Is that one for the analysts? So we're giving the analysts an assist for that one then?
I would suggest
somebody's picked it out.
I mean, Dave Fulton will know a lot better than me, obviously, but it feels like you restrict that, and perhaps you restrict Tailender Mieye's game, because he's such an explosive player, and you know, a yard either side, and that's 6 runs, and everybody's happy. But from a Kent point of view, but yeah.
Here is Rob Lord then coming into the attack as Warwickshire lose a 5th wicket there. 31 for 5.
Goodness me.
Come back to that. In fact, it's Lyndon James into the attack. His first ball
Beauty.
is right on the spot. Goes past the outside edge of Daniel Bell-Drummond's bat and into the gloves of Schardendorf. So a little bit of a surprise there. Might feel it's ideal conditions for Lyndon James. 25 years of age now, Worksop born. This season he's taken 24 wickets for Notts at around about 34 apiece. Best this season of 4 for 61, had a 5 for last year. In fact, I think it was a 6 for at the Oval against Surrey. Wide of the pegs. Again, it goes through to Schardendorf. Played nicely yesterday with bat in hand, Lyndon James, and then was dismissed right at the end of the day, the penultimate over. Caught low down in the slips.
Kent fans looking for optimism, crumbs of comfort here. These two batters at the crease here lead the number of hundreds scored for Kent this season. Leaning has 3, Bell-Drummond has 2. Jack Leaning with 100 in the previous game against Hampshire.
James to Bell-Drummond. Another no ball, this time Lyndon James. It's, I don't know.
Infectious, contagious rather.
Yeah, contagious. Eagle-eyed umpires as well might have something to do with it. Yeah, Warwickshire 33 for 5. The wheels have come off the Bears. 78 all out in the first innings, 33 for 5 in the second. They still trail Essex by 121, and that's not beyond the realms of possibility. It might be done by the middle of the second afternoon as James in again. This one started wide and goes wider still.
Yeah, right. Could be a two-dayer, couldn't it? That one easily. Essex certainly have the pitches helping their seam bowlers, which they're certainly getting life out of it. Yeah, 3 for Cook, 2 for Porter on this occasion. I think Snater took the lion's share in the, was it 4 for him in the first innings? But yeah, but those 3 have been filleting Warwickshire.
Yeah, got quick fire 60 so as well, Shane Snater, as Bell-Drummond turns this on the leg side. Fielded by Rob Lord, who I prematurely said was into the attack. Ice cream fans here again didn't notice anybody going to him yesterday. It was a cold, chilly day, and he's in quite an obvious position on that grassy bank away to our right, on the grassy knoll. So I think we'd see if anybody went to him, but can't recall seeing anybody with a nice cornet and nice vanilla ice cream and a lump of chocolate in the top yesterday. As Lyndon James again hits that nice little sweet spot and swings it away from Bell-Drummond.
I think it was a day last week against Hampshire where I think they were there for about 20 minutes. We saw a gentleman go towards it, then go the wrong side, and I think that might have been the end for then they disappeared during the afternoon. But maybe turning up just for a round lunch to see if anybody fancies an ice. But
speaking of Hampshire, 462 out, 462 all out their first innings. This is down the leg side, and it's tickled even finer by Bell-Drummond, and Joe Clark pursues it down just below us, but it's gone for 4. Nick Gubbins 201 not out in that Hampshire innings, so 462 on the board for the home side at Southampton, and Worcestershire have begun dreadfully. Jake Libby bowled by Mohammed Abbas for 0. Cash Ali caught Vince bowled Mohammed Abbas for 0. 10 for 2. The pairs who have already done enough to be safe.
Yeah, fantastic effort, wasn't it? They looked like they might be going down with Kent at one point, but then they beat them in the fixture at the first fixture at the end of August, and then they won the next 2 as well. I think they went through in the trot. Yeah, remarkable.
I don't know what the applause was for there. Whether
was it Joe Clark, after running off that ball, went 4 no buys, just clutching at the hamstring a little bit. It goes into first slip now though. So Luke Fletcher to bowl to Jack Leaning, forward defensive straight back at the big number 19. 3 slips in, Yeah, is he going back? Yeah, he's just stretching out. Maybe it's not a hamstring. Maybe it is actually. There's the way he's stretching, just trying to keep limber, but just came limping back from that after a sprint to try and stop the ball going to the boundary. Keep an eye on him. 56-4-2. So Fletcher turns now. He's taken the 2 wickets to fall so far. 3 slips in. So wicketkeeper Schardendorf, and Jack leaning watchfully, just plays it straight back at Fletcher. 2 for 20 for him so far. Great to have your company today. Thanks for all your tweets. Sorry, posts on X. It doesn't really roll off the tongue quite as well, does it? Literally, but I think we could still call them tweets, can't we?
I do.
Maybe if Mr. Musk wants to talk to us about it, he's more than welcome. We'll have him on the show anytime. Here's Fletcher then bowling to Leaning. Inside pass of the bat, hence the R's or O's, or a combination of both from the slips. Past the man at short leg though, and fielded by Lord. I keep wanting to say Rob Key because he's wearing 4 and he starts with Rob. There we go. So, slightly different build, but I won't go into that. 56 for 2, 6 for Leaning, 21 for Drummond. So Fletcher receives the ball back from Hasib Hamid as captain. He's got the Nottinghamshire cap with sunglasses perched atop. Here's Fletcher then bundling up from the pavilion end to Leaning. Up towards mid-on, playing in the V at the moment. And there is no run.
About 11 minutes or so to go until lunch, 10 minutes now.
I wouldn't necessarily expect them to try Farhan Ahmed before the lunch interval, but with only 11 overs, or what would that be, sort of 13 overs on the board, probably not, you think? You keep the seamers there?
Yeah, just keep going, I would imagine.
Well into the 11th by now. It's Fletcher to Leaning. Again, defensive shot, not taking any liberties with Luke Fletcher. It's a sidearm throw from Hasib Hamid this time, fielding in the offside. To where wicketkeeper Schardendorf takes it low, number 89 on his back.
Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't lose any time waiting for Ben Slater to pop the protective gear on, because he's already suited and booted. He's in there at short leg for Fletcher, so wouldn't be hanging about for too long if they make a late decision to give him an over, but wouldn't be at all surprised if they just keep this pair going now until lunch.
You're not seeing a short one from Fletcher in this over. Leaning, waiting for the last ball of it. Full as well. That's squirted away through gully. And has it come off the bat? It has indeed. They'll come back for a hard run 3. Good run in the end, all the way along the ground as well. Not something we didn't see happening during the Nottinghamshire innings, but just giving you the impression once again there's something in this pitch for the seam bowlers, just rather confusing Jack Leaning, but it is safe, and it is 3, and Kent finished that over 59 for 2, 11 overs on the board. So again, the run rate, as it was with Nottinghamshire, pretty good, but 2 wickets lost already as they try and reply to 433 from the visitors.
Yeah, one thing on that last delivery as well, it went down to third man, and Joe Clark and Freddie McCann sprinted all the way down to get it. So he is, though, stretching Joe Clark at this end. Now he's come back, but he did, I was watching him, he did sprint all his way down there. Seems to be okay. So Lyndon James's first over cost a couple. It's going to be bowling to Jack Leaning, who's on 9. Kent 59 for 2, having lost Compton in the first over with 5 on the board. Moyet in the 5th over with 34 on the board. Lyndon James bowls to Jack Leaning. Goes deep into his crease, turns it to Lord at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lancashire 106 for 2 at Old Trafford against Somerset.
Looks like an even game, that one, doesn't it? There's 6 between the sides on the end of the first innings.
Surrey, the leaders in Division 1, 146 for 3, replying to Durham's 262, and Worcestershire have lost another wicket. They are 16 for 3 at Southampton as Leaning pushes this into the covers. There's no run there. The third Worcestershire wicket is Rob Jones, and he's also been dismissed by Mohammed Abbas, who at the moment has 3 for 7.
Don't fancy facing him wobbling it about in September.
No. He
Crikey, 3 for 7 already.
He had a breakthrough introduction to the county championship, playing with Leicestershire, as Lyndon James bowls to Leaning wide of the off stump, and Notts liked what they saw, and Notts did what Notts sometimes are accused of doing. They signed Mohammed Abbas for the 2020 season, and we're looking forward to the Pakistan international at the peak of his powers, coming and playing for Trent Bridge. And of course, in 2020 we had other things to occupy our thoughts with, the season, the year that we lost, and Mohammed Abbas couldn't come to England, and that was that. And he signed for Hampshire for 2021 and onwards. It's wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, so he would have been a Notts player, but wasn't.
Sliding doors moment.
Yeah.
There we go.
59 for 2.
Very fine bowler indeed. Yeah, Kent just trying to see this off until lunch. This pair have settled things a little bit for well, just 25 runs so far, but trying to dig themselves in as much as anything, I suppose, just to rebuild.
So falls us off for a big 3-course lunch. Are we sorted for today?
We are, yes,
It's
indeed.
wide of the off stump. Oh, are we?
I was.
Are we?
I went
Is that the royal we?
I went the same
59
again.
for
I hope
2.
that's okay.
Oh,
yes.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. But so well, if Dave gets a slap at lunch, there there'll be spare sarnies for us. There we go. The bounty of the meal deal. But, there we go. It's 59 for 2 then. Kent here. And lunch around about 5 minutes away. James bowls. Crikey, that lift and movement as well. Leaning just looks, I think, because he wasn't offering a bat to that one, and there was some prodigious lifting off a length, and left him as well through the wicket keeper. I think the shouts were of excitement more than anything else.
Yeah.
Extraordinary delivery from Lyndon James, but no bat on it. 59 for 2 at the end of that over.
Fletcher's peeled off his sweater already. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23.
I'll try and get 4 minutes now, maybe not. I'll try and get in 2 overs before lunch, but okay. Oh no, he's not trash talking us. He's actually asking somebody to. Well, that does make sense. The gentleman standing in front of the side screens. Well, I have to say that was pretty polite from Luke Fletcher. It was just a sharp excuse me, wasn't it? Yeah. What on earth are you doing? Poor chap, he's just out for his walk, and his cricketers start shouting at him. Who'd have thought?
So Fletcher to Daniel Bell Drummond, who looks to push it into the offside, but ball just came back a whisker on him, turns it instead to mid-wicket, safely along the ground. Can't remember what season it was, you'd know better than I, the season that Darren Stevens was going to finish for Kent, and then the penultimate game he came to Trent Bridge, and I think he got a 5 for and a 6 for and an 88. It had been announced that he was leaving, there were 2 games left, and then the week after he got 100 and a 5 for or something, and Kent changed their minds, didn't they? They gave him another year's extension.
Yeah, that was against Lancashire, I think.
As Fletcher bowls, this is easy to point. I don't quite think we're going to get those heroics with Luke Fletcher or the campaign to reverse the decision, give him another contract. I don't think we're going to see that. He seemed fairly philosophical about things. When I've spoken to him, when I've heard him interviewed, when we had him up here yesterday as well, I think he accepts it's perhaps time.
Yeah, 2013 that was. Aaron Stevens, the double century against Lancashire.
59 for 2, and this the claim in the catch, I don't think that's going to be given. It looked to be Shaping away from Drummond. Goes through to the keeper. No, not when it came to Trent Bridge.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the. You're right. He was a whippersnapper. He's only 37 at that point, but right. For one reason or another, he thought that might be his last innings professional cricket. I thought you were leading to that.
No, well, he was well into his 40s, and they announced he was leaving.
Oh, okay.
So like here with Fletch, 2 games to go, and he came. He's only got 2 games to go, etc., etc. Yeah. Only 2 matches left, and then I think he got an 88 and a 5 for or a 4 for and a 5 for, or something like that, as this is pushed back to the bowler, and the post-match interrogation really of the Kent coaching staff was, well, does that make any difference? Oh, no, and we've made a decision and we're moving on. And then a week later, in the last game of the season, he got a century, I think, and another 5 for, and they did change the mind.
Oh, and Ben's saying, thank you, Ben, saying that's against Yorkshire. So this is obviously a different year. Crikey,
so he
enough information there. I shall look it up for you. Anyway, yes.
Just through to the Shardendorf. He finished his last game. Yes. was the One Day Cup final, wasn't it? His last game for Kent was the One Day Cup final at Trent Bridge.
Yes.
Right. So that was his extra year. So it would have been the year before that. Whenever
so 2021, that would have been, yes. Yeah. I hope that's the same one. Perhaps you and Ben should chat. There we go. I feel like I'm an intermediary in this one. But yes, irresistible, that man. Some say he should still be playing now, but St Lawrence and Highland Court is his club now, and he's not coaching in the Kent Premier League.
Maybe 2019. Fletcher bowls, and Drummond just took a pace towards him, a little shimmy towards him, and then deflected it behind square on the leg side and took a single. And there's words. When I say there's words, don't get to the wrong impression. There's words. There'll be a big smile on the face of Luke Fletcher as he has a chat with Daniel Drummond about that last ball, and I'm sure Daniel's equally happy just to chirp back and have a big smile with Fletch. 60 for 2, that is going to be lunch. Jack Leaning has 9, Daniel Drummond 22. This morning we've seen 6 wickets. We've only seen exactly 100 runs, I think. Notts 40 for 4 as they move from 393 for 6. This morning they lost, obviously, their last 4 wickets. Luke Fletcher for 22. Rob Lord without scoring, Farhan Ahmed for 2, and Dane Shardendorf last out for 29. 4-3-3 in the very first over of the Kent reply. Luke Fletcher dismissed Ben Compton for 4, and then Tailender Mayeye, which looked like a trap. It looked like a plan that Mayeye fell straight into, helping Fletcher straight out into the hands of Rob Lord on the leg side for 10. That was 34 for 2. This pair have added another 26. 60 for 2 at lunch. Is that where we are?
Indeed so. I think we are. 12:30. Sun's come out as well. Dave Bracegirdle, Matt Cole and Dave Fulton will be back with you in around about 40 minutes time. Update for BBC Radio Kent right now. Kent are 60 for 2 at lunch, Dom, just coming in, and the sun's finally come through the clouds as well, which will put a smile on the faces of some Kent supporters who perhaps haven't liked the cricket they're watching to start with. Nottinghamshire all out for 4-3-3 earlier this morning. Kent finishing off the last 4 wickets for a matter of 7 runs, although in total Nottinghamshire added 40 from their overnight total of 393 for 6. A mountain to climb then for Kent in a game they have to win to have any chance of staving off relegation, at least for another week, if not save themselves entirely, which looks like an absolute miracle at this stage. They've lost 2 wickets in their first innings already. Ben Compton going for 4, Tailender Mayeye going for 10, both to the bowling of Luke Fletcher. Kent 60 for 2 for lunch on the second day here at Canterbury. Commentary continuing in around about 40 minutes time via the BBC Sport website and app.
Well, welcome back to Canterbury, where the sun is shining and the players have returned to the medal, with Kent on 60 for 2 at lunch, in reply to Nottinghamshire's all-out first innings total of 433. So work to do for the home side. David Fulton will be with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, alongside the voice of Kent cricket today, Matt Cole.
Yeah. On a Wednesday in September. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, saying goodbye to one or two people. Last day of the season, and a number of Kent staff as well. I won't be here next year. I'm not sure if that is... sorry, no one that will hit the headlines. But none the worse for that. But I don't know if that's been officially announced yet, so I'll keep that to myself. But yeah, it's moving on to pastures new, and yeah, lovely sunny afternoon. Sunny, the sun's out. We spoke to one of the stewards who went past, didn't we? I said to her, sun's out. She said, yeah, just as I'm going home. And that is the way of cricket, isn't it? Very much in the season too. So, but there we are, 60 for 2, Kent, in reply to 433, and it's Lyndon James from the far end to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who I doubt has lunched quite as fulsomely as we did, but back to the bowl and there's no run.
Yeah, we had to, as you can perhaps hear, from the heavy breathing, we had to get a rush up on to get back here.
Yeah.
Is there a place called Nackington then?
There is indeed, the village of Nackington, yes, and unsurprisingly, the road back of it goes there. So, but yes, yeah,
well, I thought.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, but
doesn't always follow.
No. You're right. There's London roads in many towns and cities, aren't there? Which, it's a lovely delivery again. He called that the sweet spot. He's hit that a few times, Lyndon James, and got, I would say, as much lift as the quicker bowlers have got. And Daniel Bell-Drummond has basically just held his bat in line there and hoped it's not come back at him. It's gone away from him, but great lift from James. He played a decent hand with the bat as well, didn't he? With 34, important partnership at that point as well. I think was that with Jack Haynes? I know with Slater as well, wasn't it? Yeah. One of the many with Ben Slater in his 160. James to Bell-Drummond, that does squirt away a little bit. It's out off a thickish outside edge. It'll go out to the point boundary. Quickish outfield as well. And they'll come back for 2 the first runs after the lunch interval. The scoreboard already has them up. Crikey, as they run in the second, I think that went.
Yeah, no, to be strictly accurate, Lyndon James came in at 6 at the fall of Ben Slater's wicket.
Oh, beg your pardon.
It was
sorry,
with,
I'm just looking down.
Yeah, he was batting with Jack Haynes.
Gotcha.
In that 5th wicket
of course,
partnership
gone before.
of 60.
Yeah. I beg your pardon. Got out of step there. James to Bell-Drummond. Just tries to... gives a good thump, actually. All timing into the offside, but straight to fielder. Is that Rob Lord there? It is in the covers. Taken one good catch today. In perfect position for it as well to get rid of Tailender AA. But this one...
No, it's not actually, because Rob Lord's on the leg side. No, I said it was. I'm doing a great job here, aren't I? But must be Duffy.
I was going to say that the build is similar, isn't it? Bowler's build.
Yeah, it's Duffy. Hence the fact I was a little slow on picking him up. First time I've seen him.
I see. As you say, Rob Lord at mid-wicket. 3 slips in. Daniel Bell-Drummond is forward defensive up to mid-off, and there's no run there. Luke Fletcher, I think I'm fair in saying, is at mid-off.
Yes, we've got the rest. The slips are Clark and at first, Freddie McCann at second, and Jack Haynes at third. Ben Slater at backward point. Duffy at extra cover, Fletcher at wideish mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside. We've got Farhan Ahmed down at long leg. Rob Lord at mid-wicket, and Hamid, the skipper, at mid-on.
Yeah, when it goes out to deep square, left by Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's a comfortable lead in the end. It's not a comfortable take for Dal Scharndorf. It's a great one at the bootstraps of the first slip there. It seems away from Bell-Drummond, but he negotiates that over safely. The first one after lunch, Kent 62 for 2. So Luke Fletcher, he'll get one last home game. Is that it? Is home? Is it next week?
We're at home to
to
Warwickshire next week. Obviously, he'll be hoping to get selected. I would imagine all the Trembridge faithful will be hoping he gets selected for one last swan song. I'm sure there'll be. I'm sure there'll be a little bit of a prize giving, a presentation as we near the end of the game, one way or another. Saw it happen last year, of course, with a whole raft of senior players leaving, Stuart Broad and Jake Ball and Samit Patel. So here is Fletcher. We're bowling to Jack Leaning, and the right-hander. They're both right-handers, but the right-hander wearing the sleeveless pullover plays this up to Ahmed at mid-on, no run. 62 for 2 then, Kent. Notts made 433. Ben Slater's 160 was the anchor of the innings, although he, at no stage really put the anchor in the water. He was at full tilt for most of his innings. Fletcher in again to Leaning. Solid defensive block. Out to Hamid. Half centuries from the Notts captain Hamid. The top of the order, the openers put on 196. It just sort of showed Slater's dominance, that 196. Hamid was first out for just 56 in that pairing. Jack Haynes also got a half century, his 7th of the season. Lyndon James 30 odd towards the end of the day, and extras chipped in with 37 as well. 62 for 2, Fletcher to Leaning. This is played up to mid-on. Farhan Ahmed does the fielding. I think Hamid would be in 7th heaven if Luke Fletcher could just break this partnership in his early afternoon spell. Get a new man in to try and contend then with either the change seamers or the spin attack. Should he go down that route? Rob Lord's again loosening up, but I'd imagine he'll have to wait 20 minutes or so at least. Fletcher past umpire Middlebrook wearing a coat, and this is just angled nicely by Leaning. It's gone quickly down to third man for 4. Like so many sides, Notts favour having the extra catching option, having that third slip in there rather than a defensive measure, putting somebody on the rope at third man, and just ran away safely along the ground for 4. 66 for 2.
I've been talking about Kent's must-win here, and you were mentioning that before lunch, weren't you? At Nottinghamshire, we're casting eyes at the Lancashire game against Somerset, and Lanc's 106 for 3 now, leading by exactly 100. Has it flattened out, I wonder, at Old Trafford? It's 140, you played 146 in the first innings, but they can only do what they do here, I'm sure the coaches will be saying.
Fletcher to Leaning again, and he's going to get more runs here. Possibly 3. It should be dragged back just inside the rope. They've run 2 to start with, and Jack Haynes turns and gets the ball in the air quickly, but they do come back for 3 runs. So expensive couple of deliveries. 69 for 2. Yes, one of those 3 wickets that Lancashire have lost, of course, the night watchman Will Williams. Just to put that into a little bit of context. Warwickshire and Essex looking like that will be done and dusted today.
Yeah, 26 wickets in that one. Warwickshire 66 for 6, still trailing by 88 runs. That's short of making Essex bat again with their mighty first innings total of 232. Turns out to be very big in that context. Yeah.
If you get that and win by an innings, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
Would be.
It's Fletcher. Now to Daniel Bell Drummond, who very nearly chops on. It was a curious attempt to play it very late and almost dragged it back onto his sticks. End of Fletcher's 8th over, 2 for 31 his figures now.
Yeah, Sam Cook has 3 for 16 there at Edgbaston now. There was a Notts supporter beside us at lunch, wasn't it? Who said rather ominously, well, there's something happening at Old Trafford, suggesting the pitch was a bit lively there, but you can't really blame a side who need a result, producing a pitch that would encourage one, I suppose. Within the bounds of the regulations, obviously, but it's safe and equal for both sides. That was a very BBC disclaimer, wasn't it? There you are. I'm a company man at heart. No, pays my wages. Lyndon James, none for 4 off 3. Exciting overs so far. Enjoyed watching him bowl. A lot of bounce, a lot of movement. Might be just a question of controlling it for him. Comes down from the Nackington Road end to bowl to Leaning. He's right behind that one. We're right behind him. Well, more or less anyway. We're at a fine leg position, so not far away.
Can't speak in general for the broadcaster, but I don't think the BBC has an awful lot to do with pitch preparation.
Yeah, you've got to be wary of overreaching, haven't you? I suppose as a corporation. We cover the county championship, but we're not in charge at the moment of policing penalty points or whatever inspections. Here's James to Leaning. It's a push back at the bowler again. Goes past James. It's fielded by Fletcher at mid-off. There's no run.
There's always a period, maybe up until about 20 years ago, where in major matches and indeed most limited overs cricket, where the media were handed the responsibilities of announcing the man of the match collectively. That was always a fun time. There in the various candidates muted around the press box. Next ball's played up to a Mead at mid-on, and there's no run. Is this your end of mine, Adam?
It's mine, I beg your pardon. Yes, yeah. So I was just wistfully thinking about the way that football man of the matches tend to be chosen by hospitality guests, don't they, these days?
They do, yeah. Well, they're
and
always.
They're none the worse for that.
Well, they're always the home side, aren't they? And it's always
that's true.
It's always a little bit cringe-worthy when the home team has lost 5-0. And today's man of the match is, and he's
the goalkeeper.
He's the best of the bad bunch. Really, they've lost 5-0 at home, and the man of the match is.
They collect the champagne, maybe a cheque. Who knows? Yeah. No ball in James, as it seems, away from Jack Leaning. Perhaps extra effort ball, but it has been a facet, hasn't it, of this game? It's Kent bowled a number in the first innings. Don't think Nottinghamshire have been quite as culpable, but that will be James's second. Jacob Duffy's bowled 3 already. Luke Fletcher 1. Kent got through a mighty 15 in the Nottinghamshire innings. Not great. 71 for 2. That's, talking about bottles of champagne. David Fulton is back in the box with us outside the your stump. Oh, with goodness me!
With the team cake, hopefully that he's going to cut into 3.
He's brought dessert. He only seems to have one spoon, David.
It does.
I don't know how he's going to do that. How it's going to work out.
You've heard of the cat that's got the cream? Well, there's a whole tub of double cream gone on that piece of pie.
We got to eat in the carvery today, if you please, with the members, which is very welcome, very tasty. 71 for 2, 16 for Leaning, 24 for Bell Drummond. Negotiating the overs just after lunch. A bit late by Leaning, but backward of square. Fielded by Fine Ahmed, is that? And here's 97 on his shirt. Can pick him out because he's smaller and slight. As I would say befits a 16-year-old perhaps at this point. He may have some filling out to do, but he's not so many years into his career. What a prospect, though. Well, beyond a prospect if you take 10 wickets against Surrey, I guess, in one of your opening games. Was that his first? Was that his debut?
Yes.
It's just a nonsense. Shouldn't be allowed. Here's James to Bell Drummond, leaves it outside the off stump, seems away from him. Dot ball, 72 for 2, Bell Drummond 24 and Leaning 17. I don't say that against Nottinghamshire, just generally 16-year-olds being that good at sport, it feels wrong.
Yeah, against Surrey, so this is a couple of weeks ago now, he made his first class debut, aged whatever it was, 16 years, 180 days old or whatever it was. In the first innings, listen to these, he bowled 50.4 overs, 6 maidens and took 7 for 140.
Still a good average.
And in the second innings, he bowled 26.5 overs. No, he didn't. He bowled 26 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 77. So in the match, he bowled 76.4 overs.
Got through a lot of work.
10 for 217. Here's Fletcher from our end of the ground. And bowls, and it's worked to mid-wicket, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. Last week against Essex, who only batted once, of course, he bowled 28 overs, 3 for 102. So he's not afraid of hard work. Let's put it that way. He's taken 13 wickets in 2 games and bowled 104 overs or thereabouts in 2 matches. Extraordinary stuff. 73 for 2. I was going to make a point of national interest, and I can't think what it was. It'll come back to me, I'm sure, as Fletcher prepares to bowl to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's crept up to 24 with several nice shots. This is played up to mid-on. Oh yes, you were talking about man of the matches and the allocation and the rationale and all the rest of it. I'm sure Fultz will remember. There was a Lord's One Day Cup final that Lancashire won, where John Abrahams, the Lancashire skipper, didn't bat or bowl or take a catch, and was given the man of the match award in a Lord's final for in the absence of other outstanding candidates, for leading his side to the trophy.
Right.
And if you remember that, John Abrahams. Here's Fletcher. 73 for 2. Bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Because they're all different sorts of man of the match, player of the match, gold awards, of course, depending on the different competitions. The old Sunday League, every Sunday there was an award of some description. Said it many, many, many times over the years, and not afraid to say it again. Loved the old Sunday League as a spectacle, as a competition. Knew where you were. There'd be cricket on a Sunday. Grounds would be full once a fortnight. 73 for 2. This is played nicely down the ground, and that'll go for 4. Nice connection there. It's pitched up by Fletcher and Daniel Bell-Drummond. Nothing more than a solid push just to the onside of straight down the ground. And Bell-Drummond on to 28. Kent 77 for 2 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, and on the host club's live stream. Dave Fulton, Dave Bracegirdle, Matt Cole watching on. Not talked about the overhead conditions today. We haven't had the floodlights on. We did yesterday for second part of the day. This is short, and Bell-Drummond tries to wristily whip it away on the leg side and didn't get anything on it. Just struck him chest area and drops out on the offside, and there's no run. 77 for 2.
Best weather of the game so far, isn't it? No, sun coming out during lunch and for batting anyway.
Well, it's gone again, hasn't it? The sun. Told once again by the nice lady on the telly this morning. Nice bright sunny day in the southeast. Kent 77 for 2. Added 17 since lunch. Fletcher with both wickets to fall this morning. There's another no ball to the column. 79 for 2.
Good stop by James at third slip, that wasn't it? With his right hand.
Indeed. Stop. I say added to the column. It's added to Matt Cole's wall chart and the Venn diagram that he's got going here. He's got bar charts. He's got lists. Crikey, the extras and no balls in this game starting to be a significant factor, really.
So yeah, that's 7th for not so far. 2nd for Luke Fletcher.
And 15 was it for Kent. 22 no balls. We've only played 4 sessions. This is bat and pad, and you very, very rarely in a county championship game see those given. In the big games with the old DRS, they might just have risked throwing it upstairs and get the old snicko or whatever it happens to be called, just to zoom in and tell you if it's pad first or bat first. But with the naked eye, absolutely no chance for an umpire. 79 for 2 at the end of the over.
I have to say, Luke Fletcher was a little bit later than the slips appealing as well.
Outside the line as well, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think impact looked outside very much.
Didn't have an awful lot going for it.
A lusty shout nonetheless. 79 for 2 here. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners in 2-3 minutes. And then James, continues from the far end. None for 7 from his 4 so far. Bowling to Jack Leaning on the bat high as he waits the ball. Daniel Bell Drummond says we'll take that. He's backing up a long way down. Needed to be as well because it falling more or less apologetically, I think, off the gloves about 4 or 5 feet away from Jack Leaning. He looked, well, we can't say quizzically because he's got his back to us and we're too far away. But are we really taking that, Daniel? And Daniel Bell Drummond's running to the danger end. And assuredly they have 80 for 2. Leaning on to 19. Bell Drummond has 28 now. And just settling. Waiting for Linda James to come down from the Lackington Road end. Ooh, and get something out of the way. Does he? No, he doesn't. He's dropped his bat too late. He's got an edge or maybe even a glove himself to that. Through to the wicket keeper. And Daniel Bell Drummond going shortly after lunch here. And Kent are 80 for 3. And James, as I said, has been bowling an interesting spell with lift, with movement. And that one has teased Daniel Bell Drummond, tempted him into it. Yeah, it's the bat. Edge of the bat, took it away just too late, through to the wicket-keeper, and that is Daniel Bell Drummond gone, the Kent captain, 80 for 3.
25th wicket of the season for Lyndon James, his most productive return in his fledgling first-class career. That's an important one. Notts have got a bowling point now to add to their 4 batting points. Kent skipper goes. Topple over the opposition captain and you're well on your way. That used to be the old mantra of the West Indies side, wasn't it? Get the opposition captain out and it'll hurt the team collectively. Important wicket. I think Matt's been saying what a good job Lyndon James has been doing from the far end. Probably deserves that wicket. Well, nicely.
Yeah, I think so. Looked threatening every over that he's bowled so far, and yeah, that was a great delivery. Just teasing and tempting Daniel Bell Drummond into pushing the bat towards it. Couldn't get out of the way quick enough. Literally afterwards. and a snick through to the wicket-keeper, thinnest of edges. And it's Joe Denley coming out at 5 for Kent. Single-figure scores against Hampshire. Looked a little bit out of sorts in that one. A duck and a 5 for him in that one. So leaning 19 at the end. Kent need the batters to hang around for a big partnership here if they're going to get anywhere near this 4-3-3 or even the follow-on total at this point. Of 284, I think I'm right in saying. 80 for 3 at the moment. James to Denley away. Kent have just lost a wicket, I'm afraid, Dom, there. 80-4-3 here. Captain Daniel Bell Drummond, just the thinnest of edges to the wicket-keeper off the bowling of Lyndon James, just after lunch as well, when Kent were building a partnership between Bell Drummond and leading of 46 runs. That's now been broken up. Nottinghamshire early finished their first innings at a 433, 2 wickets for Gilchrist, 1 for Garrett, 1 for Jordan as they finished off the tail. But Nottinghamshire in all sorts of control of this match now with the departure of the Kent skipper. Joe Denley comes out to join Jack Leaning. Kent needing big partnerships now to try and get near that 433 in the first innings and then somehow power past Nottinghamshire in the remainder of the game. If they don't win this one and win it well, Kent will be relegated this match with 1 to spare at the end of the season. To take it into that last game against Durham, they do need that big victory. At the moment, that's looking very, very unlikely. Kent are batting under sunnier skies. Let's hope that's an omen for the way they go in the rest of the first innings. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And Denley got himself off the mark with a single, and Leaning just rolls the wrist over this one to backward a square, and it's 80. Oh, have we gone backwards there? 81, 82, 82 for 3. Any advance on 80? I feel like we're at an auction here. 82 for 3 it is. And I'll just wait.
We can't turn this music off.
A single ball.
This is the suite. Is this Blockbuster?
I think it might be Ballroom Blitz.
Oh, yeah, right.
my lord.
Yeah. Oh, well, we don't mind watching. I mean,
I put it to you.
Could this be any better? Watching County Championship cricket with the sweet on in her ears.
Is Lyndon James to Denley leaves it outside the off stump. I'm tempted to make some sort of clumsy, smashing nicey segue into the ballroom blitz of the Kent top order that Luke Fletcher and Lyndon James are undertaking right now. 82-4-3. So. There we go.
Gone. I was enjoying that.
Yeah,
close to being the highlight.
Thank you,
of the
Sophie.
day.
Dominic King's producer there, who's have you ever been into a radio studio? You know, it's an easy life for the presenters. The producers are doing all the hard yards, aren't they?
Yeah.
Basically, have eyes in the back of the head. They're answering calls. They're putting faders up. They're putting people on air. They're making calls to get people on there. Dealing with the commentators at the cricket grumbling about being able to hear the sweet in the background. But Dave, I think
it wasn't grumbling.
Actually, no, you were encouraging, weren't you?
Yeah.
I think this is a swap over, is it? I think
Dave
Fulton for Dave Bracegirdle.
Okay,
here.
Oh right.
Is that all right? I'll go. I don't mind.
Oh dear.
No, I don't.
No,
I've
gone.
Oh, I'm just going to go. Half past it comes up. I know. 1 minute he tells you you're in charge. The next minute, oh dear, the guilt that comes. He's gone for what's left of the dessert. Good luck with that, Dave Bracegirdle, I would say. It's Rob Lord for his first bowl of the match. Jack Leaning facing, full delivery to start. Rather a floaty one from the right arm seamer, just deflected by Leaning to Ben Slater at mid-wicket. David Fulton, welcome back. Been hosting the Volunteer Awards?
Yes. Yeah, really a nice event.
Yeah.
People giving up their time for our great game, and always good to see them get recognised. I was hosting. I went through the programme as I was supposed to, bit by bit, and then of course I turned over 2 pages at once and missed out some people. But it was rectified. We got there in the end. A bit of comedy ensued.
Lord to Leaning, and driving that into the offside. I'll get himself a single. He only has 1 from 2. Leaning 21 from 46. I've seen this is after dinner speaking. I suppose it's after lunch speaking.
After lunch.
And you're a raconteur, sir. There we go.
It was, I tried to make out that I'd done it on purpose for a bit of humour, just to keep people on their toes, but I think I was seen through. Shame about that wicket, Daniel Baldrum. Looking good touch. You've got a lovely on drive down the ground, and it's just a bit in this pitch. I think if you bowl well on it, the batters are never completely in. You could get one with your name on. Joe Denley, a couple of low scores last week, coming back from injury. He'll be keen to remind people what he's all about.
Yeah, Lord to Denley. Looked out of sorts last week, certainly. That seems away from him. No reason to play that. Through to the wicket-keeper. I think it's the members' forum today. That's the last one of the season, isn't it? They always have it during the last.
That happened at lunch, I'm presuming.
Yes, I think so.
That was
yeah,
probably
wasn't party to that.
Different atmosphere to the Volunteer Awards. I think I was at the right event. But there we go. Yeah, interesting. That you generally see the fallout from those members' forums in different social media circles. But hopefully it was constructive, and comments were made in the right way.
It's Lord bowls to Denley. It's a good ball. Denley's got inside it, but it's seamed off for length. Still movement off the pitch for bowlers here. I think with Lyndon James, I was suggesting almost that the lift he was getting as well was almost a question of controlling it for him, and getting it close enough to the batters. He did that with Daniel Drummond.
They're big strapping boys, aren't they? Lyndon James and Rob Lord, and it's just finding the right length. Luke Fletcher similarly, but he tends to go a little bit fuller. These younger fellas probably have a yard of pace on him. But when there's a bit of bounce in the pitch, they can be guilty of sometimes being a bit short.
It's Lord bowling to Denley, and it's wide, and Denley doesn't quite middle it. Well, he really hasn't middled it. It's that toe endy. Will he get 4 anyway? Ahmed is after it. He's 16, he's got plenty of sprinting to do, and gets it just inside the rope. Relay throw comes back to the wicket-keeper, and it's 3 in the end.
Well, it was interesting. I was listening to Dave and yourself talk about the amount of overs that Farhan Ahmed bowled against Surrey on debut. I'm thinking, is a 16-year-old allowed to bowl that many overs?
Well,
because as under 70, if he was a seamer, then he certainly wouldn't be. But as a spinner, you're still putting your body through quite a lot. I speak as a father of a of a young kind of batter off spinner who had a scan at the weekend. You know, I've known young spin bowlers who get stress fractures and things. You've got to watch their workload a bit.
Lord to leaning. Deflects that away to point.
He's obviously a real talent for Ahmed, but you don't want to break him with 50 overs, you know, on a flat one. But
I must admit that was my assumption when Dave was talking about the number of overs. There can't be, can there? If he's bowled that many overs in a game.
Well, I mean, Surrey would probably say that, you know, you should have a few more runs added to their total.
Maybe points docked or added.
Yeah, added.
Probably, yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh,
how dare a 16-year-old bowl 50 overs? Shouldn't be allowed. But yeah, looking forward to seeing him bowl. Albeit, I don't think it'll be for a while because these seamers have it talking at the moment. Kent got some work to do. 86 for 3 can very quickly become 100 for 5, and you're in the mire. And it's a story all too familiar for the home side. We've got James now turning from the Nackington Road end. Joe Denley facing up, and he's behind this one solidly enough and pushes it to mid-off. And we all know what a class player Joe Denley is. But as the years tick by, just starting becomes harder. And I can attest to that from personal experience. I think if he gets in, then he's as good as he's always been. But just at this stage of his innings, when he first goes out there, I'd say he's possibly more vulnerable than ever. So he's just got to get in. So get 25, 30 balls under his belt, he'll be fine. Lets this one go outside off stump. But
sorry, is this mine over?
No, I think it might be mine.
All right, there we go.
I've been away. I've had my sausage and mash and my apple pie and cream.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
So you had the Carvery, I heard.
We did.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That was me thinking I was getting a march on you too. You didn't mess around. You got the Carvery.
I was saying to Dave, I was hoping it was in honour of my last day at Canterbury this season. Having had sandwiches all summer. It's very nice to have a Carvery just say goodbye, but it's nothing to do with that, I don't think. No.
That was a nice touch. Like the
Very
old
nice
days.
touch, yeah.
So here's James. Big strapping lad, and he's absolute perler. I mean, if Joe Denley had nicked that, then I'd take it all back, because you'd have to be in mighty fine starter and in mighty fine form to edge that delivery. That was straight and went up the hill at pace. Play that one.
We say that of batters, that you have to be a great player to get an edge on it. Do you feel that way when you're out there and having this sort of treatment?
I mean, the
Quite
logic
glad
suggests that actually, you know, if you nick one, it's better than playing and missing, really, isn't it? Because you've actually got closer to it. If of course you are trying to hit it, some people leave. As Joe Denley inside edges that one. You can hear that from here, and that's probably what saved him. The appeal slipped, and keepers have hands on heads, but they stifled that appeal. Yeah, I mean, I sometimes think if you get a Jaffa and you manage to nick it, you've done quite well, but you also castigate yourself for not having just played the line and let it go past. So yeah, like the cut of Lyndon James's jib, I thought he came out with the bat, looked impressive, and God, it just reminds me a little bit, it's a bit cool, that Andrew Flintoff-esque in terms of physique and method. This one is pushed by Denley. He's going to get a couple of runs here, dived over the big fella Fletcher at mid-off. In fact, it's just a single. Well done, Hasib Hamid. Got round for mid-on. Fletch gave it the Sydney Harbour Bridge over the top of it, and Denley gets a single. Yeah, just the way he came out, Lyndon James, with the bat. You know, it looked like he wanted to strike the ball. Good body language. Big strapping lad. Stood at slip. Dived and stopped things. Haven't seen him catch one yet, but a couple of edges he's taken in a big right mitt on the bounce, and now he's steaming in with the ball. There's a lot to like about his cricket. Jack leaning waits, bat aloft, and that one is seaming away. Another no ball. That's the only thing you'd say from a coaching perspective. Stay behind the line, young man. There's been a few of those from both sides.
It's number 8 for I think, yeah, number 8 for the innings for Nottinghamshire. 15 for Kent in the first innings, but yeah, it seems to be a number for both sides. I don't know what that would be. Can you?
Well, the slope can be a factor for visiting sides on occasion, but yeah, you'd like to think you're professional enough to adjust. That extra bit of effort trying to blow Kent away as punching on the back foot is leaning, but straight to the fielder. There's no run.
Talk about how valuable Jack Leaning is to Kent. It feels to me certainly Championship and as well as T20. We talk about his important role on that team. That he's capable of playing both roles. He's capable of being the barnacle, but also accelerating at times when he needs to, which is I'd imagine psychologically pretty difficult, isn't it, to put yourself in a different mindset.
Yeah, I think what he is, Jack, he's a scrapper. He's not always easy on the eye, is he, as a batter? He kind of, there's a lot of bottom hand in there, and it's not a kind of classical Ian Bell type of cover drive that comes out. But he's the kind of guy that you want on your side when the going gets tough. He will dig in, but he has gears as well to go through.
Lord to Denley, hit him on the pad. Is it round about leg stump? What's the umpire signalling for there?
Just waving to his fans.
Oh. What's that? What have I missed there?
I don't know.
Is he asking the physio to come on, as Joe Denley said?
Well, I did think when it hit him...
Or is it ridden up to his helmet, has it?
I don't know. I did think when it hit him, Joe, he looked at
okay. Sorry, yeah. It may have run up his body.
And glanced his helmet.
Maybe
come on.
Glanced the top of the bat or the glove and hit him on the helmet?
Yeah, I don't know.
That must be what it is. They're looking for a concussion check now. Yeah.
It did look like it hurt him. I thought it was one of those. Sometimes you get hit on the knee.
Yeah.
And that can cause you a bit of bother, but he's moving okay. He's chatting away to the umpire. He doesn't look in a lot of bother, but these days the merest touch of a cricket ball to a grill, and you have to have the protocols. So on comes.
Oops. Yeah, it's just sort of run up his body, hasn't it? So it must have made that a very, very
must have clanged him a bit. Must have clanged him a little bit, but yeah. I mean, crikey.
Are you going to go for the "In My Day" line now? I felt that was coming up.
Well, I don't know about that.
You could be batting without a helmet and Wasim Akram's at the other end.
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's a guy, look, and we know that on a serious front.
Yeah.
Helmets are there to do a job. We all know just how dangerous a game it can be. People have lost their lives on a cricket pitch, and there have to be protocols in place. But there's also room for a bit of common sense. And if it ricochets off a knee, it rolls up your body, and it just gently touches your helmet, then I think common sense should prevail. I mean, Joe Denley is fine, and I think the umpires could have probably worked that out by just having a quick chat with him. But physio on and off, and we continue. It's
only cost us a couple of minutes, hasn't it? Anyway, hasn't it, I suppose? It's Lord bowls. Oh, he edged that. He's followed it, Denley. And wicketkeeper Shardendoff dives in front of his first slip and takes him. I don't know if that's broken the concentration, but it's got rid of Joe Denley. The ball seaming away from him. He goes for 5. Caught Shardendoff. A ball bowled by Lord. And Kent at 89 for 4. They are in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a good point on the breaking of concentration. I mean, Joe Denley's an experienced player. He'd have his mental routines, and you go back through that checklist of routines and focus on the next ball. But it was an unnecessary couple of minutes that he was getting checked out, and actually all it does is give the bowling side a chance to regroup, and it's a bit like when they talk about a wicket after a drinks break, isn't it? So I don't think that break did Joe any favours whatsoever. That said, it was a pretty good delivery from Rob Lord, who's another Notts bowler who's impressed. Big strapping lad, bounced, left him, nicked it, maybe could have left it. But when it happens quickly and it seams down that hill, it's too easy to follow it, and he did that. Good catch from Shardendoff and Nottinghamshire strike. So yeah, talking about Denley when he starts, just a bit vulnerable when he gets in. He's a very fine player indeed, but as you get older, it gets harder to start. So a new batter, Joey Everson, who many of these Nottinghamshire players will know well from his time there. Very much the future.
450s this summer. No tons for him as yet, but he's gone up the batting order. He's batted as high as 4. Albeit in somewhat of an injury emergency for Kent, but he's now ahead of Harry Finch in the lineup, and so that was a challenge set to him by the the coaches early in the season was to perhaps turn himself into a, maybe not a batting all-rounder, but certainly a very useful all-rounder, batting in the top 6. There's a word with Jack Leaning. What does Jack say to him? Good luck, Joey, it's doing all sorts.
4s and 6s and don't get out, Joey.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, well,
that's great advice.
Just good luck. Good luck, play well. Play well, enjoy. Something like that. We've got from me. It's
plenty of noise from the slip cordon now, which is what you're hearing, not from the supporters. Not surprising there. 89 for 4.
And a former colleague of theirs, he'll be reminding him.
Yeah.
The fact that he left there. Don't you worry about that.
So Lord, great start from him. He has 1 for 4 from 8 balls bowled so far. Everson's not for rushing. There's a couple of squats just to loosen himself up. Has a good look around the field. Settles now. He's got nearly an off stump, I would say. But here's Lord and drives at that. Joey Everson off the first ball on the up. Doesn't quite time it. Out towards mid-off, and there's no run. So again, 89 for 4. The follow-on target, which, dare I say, might
loom large.
I was going to say my stock line of it's a must-win game for Kent. I think if we start talking about the follow-on target, then that probably dampens the media headline, but tells you where they are.
Nearly won this game last year, following on. So we can find the positives in any dire situation, Matt.
I'm loving that. Here comes Lord to sorry, it's a very unbiased point of view. I'm absolutely loving it because that sounds like it'd be a great contest. I hope listeners understand that 89 for 4. That seems away from Everson. It's a comfortable leave for him.
Well, talking of neutral perspective, when Nottinghamshire are on a bit of a roll, Bracegirdle writes notes. Look, he says, "Oh lordy."
Oh, there we go. He's
oh lordy.
He's full of the puns now.
Yeah, he's cracking jokes and all sorts. He's grinning like a Cheshire cat in the box next to us.
And that was why he was so reluctant to leave the box. he could sense a bit of a collapse coming on, and the pun machine that is Dave Bracegirdle. He's worried he's not going to get them in time. Here's Lord to Everson, clipped off his hip, off his pads. That'll be a single, won't it? Yeah, just one actually. Good fielding, smart fielding at long leg, and they go into 90 for 4. Everson is off the mark. 21 for Laney.
Often seems to be coming in these type of situations, isn't he, Joey Everson? Digging the top order out of a hole. He very rarely comes in at kind of 300 for 4 with the platform to just unfurl his strokes, which might be character building and might in the long term serve him well, but just like to see him play with freedom.
It's Lord to Leaning. A little jump from Leaning as he defends up to mid-on. There's no run, 90 for 4. And enthralling stuff here. I'm keen to ask you this question. I've been asking everybody in cricket because with the... I'm going to go serious now. With the sale of the 100, imminent we gather, I'm interested from everybody who knows something about cricket as to how that'll affect, I suppose, particularly if Notts fans don't mind, counties that don't have a 100 team. You talk about outside investment. I was thinking about members' forums. So clubs will have to cease being member run, won't they, to take outside investment in that respect, presumably.
Well, what's your understanding of the selling of the 100? Because I was under the impression that they weren't going to sell the 100 per se. They were going to sell parts of the teams. So if you're a Trent Rockets team, they'll sell 49% or whatever as Lyndon James comes in, because I think the ECB wanted to control. It was down the leg side, no run. The ECB, I think, want controlling stake in those teams. I thought
it was the other way around. They would allow outside investment to come into to control. I think because
teams, which will be more attractive to an investor rather than being a minority a stakeholder. So yeah, I don't know. I know that they turned down, because I think someone made a bid for about 500 million to buy the whole competition, and they didn't want to do that, as James is in once more, dropped slip. Everson, genuine edge, second slip. Freddie McCann. It was a tougher chance than the one Leaning put down. It went more quickly, and he was to his left. It wasn't straight at him, but it was a kind of knee height. It was one he'd expect to catch. the England under-19 left-hander. It was to his left, which isn't always your strong side. I was left-handed. My stronger side was actually to my right, but you would have expected a good slipper to have grabbed hold of that one, but they're never easy. And Everson has a life. He gets a single. He's leaning on to strike. Good delivery from James again. This pitch still offering plenty. This one, the inside edge of Jack Leaning's bat. Just played slightly outside that. Heavy head, but he'll pick up a single.
Sorry, I've asked you a question to sum up the entire future of English domestic cricket in the next 10 years.
It's a big. Yeah, I mean, look, I fear and feel that county cricket has been less relevant this year than ever. Sadly, I think even the way the England players are being picked, this is no longer a barometer of. Where players are at, because they'll pick someone that's played 3 games and isn't producing day in, day out. As James has Everson in his sights once more. This one just again straightens up on him, but Kent's all round to plays it nicely to mid-on. There's no run. So, someone like an Ollie Stone, for instance, is obviously in the selector's thoughts because he can bowl 90 miles an hour. But if you look at his return for knots, you probably think on the evidence of what he's produced is not England. Kind of ready, and yet when he plays for England he's actually done very well. So they're not saying the selectors are wrong. They pick some good players, and sometimes it's not just a hunch. They do their research on what they're capable of. As James is full and driving his Everson, just pushing it to mid-off, and there's no run. My point being simply that you don't need county cricket in quite the way you did. It always used to be, if you want to play for England, you get weight of runs. Yes, how you get them is important, but essentially it's how many. Whereas nowadays, that seems to be bypassed. So, county cricket, I fear for it in that sense. And I think the standard of red ball cricket has gone backwards. I think the standard of white ball cricket has very much gone forwards. But that means we're leaning more towards a crash bang wallop kind of game. Good delivery from James, left alone by Everson, and that concludes another useful over. Drop catch by Freddie McCann in that James over. He has figures of 7 overs, 1 made and 1 for 15. Could have so easily been 2. So I guess as I waffle on about the point to your question is that the 100, which a lot of traditional county members don't really enjoy, particularly those who don't see it on their home ground, is the selling of it, the investment. There's a danger that it becomes very much them and us in terms of the test match ground. So the redistribution of that money that comes in is the key point. And if it is redirected down to those counties that don't have 100 franchise, then it could do some good.
It's Lord Bowles 2 leaning now. 3 slips in behind him, and there's a defensive shot into the offside, fielded by Farhan Ahmed. No run.
But if it doesn't, and those counties take that investment, and it becomes, their money and no one else's money, then there's a danger that that gap grows wider, and you become very much a second-class citizen as a county if you're a Somerset or a Kent or a Gloucester or whomever. So that's the danger. And who is safeguarding that distribution? Is it ECB? Are you relying on the altruistic nature of the other counties with test match grounds? Don't know. So I think it's something that they've got to get right. And if they get it right, it could be a good thing.
So Lord Bowles 2 leaning on the up through the offside. It's a good shot indeed, and that will be 3, I think, as far in. Oh, it is 4. Is that a stop on the rope?
I thought that was 4.
I thought it was maybe touched it, but no, he says he stopped it. His teammate there is just shrugging. A Kent fan's surprisingly calling for. There we are.
Yeah.
Right. It maybe Fine's just dived at it. He's not entirely sure that it's touched or not.
No.
He just scooped it back. But it is 4 in the end. Your instinct's absolutely right. Unsurprisingly.
You don't always know as a fielder, but I think even with my one good eye saw that hit the rope. Yeah, so I think if they get it right, then money in the game and foreign investment in the game could be a good thing if it is distributed properly and looked after well. I'm not one of these that says, 100 bad, championship good, because it's not as simple. It's more nuanced than that. I think money in the game can be a good thing, But if they get it wrong and it becomes a kind of them and us situation, then that is not a good thing.
Lord to leaning. And just trying to drive that into the offside, quite getting forward. Fielded, and there's no run.
Because what will happen, the wealthier counties will just mop up the best players, and we're seeing it a little bit already, and we have done for a few years. You know, Matt Fisher has gone from Yorkshire, or will be going from Yorkshire to Surrey. Dan Lawrence went from Essex to Surrey. You know, those guys are not going, let's go and play for Kent. You know, and that's understandable. Surrey are a test match ground. They've got huge resources. They've got 100 franchise, and being seen to be a Surrey player carries with it some kudos. You're more likely probably to play international cricket. That's the way of the world. But if that becomes even more so and that gets amplified, then it's not going to serve 18 counties very well.
Lord to leaning, bought that run. I suppose feeding into that as well is the future of red ball cricket to extent as well. Test cricket is still feels like it's thriving in this country, and certainly in Australia and in India, but beyond that there are obviously fears. We look at the West Indies and Sri Lankan touring teams that came over, don't have the resources. There's a growing gap between the haves and the have-nots, it seems there. I wonder how long that could last, but sorry, I'm being very doomy, but Lord to leaning into the offside, but I don't think it's anything that people won't have noticed already in terms of the comparison and strength.
And look, and I think that's credit to the way the England Test team are playing for making Test cricket exciting once again. And even the defeat to Sri Lanka, you know, people bemoaning that for not being ruthless and whatever. Actually, the bigger picture is it's probably not a bad thing, you know, for the reasons that you mentioned. If you keep walloping these sides 3-0 every time you play. I actually thought Sri Lanka made a pretty good fist of that Test series. You know, they were in the first one, lost by I think 5 wickets. But you know, they didn't roll over, and you know, the West Indies had their moments. Their struggles are well documented, and that redistribution of international cricketing wealth would be a good thing as well.
Lord to leading, hits him on the body. Has it caught the glove? It has. He goes, and he was taking evasive action from a vicious short ball from Lord there. Got up at him. I think he was just trying to get out of the way. He's going down the pitch and having a little bit look at the lumps and bumps. He has a quick word with umpire Middlebrook, and he leaves. 26 he goes for, and Nottinghamshire increase their stranglehold on this game with Kent 96 for 5. 2 wickets in succession for Rob Lord, who's bowled really well. Kent in massive trouble, and jubilant Nottinghamshire here at Canterbury.
Well, what a good bit of bowling, first of all, from Rob Lord, a big strapping lad, and he's been persevering with that kind of forward length that Luke Fletcher talked about on commentary. He's hit the pitch hard, but he's hit on a full length, and suddenly, bang, in comes the bouncer. Quick, short, accurate, and Jack Lean didn't make a fuss. He did have a quiet word with the umpire, and when he went off, he was actually rubbing his forearm, so whether it clipped a bit of the glove and hit his forearm, or whether it missed everything and he's a touch unlucky, it's kind of a moot point, really, because he's on his way, and you've got to credit the Nottinghamshire side with some fine bowling, and Rob Lord in particular. Good surprise short ball. We didn't see a lot of that from Kent.
I was going to say,
2 or 3 bounces from Nathan Gilchrist, but I thought
nothing as threatening.
No, and if you think actually, George Garrett got Joe Clark with a short ball. He wasn't an out-and-out bouncer, but he hit the pitch a bit harder and a bit shorter. You know, when you are bowling predominantly a full length, if you know, just to keep the batsman honest, you're not expecting it. And Joe Clark said on commentary when he was here, you know, I was worried about my front pad on this pitch. You know, you're worried about that full one. Suddenly the short one, you swivel on it, bang, you're out. To under Mieye similarly. So a couple of short balls have reaped their rewards for Nottinghamshire, and that has brought Harry Finch to the crease, who's been in pretty decent touch, actually, the Kent wicket keeper. And like I said about Joey Everson, too often digging Kent out of a situation. I mentioned when Joe Danley was in that 70 odd for 3 could quickly become 100 for 5. It's pretty much where we find ourselves.
Yeah, Finch is getting across, but 450s for Kent across the piece. But yeah, 44 and 79 against Hampshire. Do you say those were both in very much rearguard actions against Hampshire? Ball to come of the 23rd over, 96 for 5. Finch none. Just going to face his first ball. Everson 2 at the other end. Harry Finch just tries to nudge that into the onside. Does indeed, as a a sharp no from him to Joey Everson. We are not running. End of the over, 96 for 5. But yeah, I appreciate you engaging with that. That obviously, I think it's sometimes I think we do get wrapped up in what's happening right in front of us in terms of the future of cricket, but I don't want to be all doom and gloom about it either. As you say, if that investment comes in and it can keep clubs, county clubs as great nurseries, I suppose, bringing players through as well as entertaining people, then that's great for the future, isn't it, if it's spent in the right way.
Yeah, I think you can look at the model. I think one of the problems with football, isn't it? You look at the Premier League and the amount of money that's in the game, but so much of it goes on player wages. That doesn't always help the clubs. Here's Lyndon James. He's bowling to Joey Everson, who he found the edge of in the last over, put down by Freddie McCann, so it could be even worse than 96 for 5. So the players these days, the top players, earn more money than they've ever earned.
Yeah.
And even county salaries are actually very competitive. And that's got an update for BBC Radio Kent in just a second. But so I'll let you do that, and we'll continue.
Right on the button right now for BBC Radio Kent, and across the southeast, other scores coming. Another poor day in the county championship, I'm afraid, for Kent. They are 96 for 5, replying to Nottinghamshire's 433 all out. Nottinghamshire completing that total, adding 40 to their overnight 393. Wickets for Kent, 2 for Gilchrist, 1 for Garrett, 1 for Jordan. But the Kent really need to bat hard, be concentrated, be resolute, and score a lot of runs as well to try and get on parity. They were 60 for 2 at lunch. Compton and Mayeye both going cheaply. Daniel Bell-Drummond, their captain, looked like he got himself, and Kent in all sorts of trouble in a game they have to win to have any chance of retaining their county championship Division 1 status for next season. They could be relegated with a game to spare if they lose this one. At the moment, that's looking a likelihood, I'm afraid. So not good for Kent here. Elsewhere, reigning county champions Surrey, looking at the latest from their game. Just catching the latest for Durham. Durham 262 all out at the Oval. Surrey 186 for 5, so not having it all their own way. Surrey. Sussex continuing to have a great game against Gloucestershire, though. They've just been bowled out for 311, but that's a 202 lead at Bristol on the first innings. Commentary of all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. I don't want anyone to think during that I'd lost the Surrey score entirely. And was what they call filling in radio. It was all good information.
All under control. I particularly liked the Nottinghamshire fast bowler, Lob Roord.
Yes,
which I thought the brilliantly named.
Lob Roord, indeed.
Lob Roord has been bowling nicely.
He hasn't been lobbing any.
No, he hasn't. He's been banging in on a good length. Build me up, Buttercup.
Indeed.
Playing on BBC Radio Kent. Exactly what Kent need.
End of this over, I will make way. I'm just going to... unless you want the music, indeed. Dave was very upset when the Sweet were taken out of the...
Billy Ocean. Even better.
Indeed. Is it going to be 4 through the onside? Finch...
Couple of runs.
Yeah.
Couple of runs for Finch. And Kent's 100 is up. At a decent rate, albeit they've lost 5 wickets.
Indeed,
love really hurts without you.
It is. Got a fantastic voice, Billy Ocean.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Caribbean Queen.
Yeah.
What a tune. Great
songs, a cameo on a Scott Walker album as well. There we are, there's a deep dive for you.
There you go. Get out of my head and into my car. As James bowls this one short and wide, and Finch has nothing to do with it, as Billy Ocean still reverberating splendidly around our earphones here.
I'm not sure I'd be quite agile enough to do that, Dave, but thanks for asking. 101 for 5.
It wasn't an invitation, but you're more than welcome.
No.
What are we talking about? We were talking about player salaries,
Indeed.
Given the money that is in the game.
Yeah.
And there's sometimes I think the danger is that the players are doing very well out of it, but are the clubs. And that shifts the focus to very much, players will then look at it as how much money can I earn, and less about loyalty to their particular clubs, which I guess is the way of the world. As Finch drives, he's going to get 4 through the gap. Bit of width on offer from James. Wasn't a bad delivery. It was kind of up there and teasing. And Finch is in good touch. He was equal to it. So first boundary to him. He moves to 6.
And that's the end of the over. Yeah, Dave Bracegirdle will come in for me. I'll see if I can get a subtle fade out of Billy Ocean for you. As Dave's having a Dave's having a bob in the commentary box. All good.
So thanks to Matt Cole. It's not been a lucky charm for Kent in 2024 as the Colemeister. Sorry, Kent fans, we're now going to have to suffer Brace Girdle as he assumes position. At least he won't have to write any more notes every time there's a wicket. But,
I was hoping it was red light spells danger. I like that one. You remember that one?
Yeah. I don't.
Go on, you have a bit of Rob Lord.
OK, let's have a bit of Rob Lord. Oh, Lordy was the message when he got his last wicket, as he's been turned away beautifully by Joey Everson. Just turned his wrists and timed it. Effortless through mid-wicket 4-4. So another boundary for him. Nottinghamshire won't mind this. They're in the game here. The four's a long way adrift at the moment, Kent.
Well, they've got a Sammy King on the field as well as the sub-fielder, so they're going well out there. They've got the King out there and the Lord. So,
King and the Lord. And the Fletch.
No, he's
he off,
the one that's off. He's taking the afternoon off.
Unbelievable. Bowls his
spell. He'll come back and get a couple of rabbits later
puts his feet up.
It's gone.
Here's Lord, yeah. The music has gone. Short ball, it's whacked away. So he got Jack leaning with a surprise short ball, but I think Everson knew that one was coming. It wasn't as high, it wasn't as vicious. He just swiveled on it and swatted it through square leg for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Everson.
Is there anybody still playing in the domestic game that you played with or against?
I think Jimmy Anderson was probably the last. I mean, he hasn't retired, has he, Jimmy? He has from international cricket.
Who knows?
Has from international cricket, but he's talked about carrying on. Maybe not for Lancashire, but certainly on the franchise circuit. We will watch this space, but I think Jimmy was the last. Played against him here in 2002. It was his first game. As Lord is in. Hamid Fields. It was another aggressive shot from Everson, cutting off the back foot through it a bit early. Picked out the Nottinghamshire captain. I said it wasn't his first game, it was his first season. We saw Jimmy was quick, and he was a little bit erratic in those days. He didn't quite develop that control and skill that he latterly became famous for. But you could tell he was going to be decent. Joe Denley, I played with Joe, but not against.
There you are then. Often do commentaries, certainly have many times over the years with Paul Johnson, the former Notts skipper, and he just sort of ticked them off one by one, and now there's nobody left that he played against.
No, what a play he was. So Lord is in, back of a length, and punched. Back to the bowler, there's no run. Yeah, John O'Cricky, just diminutive but powerful, and got the ball in funny areas, scored quickly. Particularly, I mean, he was a good all-round player, but what a great one-day player he was. Again, we talked about people that should have played at a higher level.
I think he'd have had an ODI, wouldn't he, in this day and age? Probably.
Oh, without question. And he would have made a fortune on the franchise circuit. But he carved us to ribbons at Trent Bridge on many an occasion.
Won the Walter Lawrence Trophy one year as well.
So Lord is in with 4 on his back. He's a bit straight this time, and Everson tucks him off his hip. Probably just going to be the single. Think about no, they'll get 2. So runs continue to flow as wickets continue to fall. Kent rattling along, but they've lost 5 key men. Everson and Finch, the last of the recognised batsmen.
Yeah, the Walter Lawrence Trophy. It's awarded to the fastest century of the season in the UK in domestic cricket. It was always just the county championship, wasn't it? But now they've handed it over to all formats. So the Blast tends to win it in this day and age. But back in the day, you could win it if you rattled off a first-class 100 in 65 or 70 balls. Didn't happen that often back then.
No, certainly didn't when I was playing. That's a poor shot, and I think he's picked the gap nicely here. It's bisecting 2 fielders, and he gets another boundary. So Lord perhaps overdoing the short ball. It was successful last over. He picked up the wicket of leaning. But Everson not shy of a pull stroke, and he's put a couple away in that over. So Lord just showing some evidence that he's slowing down a bit. He's only bowled the 4 overs, but he's a big strapping lad. 2 for 23.
We've got Ben Watts with us tomorrow, Dave, and
yeah.
Before lunch, when you darted off, Matt and I are not very good at remembering their years and remembering the gradual, I won't say decline in playing performance, but the last few years of Darren Stevens' career. And I remembered him coming to Trent Bridge, and it had been announced just prior to the game, the day before, and we couldn't remember the year, the day before, that was it. He wasn't going to be offered another contract. And Ben Watts has been in touch. I was with you, Dave. 2019. Yeah. Steve-O took a 10-for at Trent Bridge that week. Yeah, that's what I alluded to. I asked Matt Walker if they'd reconsider. He said, well, maybe. A week after, he got a double 100 at Yorkshire. 2020 was then the COVID year, so he automatically got extended then. 2021, he got back in the Blast team. Kent won the T20. And then in 2022, his last game, as we were both saying, was in the one-day final at Trent Bridge. So there we are. Ben is no doubt catching up with the game, ready for picking up tomorrow when Matt has a couple of days off.
Yeah. Well, he's going back to the office. He's not off, they share it. The Watts Cole, they're like Ant and Dec, except they're not seen in the same place at the same time. But, I'll let you guess which is which. But, yeah, the 2019, and I remember that being the year because Sam Billings, I think at Headingley, they put on quite a few together. I think Steve-O might have got the double 100 that game, Billings got 100. I think Sam got 300s in quick succession, and that was after he came back from his injury, shoulder injury, because it ruled him out the World Cup squad, which he'd been a regular one-day international. Change of bowling?
Yeah, it's the young man's game. There he is, Farhan Ahmed, from the Nackington Road end with his off-spinners. Comes in with a slip and a short leg, and he's got a wicket first ball. Oh my word, extraordinary stuff as Harry Finch just chips it up to short leg, and that's a dramatic start. And Farhan Ahmed has got 1 for none, and Kent to reduce to 119 for 6. What a start. Good sharp catch. Wow. Slater and Haynes tend to take it in turns under there. I think it's Ben Slater, but we'll clarify that for you. But lovely sharp work close in with the helmet on.
Well, Harry Finch is shaking his head, and he can count himself mighty unlucky. I filled in that position for the best part of my 15-year career, and I don't think I ever took one as sharp as that.
Yeah, I've gone with Slater, and of course it's Haynes.
Yeah, it was Jack Haynes, and he middled that Finch. I wouldn't say he absolutely hit it like a tracer, but he was just flicking it to the leg side. He got a good piece of it. He hit it probably waist height, and it was almost self-preservation from Haynes. He put his hands up, Rickard bounced it up, and he got the ricochet and took the rebound, and Finch has had to go, and that's a big wicket because Harry Finch has been in decent touch. And Farhan Ahmed must think this first-class cricket lark is very straightforward indeed. What an easy game this is as a 16-year-old. Rock up, turn my arm over, get a wicket first ball. It's a certain Shane Warne used to do things like that.
It's his 14th wicket of a fledgling first-class career. He played 2 matches and a ball. Essentially, Akeem Jordan is on his way out to the medal. How will he approach this? Do we know a great deal about?
I've got no idea. Never seen him bat. Haven't seen him play.
There's not many Bayesian blockers, are there?
No. Well, Matt's kind of nodding in a kind of quite sage commentary that Matt might have done, just warming to his task as he went on. Duffy, but started a little bit wayward when he started. So here he is again, 27 on his back, and that is a better line and length, and again quite sharp. Everson plays the quicks well. He's got no trigger. He stands very still.
Met him yesterday morning, Jacob Duffy, and had just exchanged pleasantries or whatever. Didn't really ask if he'd been sort of laid on the couch in New Zealand eating popcorn and got a phone call from his agent, get yourself on a plane, or whether he has been in the nets or doing anything cricket related recently, but
you think it would be
a sudden call.
Yeah, the season's not a million miles away, Dave. The equivalent would be a professional cricketer here doing nothing at the beginning of March. As that's really nice bit of cricket, good line and length.
Well, they'd be playing golf then.
Yeah, well, they'd probably a bit of golf as well. There's time to train, to bowl and to play golf. But yeah, he'd be gearing up for his season in New Zealand. So he might be slightly undercooked, but he would have put the work in. He's a strapping fast bowler. This could be the ideal way. A couple of games at the back end of the season just to warm up for his New Zealand summer. So back of a length again. Everson solidly behind it. Just wonder why. I think when you play against your former county, you're always motivated to score runs on you when you bat. But I only had one county. But if I had moved on, I think playing against your former county would have focused your mind. So Joey Everson strikes me as a pretty focused individual anyway. But I think these runs will just mean a little bit more. He smacks that one. And I thought he picked out extra cover, but it was on the bounce.
Just thinking that this knot's 11. There won't be all that many, even though he's only been here 2 or 3 years. There won't be all that many that he's played with.
How many games did he play for? He hadn't in any way established himself, but he must have had a game or two, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'll just pull that up. I'll take a second.
Oh, it was a big wafty drive that time. Quite clever bowling from Duffy because he'd been straight at Everson and he was hitting it well, and sometimes you then throw the wider one and the batsman fancies it. Played and missed.
9 first-class games for Notts, which included a century, averaged 30.5, 30.5 with the bat and with the ball. I can remember him getting a 5 for up at Durham, 5 for 21. He took 21 wickets at 25. So
yeah, that's a pretty decent return for a young player in his first fewer than 10 games.
That's in first class cricket. Just played 5 List A games, and I don't know if he played in the.
And Notts didn't want him to go, did they? They were pretty keen to hang on to him, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think he wanted to play. Sometimes the issue, isn't it, when a youngster dips his toe into the first team and wants a run and then doesn't want to go back to the second 11 and play in front of the proverbial 2 men and a dog. But sometimes when there's a depth of squad there, sometimes you've just got to wait your turn and hope that some of the players will disappear for test call-ups as Farhan starts his second over. Bowling to Jordan, who's still on 0, pushes this back to the 16-year-old.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a bit of luck, don't you? I think how many runs Alistair Cook got in his Test career? 12,000 and some. And yet, if Marcus Trescothick had been around.
Next ball is worked to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, he was in the Caribbean with the Lions, or England A, wasn't he, at the time?
But Marcus Trescothick had his troubles, didn't he? But he played on brilliantly for Somerset for a number of years, and had he had that career with England, he wasn't going anywhere, nor was Strauss.
Farhan bowls, and Jordan hits this down the ground. Lots of left protection out there in the deep with Lyndon James, so just a single. Jordan off the mark, 126 for 6.
Yeah, the interesting option that with long on back. Or certainly mid on a lot deeper. He's kind of 3/4 of the way back, almost tempting him to go over the top. I mean, be inclined to get that fielder up and see if Jordan wants to try and take him over the top. He's back for both batters. I mean, Everson looks in decent touch. I'd be looking to bowl at Jordan as much as possible.
So here is Farhan to bowl to Joey Everson. The Notts coaching team and analysts will know all about. This has dropped on the leg side. I would imagine they've had a little bit of footage as well of Hakeem Jordan to scrutinise, and maybe they've seen him either blasting over the top down the ground or being caught at long on a time or two. Seemed like they had a set plan this morning for Mayei. Ahmed fields off his own bowling. Kent 126 for 6. Notts made 433. They lost their last 4 wickets this morning in about an hour, just under an hour. The addition of 40 runs, and then winkled out both openers before lunch. Both wickets falling to Luke Fletcher, who is celebrating his 36th birthday today. Here's an LBW shout again, asking umpire Shan Mugan. Not out. End of the 28th over of the innings. We've still got 55 remaining in the day, which also means we've got another 23 overs before tea.
Yeah, long way to go. 55 remaining. We're not even close to being halfway through the day yet, Dave.
No.
That LBW outside the line, and I think that's the Farhan Ahmed looks to me like he really gives it a rip. And to hit the stumps, he bowls that attacking line outside off stumps. So as a batter, you think, well, if I can get my pad out there and it lands on that length, I can get the sweep without risk of being LBW, because it should hit me outside of off stump. So that's what Everson was thinking on that occasion. Right.
To make a note or see what Kent's over rate was actually at the end of that Nottinghamshire innings. That also won't be something they want to have to think about.
Duffy is into Jordan, is fast and straight. Jordan digs it out, thinks about the single, but extra cover is in quickly. This prevents the run. So, yeah, just wonder whether Duffy will try and work his opposite number in terms of being an overseas player. Work him over with a few short ones, and then the one at the sticks. It's close, big inside edge. I think they knew that. I think it was good enough and straight enough, but just a hint of inside edge, maybe just sliding down the leg side, but I think Duffy fancies this contest. This is a matchup he likes. New batter, maybe a fraction high. Akeem Jordan at 8. And I say that not knowing a whole heap about his batting with respect to him. He's down the wicket and toes it rather, but he's going to get a couple of runs. So, yeah. Touch of flamboyance from the West Indian there, down the track, and look to launch that one over the Frank Woolley. Came right off the toe of the bat. He inspects that bat right now. Looks suitably unimpressed, like he might have cranked it. But the Duffy is sending back the deep square, so he's getting Jordan to think about the short ball. In fact, another man comes to the leg side, so it could be a bluff, it could be a short ball.
Yeah, Sammy King's been on the field for a while now, hasn't he? Good half an hour or so for Luke Fletcher.
Pitched up, driven attractively from Jordan. Hamid is after it, he's going to have to dive, and that is a really good bit of work. I'm not sure how much Duffy would have enjoyed it, in the sense he's just having a little word with Jordan there, Duffy. I think he would have liked him to have got 2 and got back on strike. It's a really good bit of fielding from Hamid.
Losing his cap, as he always does. When he came from Lancashire to Notts, do you remember he had really long hair? There were 2 or 3 on the circuit. Finn Hudson-Prentice was another one when he was at Derbyshire, and then his first year at Sussex, really long hair. But I don't know if Hamid's cap 2 or 3 sizes too big, but whenever he runs, he loses it.
Duffy past James Middlebrook, and Everson driving slightly on the up. There's a decent length delivery inside half of the bat. Goes to Lord at mid-on. And there's no run.
We have a result. Essex have defeated Warwickshire by an innings and 40 runs. Warwickshire, who come to Trent Bridge next week, 78 all out, 114 all out. Crikey. They've knocked off early, haven't they?
Yeah, that's a day and a bit. Short and nipped. Oh, I thought he'd nick that for a second. That's an effort ball from Duffy. He's got that in his locker. He's a quick bowler. Strong lad. And when he hits the pitch, every now and again it whistles through.
I meant Warwickshire knocking off early, 78 and 114. Second innings, Jamie Porter 6 for 36, doing the bulk of the damage.
I don't know if you saw any footage from that game, but I had a little look on social media last night. Sam Cook was bowling with the keeper up. It looked green and seamy, and it dived around all over the hockey, I think. But Essex won't mind. They've gone up to Edgbaston. It's just had a lot of cricket, hasn't it, Edgbaston? You had the finals day at the weekend. You wonder how much preparation some of these wickets can get with the weather and the workload.
So, big win for Essex. In fact, back-to-back innings victories after defeating Notts last weekend.
Put them in the mix if Surrey were to stumble, or not really?
Not really. Here's Farhan bowls, and this is driven into the offside, a single for Jordan. The week before Notts went there, so a fortnight ago, they lost at home to Worcestershire, and that pretty much sabotaged any chance really of closing in on the top two. 130 for 6. Kent. Fahan says his own field's very deliberate and particular. Where Rob Lord is at I was going to say short long leg, which doesn't make sense. He's halfway back on an angle of 45 on the leg side. But Fahan very deliberate in putting him there. Maybe a top edge sweep.
Top edge sweep. Yeah, it's a field that suggests he thinks he's going to turn it quite a lot, which is fair enough.
Comes in bowls Joey Everson down the track, a very elegant straight drive all the way along the carpet. That's as crisp a shot as we've seen today. Lovely ball striking from Everson for 4. He goes to 24, 134 for 6.
And what I would say is if he is going to turn it, then I would have that mid-off a lot straighter and make him try and hit it to his left. Because good players of spin will look to hit in the V, and you just need to block that off. I think his leg side field is fine.
Fahan always very deliberate in getting his stance at the end of his mark before setting off. This one's just dropped on the leg side. We notice that he goes back, gets the ball, and then he goes back and stands on the line with his legs slightly apart, a little bit like a shorter, younger George Scrimshaw. Eyes up the bowler. There we go. There we are. Like maybe a golfer lining up a putt. He'll stand with his feet well apart. Very deliberate. Squeezes the ball and then comes in off 4 or 5 paces. Gives it a rip, and there is the attempted sweep. Might have been drifting down the leg side. Certainly not going to be given. It's going to be another extra, another leg by. And that's why Rob Lord was put in that position, to field the leg bys, no doubt. And it's 135 for 6. Matt's loitering. I don't know if we're going to get Billy Ocean and co in our ears any second.
I think probably time for me to make way. Yeah, that was closer, I think. He'd been outside the line when he tried it before. That was a bit straighter.
I'll tell you what, I'll stand up so Matt can come in here, and then I'll take over from you when you're ready.
But yeah, he's an impressive young cricketer, this lad.
Everyone's down tools there. There we are, 1 out, all out, I think that was, wasn't it? Well, that's what usually happens when I enter a room and everyone else has gone.
We're here.
There we are. Dave Bracegirdle beside me, Dave Fulton.
It's gone. Scarpered.
I'm not surprised. I was quizzing him on the future of world cricket. There we are, and making commit to exactly what's going to happen in the next 10 years. And world commentating on the cricket.
Yeah, he doesn't want any of that.
I don't know. Can't blame him.
This is not a place of entertainment.
No. Not when I'm on, listeners. Enough of that. So it is Jacob Duffy, number 38 from his 6 so far, yet to get a wicket to Everson, who keeps it down to the offside. He moves on to 25, but that's an interesting point that Dave Fulton made. It in a season where Kent have been up against it. Almost every first team that they played, they've had struggles. Everson coming in at 5, 6 or 7. Although it appears to me he's progressing as a cricketer. As a 5, 6 or 7, he is almost always at the point where he's trying to hold everything together in the mid-innings rather than play his shots. Kent haven't had a platform for him to be a little bit freer at this point. King Jordan ducks under that one from Jacob Duffy, a bouncer. Alluding to maybe Jacob Duffy had given Akeem Holder some helpful advice in the last over. Not quite sure, but he's still there on 5 from 15. Might mime when you're asking me what, or Dave was asking me what Akeem Holder were doing. I think he's well organised cricketer. He said, "Oh goodness me, that is an absolute spray. That'll be a wide." And watch out, everybody, beside the Les Ames stand, because he bowls at a decent lick, does Jacob Duffy. That one started well wide of leg stump, And to be fair to him, he's got some movement off the outside of the pitch as well, and that's kept on going for very much 4 wides. But the bowling effort's been, otherwise from Nottinghamshire, has been right on the button. But Duffy's, I said, one of the attack to not strike yet. But he won't get many with that line. Holder plays that late, but jabs the bat down on it, out the offside, and there is no run. His heroics for Kent in 2022 all forgotten now from a Kent point of view, as they worry about what he might do to the Kent lower order. So yeah, Jacob Duffy's the only one not to take a wicket so far in this attack. 2 for 38 for the excellent Luke Fletcher. 1 for 23 for Lyndon James, who picking the bowlers for me. Absolutely superb. 2 for 23 from Lord. 1 for 6 from Farhan Ahmed. Maybe I should say he's the big of the bowlers, certainly taking a wicket with his first ball. This one's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. 141 for 6 Kent. 284 is the target for the follow-on. Looking at the bonus points, it's not possible that Kent will be out of this. Chances of staying in Division 1, even if they do win this game, depending on the bonus points. But deflected away by Akeem Holder. Ball to come at the 31st. There is indeed. I've got, well, the Kent office, Radio Kent office. Sorry, I'm taking a big sigh because they're finding different ways of telling us how bad Kent have been at batting this season. I'm not sure I'd want to punish the listeners. I mean, Nottinghamshire fans might see some sort of Schadenfreude in it. I'm not sure, but make it 9 championship games in a row. Kent have either followed on, or in the case of batting first, have been more than 150 behind on first innings. Last time that wasn't the case was first week of May when they bowled out Lancashire for 92. Here's Duffy. Short ball again. Akeem Holder's underneath it. End of the over. If you prefer a different way of dressing that up, if our maths is correct, the opposition's average first innings score against Kent this season now 468.3. I said that'll cheer the listeners up in Kent. It's not been a good season for them, but once again they are toiling this time against the ball rather than with it. 141 for 6 Kent, but Nottinghamshire bowled really well. I was picking Lyndon James as my bowler of this innings, but you could easily say that of my new favourite, Lob Rord. Or indeed, Fletcher's bowled really well, and Farhan Ahmed himself has, well, it's been a revelation. It's the first time I've seen him, and wicket with his first ball, and looks a danger, a threat.
Yes, he's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. This will be his 4th over. Bowling to Joey Everson, who's on 25 from 33 balls faced. Good high action from the young man. First ball is turned to Hamid, saving one at mid-wicket. On 41 for 6. The home side already had 10 wickets go down today. We only had 6 in total yesterday. This next one's again nudged in the same direction to Hamid. Fielders out in the deep, protecting the boundaries, but there's a slip and a short leg. Clark at slip, Haynes at short leg. Everson reaches forward and defends again. Used his feet in the last over to Farhan Ahmed and drove handsomely down the ground for 4. Breeze just picking up a little bit, I fancy. Trees starting to sway at the far end. As Ahmed bowls, again blocked by Everson. The new lime tree. It is a lime tree, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah.
It's certainly shooting up, as they tend to do, obviously, but
it's fine health.
It's only a year ago since we were talking about it. No, obviously I've not seen it that much. This one's drilled back and Farhan Ahmed gets a fingernail to it, very nearly deflected it on the stumps. I don't think Hakeem Jordan had gone anywhere, even if it had hit the stumps, but it didn't, and they take a single. Yes, looks In good health, as Matt says. Way to our left at deep mid-wicket, as Hakeem Jordan will look.
Talking about that last week, I was reading about it again. I didn't realise that they actually had permission from the ECB to have it inside the playing area, but decided, I think particularly it was a young tree, maybe it would be better to be outside. Okay. But they could have replaced like for like, if you like, on the playing surface.
Got another close catcher in there for Jordan, and this is almost popped up to Haynes. They put Freddie McCann in there at sort of a backward short leg, 142 for 6. I note I've been quite cunning here because you're commentating on the 3.5, 4-minute overs, and I'm commentating on the 80-second overs, which is a crafty way of doing it.
Oh, there we go. You're the guest here, David. You just put your feet up, don't you worry about me. 142 for 6. You've got 4 days to do. I'm here for a brief stint. I get a breather. As you say, I'll be just putting my feet up for the next couple of days. Off to the Gillingham press conference tomorrow. Gillingham taking on some ne'er-do-wells, I can't remember, from somewhere in the Midlands. Is that right, on the weekend?
Yeah, they're at Meadow Lane against Notts County.
Yeah.
12,000 expected. Top of the table against second.
That's Duffy bowls to Everson on leg stump. That's rather turned him around, though. He's looking to clip it through mid-wicket, but it's gone out towards third, and he takes a single. But yeah, we've been saying it almost every game of the season. I was saying this on Saturday when we were watching Gillingham, that they appear to have been a top 2 battle at least 3 or 4 times this year, but this season. But obviously this is the fledgling table, isn't it? Yeah. But once again, Doncaster the week before, that was battle of the top 2, or first against third. I think as Gillingham were first at that point. And big game for both teams on Saturday. Duffy to Holder, tries to glance that. Actually, looking more of a hoik actually on the leg side, trying to get big bat on it, but nothing doing. Wicketkeeper takes it. Looks to me in that division, obviously we've got interest from both our points of view on that, but I think there are probably 8 or 10 sides that will have a good go at the playoffs or beyond in that League 2 and have a good case for it. But Notts County 1, Gillingham 2 so far. This one's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. As Hasib Ahmed fields. But
Notts County 1, Gillingham 2 for what?
In the table.
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm not saying that's my prediction. You thought I was going
yeah.
Very bold on a joint
very good, very specific.
There. Yes, indeed.
This is what's going to happen.
35th minute equaliser, and
well, it may be. Nostradamus.
My powers of prediction certainly don't run that far. Here's Duffy to right withdrawal of the bat from one that's lifting outside the off stump. The wicket-keeper has no run. Eventually decided there was no need to play it, and he was right on length. But yeah, I was saying at lunch, wasn't I? You and Ben Watts can literally compare notes. It's always great to hear from the commentator that's commentating on the other side. They know a lot more about the lineups and the players. So
he won't be looking at any of my notes just yet.
We've got other things to do. Yes. There's plenty of cricket to be involved in. Oh, that's a flamboyant shot through the offside. He's absolutely crushed that. A cover drive, flashing cover drive, using his feet, and smashed it along the ground. That's a good-looking shot. Best he's played so far. Absolutely middled. Doesn't get more than 4 for it, though. 147 for 6. Hakeem Jordan moves on to 9. Joey Everson has 27.
Bit of Caribbean flamboyance there from Hakeem Jordan. Lovely shot. Hit the ball on the up.
Yeah, a bit of a dance there.
Snooker maximum on the board.
Indeed so. Looks like Lancashire have lost another wicket. Rocky Flintoff is out against Somerset. As Duffy bowls to... he's gone for it again. And this one's through extra cover this time. Fuller of length. And he's absolutely slammed that through off stump rather. That's another good looking shot. Consecutive... 4s, 151 for 6 to end the over. 33 overs gone. 13 for Holder, 27 for Everson. At least giving some entertainment to this mostly Kent crowd who've been pretty much starved of it over the summer so far. But attractive shots. Box office.
Very much so, yeah. It was on 5 from 23 deliveries and looking to struggle a little bit. Now all of a sudden he's on 13 from 25. Looks a little better. Back-to-back boundaries.
I should just say, by the way, apologies if you lost the stream in the last half hour for a few minutes. The video stream, that is, was out for a club. Apologising for that. Matters beyond their control. Of course, you can always find us audio via the BBC Sport website and app, or indeed your smart speaker. Just ask BBC Sounds to play Kent v Notts Day 2.
You missed some of our best work. Here's Farhan Ahmed bowling from the far end. Steve Battlemuch has been in touch at Brace Cricket. Obviously Notts in a good position if we can push on to win this, but unfortunately Lancashire are fighting back against Somerset. 151 for 6. Ahmed bowls. Everson turns it to leg, fielded by Hamid. And there's no run. Joey Everson on 27. Last wicket to go down was that of Jack Leaning. When the score was 96 for 5, so added more than 50 already in fairly quick time. There's another single. Oh, I beg your pardon. You're absolutely right. See, I was commentating when that last wicket went down, and I've not made a note of that. I thought
I've done that so many times.
Yeah. So the last wicket, Matt, was?
Yeah, Harry Finch caught by Haynes off the bowling of Ahmed. His very first ball, wasn't it? He was introduced. 119 for 6. That was.
Of course it was.
But good partnership.
Yeah, they've added 33 in fairly quick time. Hakeem Jordan is on strike now. Aggressive right-hander. Farhan Ahmed bowls to him, and the aggressive right-hander punches it down the ground for another single. On 53 for 6. So Notts 4 batting and 2 bowling points. Kent have picked up 3 bowling points so far. 6-3 it stands at the moment. Joey Everson on 28. Comes out of his crease and again drives it in exactly the same place as Jordan did the ball before, down the ground to Lyndon James at long on for another single. 153 for 6.
You can see him trying to break away from Ahmed here. He's bowled really economically as well, hasn't he? He's at the end of his 5th over, 1 for 10. Just trying to use their feet to aggress him, perhaps try and blast him out of the attack, but it's not happening so far.
No, he doesn't seem to get blasted out of the attack. We saw
It's intimidated in the slightest.
Yeah, we saw Will Jacks try and do that for Surrey and hit him for a couple of sixes, but he just carried on and got his man in the end. As this is turned on the leg side. Fielded by Rob Lord, 154 for 6. Luke Fletcher's woken up from his afternoon nap and no doubt been opening a few birthday cards and having a bit of cake. He's coming back onto the field and will replace Sammy King, who's gone off. The sub-fielder is away to our left, walking round the boundary edge.
Luke Fletcher's lawyers are just in touch. They say he's been going through some painful physio, an ice bath and some intense warm-ups to make sure he's ready to bowl as soon as possible for the county he loves. There we go. That ends the statement. They'll be taking no further questions on this matter. 154 for 6.
He's gone out there with a word or two for Captain Hamid and also for Rob Lord, who's now taken over from Jacob Duffy at this end.
Yeah. 2 for 23 so far. Deliveries that got Leaning and Denley out. Both very good indeed. So Joey Everson surveys the field. 3 slips in. 1, 2 equally spaced. Perhaps just a pace away, Lyndon James, or half a pace, but
can't see much of his stumps, can you, Joey? It looks to be batting either on or outside off.
No. So I thought when he took his first guard, and this one's just defended up to mid-on. Fletcher fields with his green Notts cap on. He's having a good chat with Hasim Hamid there. crossover, and he goes to mid-on. Fletcher to mid-off. What sort of tactic is that, I wonder? It's like Stuart Broad reversing the bails. Just give him something different to think about, Joey Everson.
Now, why have they done that?
Where's he going to hit it? Here's Duffy, left by Everson outside the off stump. Goes into a crouch as if he's about to carve that away. But keeps his power dry, leaves it through to the wicket keeper. Everson 29 for 45.
Lancashire 176 for 6 now at Old Trafford, leading Somerset by 170. The other title contenders, Surrey 226 for 5, so they're only 36 now behind Durham with those 5 wickets in hand. Worcestershire have gone off to a shocking start, have recovered somewhat. They're 140 for 5 at the Utility Bowl. I can tell you these scores because the umpires are getting together, I think, to have a discussion about the ball. And the other Division 1 game, of course, has already finished in 4 and a bit sessions. Essex defeating Warwickshire by an innings. Division 2. So the leaders, Sussex, bowled out today for 311. Gloucestershire relatively early on in their second innings at 28 without loss. They're 174 behind. Yorkshire made 361 at Bristol. Glamorgan 108 at Cardiff, rather. Glamorgan 188 for 8 in reply is Rob Lord.
Bowling to Everson once more, driven by Everson. It's a half stop by Lord with his left hand on his follow through. Not quite timed by Everson. No run.
Can't have changed the ball. I don't know if they were cutting a bit off it or whatever. At Derby.
Okay. Hasib Hamid is in a conversation with James Middlebrook. Just raise his hand gently, Hasib Hamid. He's making a point. I think the umpire is telling him, very interesting.
Get on with it. Middlesex 308 for 7 at Derby, leading the home county by 135. Northants 383 all out. They lead Leicestershire by 180.
It's Lord then to Everson. And that's the crouch you went into last time, driving it actually off the back foot into the offside. And that'll be 2 runs for Everson. 31 for him now from Kent's 156 for 6. Just to remind you, the follow-on, Kent will need to make 284 to avoid that possibility. I'd imagine if Fine Ahmed's getting some turn, if they do manage to bowl Kent out cheaply, they will not be against asking them to follow on, but people will tell you that in modern cricket you're less likely to do it, but who knows. Lord to Everson, a sturdy drive, and it's fielded there by, is that Slater on the run?
Yes, got the pads on.
I said I don't think he could have done that if he tried. Did it come off his heel and off his back?
In fact, is it Slater or Haynes?
It seemed to be, it might be Haynes. Yeah, he was. It seemed to be a piece of fielding where he had his back turned to the ball the whole way.
Yeah, it's Jack Haynes.
Not sure I could clip a cricket ball off my heel onto my back. That's not sure he could again either. It's Lord to Everson. Sunshine now. Always pulled that away with some venom as Joey Everson. Stylish looking shot, and that is 6 runs, the first 6 of the innings. That was hit almost with feeling, dare I say. I'm projecting on Joey Everson there, but he's got his hands through that quickly, and a sharp report on the bat. He's dispatched Rob Lord for a maximum 162 for 6. Everson on to 37. And that's the end of the 35th over, or the 135th over if you're looking at the Les Ames scoreboard. Must be exhausted.
First 6 of the innings, and just looking, none in the knots innings. So first in the match.
Yeah, looked fairly, my sight is blocked by the overhang of the woolly stand, but looked say flat, but it was hit with some power. Definitely not a loopy one, put it that way. But for 6 runs.
Extras is now up to 72 in the match, 40 in the knots innings, 32 already in this one. It seems to be a lot of, I don't know, debate, angst out there in the middle, waiting for the ball to come back at the moment. But the 2 umpires again were having a discussion about heaven knows what.
So, up until that previous ball then, the extras were the top scorer in this Kent innings, because Joey Everson had 31 before that 6. There we go. He's just outscored extras.
Yeah.
But you're right. They're stopping again. Oh, it's a field change this time. Is it? Umpire Middlebrook has taken his hat off. I don't think that's anything to do with the conversation.
No, it's the end of the over as well.
Yeah, just resettling. But yeah, it has been a field change as Hamid puts himself in at mid-wicket. Plenty of close company for Hakeem Jordan.
162 for 6 then for Farhan Ahmed. 5 overs, 1 for 10. Got a wicket with the very first ball he sent down. Looking for his second. Comes into Jordan, who blocks, which may or may not be against his nature. He's on 14 from 28. Joey Everson now on 37 from 49. Kent 2 down at lunch, so Nottinghamshire just winking their way through this top order. And there's a reverse, beautifully executed by Hakeem Jordan. He didn't tell us he'd got that in his locker. Maybe he didn't know he'd got that in his locker. Lovely shot from Jordan. Goes to 18 with the reverse sweep for 4. Switch it as much as a reverse in truth. Played it left-handed, paddled it away. Gets a boundary. Hamid goes across and has a word with the young bowler. 166 for 6. Knots made 4-3-3. We're ready again. Clark at slip. Haynes and McCann, 2 short legs close in. Waiting for one that pops up. Here is Ahmed. Bowls. He's gone for the reverse again. This time he gets bat on it, but just drags it away on the leg side, and they'll get 2. It went in the same direction, but not with the same power. He didn't go at it with the same intensity. So just a couple more, and Jordan on to 20. 168 for 6. Two wickets for Luke Fletcher, 2 for Rob Lord, 1 apiece for Lyndon James and Farhan Ahmed in this innings. And Farhan going to go round the wicket as the breeze threatens to blow away our effects microphone. Apologies if it's deafening you. This is turned on the leg side. Everson's come a long way down. Lord shies at the stumps, narrowly misses. We'll never know. We'll never know if he'd hit, because he didn't. But there were backers up there, so no damage done apart from Joey Everson and Hakeem Jordan just having to have a quick exchange of apologies to each other. Went a long, long way down there, Joey Everson.
Yeah, he was certainly in a hurry.
Ahmed in again. Once more turned on the leg side, and everybody yells no this time, just to make sure there's no follow-up to the previous mix-up. 168 for 6, Kent. 1 ball left in this over, and then we'll be on to 3 o'clock. We've still got 15 overs to go before tea. Of course, it should be at 10 past 3, but it's going to be closer to 4:45, 4 o'clock maybe. That's the end of the over. Defensive block. 168 for 6. I'll be back shortly.
Yeah, 3 o'clock comes up, and an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners coming shortly. Across the southeast, I say grandly, as our power extends now into the counties of Sussex and Surrey. Our shared show in the afternoon with Adam Dowling, and well, we'll be bringing the bad news to listeners once again of Kent, and much better fortunes for the reigning county champions, and indeed surely promotion elect Sussex before very long. So Lyndon James is going to bowl. Change ends from, it's coming down the hill from Nottingham Road end from previously, now will bowl from the pavilion end, taking a couple of warm-ups and catches back and forth with his captain Hasib Hamid. Be very pleased with what he surveys in the sunshine right now. Joey Everson facing James. It's more as it's on its up, as it's on its way up to him. It doesn't quite time it into the offside, and fielded by Haynes there. And there's no run. Again, really struggling once again. Had a long email from a loyal listener and emailer, Mike. Thank you very much for that. You'll excuse me, I don't read the whole thing. I might paraphrase after the update, but I think it's fair to say I'll stick the back teeth with it. But through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run seaming away from Joey Everson. Not sure he can put himself through listening to the last game. You put up with me for many years, Mike. Come on, one more won't matter, will it? But yeah, he was saying that for him the batting has been a massive disappointment this season. Not just the bowling line-up for Kent. Ooh, that's left Joey Everson playing down the wrong line as it leads him off the pitch through the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. And as I was pointing out, 150 behind or following on in 9 consecutive games, and he says if we had 10 to 13 more batting points, say we'd probably have a couple of draws more, maybe a win and a draw. If we had 30 points more and did 9 points to the nearest sides, how different the table would look, says Mike. He says, what's the point in listening to the rest? For the last match, he said, I sat there at Upton Park to the bitter end with West Ham 4-0 down at home. Withdraws the bat from that one, Everson. Goes to the off stump. I won't walk out my team, but why would I walk into more suffering? I'd have to say, Mike, you do what you can to protect yourself. It's been a dismal season, there's no doubt about that. Thanking us for our efforts, but saying this has been the single most dismal one I've known in 50 years of supporting, and I don't think I can stand any more. Well, maybe you'll be rejoining us next season, Mike, and I very much hope so. We'll be doing the job once again. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners as Lyndon James bowls to Everson. A full-length delivery. I will continue, Mike, don't worry, after the update comes, just to give your final thoughts, but I think you echoed that of many Kent supporters. It has been a very, very hard season to watch, and notwithstanding a fight back here against Notts, which looks unlikely at this point. Another difficult day for Kent supporters and their players alike. 168 for 6 for Kent now in reply to Nottinghamshire's 4-3-3 all out. Joey Everson is showing some fight. The Kent batter now goes on to 41 with a mishit shot, albeit, but otherwise they lost 2 men before lunch. Compton and Mayeye going 60 for 2 at lunch, then Beldrummond, Denley, Leaning, Finch all going for below 30 after the interval. As I said, that in reply to Nottinghamshire's mammoth 4-3-3 all out. Kent took 4 wickets this morning, 2 for Gilchrist, 1 for Garrett and 1 for Jordan, but once again they are faced with a mountain to climb, and at this point look like they will almost certainly be relegated, maybe even before this match finishes with the bonus point situation. A sorry picture for Kent it is here at Canterbury. Elsewhere, Surrey doing much better, you'd expect from the reigning county champions. 2-3-2 for 5 up against Durham's 2-6-2 in their first innings at the Oval. Surrey trailing by just 30 runs then in their first innings, and things going very well indeed for Sussex. They look to wrap up promotion with a game to spare. They're at Bristol, bowled out for 3-11. That was a lead over Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire now 36 for none, still trailing by 166 runs in their second innings at Bristol. Commentary of all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. Apart from that, it's all going very well for Kent. This is driven by Akeem Jordan up to mid-on, and they'll take themselves a single. So if I may just finish Mike's email, if that's okay, Dave, as I started before the update, because he has some nice things to say about you. So there we go. He says, if the team was half as good as the commentary, we'd be near to challenge for the title. Bless you, Mike. That's very kind of you to say. You've always been very generous with your praise. I'm of the opinion, there we go, that I'm just going to carry on with just aggrandising the company I've got here. The county commentators are mostly considerably more adept, maybe, than most of the same old voices on TMS. How much fresher it would be if they had a Brace Girdle, a Fultz, an Emerson. He says, yes, even a Cole. I feel like I'm being just mentioned in dispatches because you have to there, Mike. But bless you. There you go. He says, I'll hear you next season. Mike, thank you for your company all season. I understand if you need to protect yourself from more punishment. Feels a bit like that for Kent at the moment. Ahmed bowling to Everson. Nudges that into the onside, and he'll take himself a single. So apologies to Notts fans, it's a bit of a tale of woe from Mike there, but he's fed up, and maybe you're back tomorrow though, won't you, Mike? You'll be back tomorrow, surely. 174 for 6. I think we have guests at the back of the box, is that right? Shall I take it to the end of the over and then make way? Not sure quite what's going on here, but is Dave Fulton? Dave Fulton is going to be arranging the whole thing. I think that's right.
Yeah,
yes.
He's a master of ceremonies. We'll let him.
21 for.
I've got a quick one I need to read out.
All right, there we go.
Where are we?
Well, shall I make way?
Left.
I'm going to make way anyway, so you can carry on, and we'll go from there. 174 for 6, as Ryan Ahmed bowls to Jordan. I mean, I did mention there's a bit of a fight back here from Everson 42 and Jordan 21. They have gone to a 50 partnership between the two of them. It's a 55 it stands at the moment. So
excellent partnership. More from Matt then before too long. Here's Farhan Ahmed.
Am I going now?
Oh
yeah, I'm off. There we go. There you go, Mike. That's showbiz.
You see that bike? As this is pushed on the offside, and there's no run. Sam Locke, a Notts regular, is currently out in Japan, in Kobe, Japan. Sam's been in touch, saying, "Evening, Dave. I've managed to catch a few Kent wickets watching the stream here in Kobe, Japan. Great to see some of the young Notts bowlers looking promising." There's Farhan Ahmed. There's just another line or two here from Sam in Japan as Farhan Ahmed comes in and bowls, and it's defended, so remains 174 for 6. Sam says, "I'm going on a seaside trip to North Kyoto Prefecture next week, hoping not secure safety. That'd be lovely if at all possible." Well, all the very best to you, Sam, in Kobe, Japan, and we'll look forward to catching up with you hopefully next week in Warwickshire. You can tell us all about your trip to Kyoto Prefecture, whatever that may or may not be. So it's the end of the over, 174 for 6. David Fulton is here, armed with guests. Yes, so I will get out the way, and Dave will look after. Dave will look after things over the next 20 minutes.
Thanks, Dave. We might have to get Matt back in. The guests have just come to say hello, and just for a general kind of vantage point, just to see what happens. They are volunteer award winners from our lunch. Are you coming on air, Steve? Right, so Steve Wynn is now live. Whitstable's club welfare officer, who was at the volunteers. That's nice to see you, Steve. Thanks for joining us on air. And you in the company of Emily Silverwood, who was a Whitstable's award winner today. Set up women's cricket at the club. Done a fantastic job, and I know you coach on that programme. It's good to see the emergence of so many women playing our great game.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Emily's been a stalwart of women's cricket in the last year at Whitstable, and it's looking like it's going to go on strength and strength.
So here is Lyndon James. He's charging in past umpire Middlebrook, and nudging it away is Akeem Jordan, who's acquitting himself well. 9.2 overs, 1 for 28 for James Jordan, who wasn't at his best with the ball. 5 for on debut for Kent against Worcestershire. 21 of 38 deliveries. Kent in a real tussle here. As a Kent fan, Steve, how difficult is it, or watch has it been this year? Is you're rooting for your side, but as a fan, difficult. Just see this delivery from James, who's into Jordan wide, and Jordan has nothing to do with it. Schardendorf tumbling stop in front of the slips.
It's been good highlight packages. Difficult watching ball after ball after ball, but build again over the winter. Look forward to next year. See what that can bring us.
Yeah, it could be a reset in Division 2 for the Kent side. Any chance of avoiding that trapdoor to the second division, they have to win this and win their last match as well. And this is looking increasingly unlikely, albeit this is a decent partnership, that one. Maybe just give Akeem Jordan the benefit of the doubt. A big extravagant leave. Looked like he was just about to lean on one through the covers. Caught his bat inside the line.
The sun's out though, Dave.
The sun is out.
The sun is out.
You've brought it with you because it's been forecast for 4 days of sunshine this match, and this is the best weather of the match, which will no doubt please the Kent middle and lower order. Always a bit easier when the sun's out. Jordan turns us into the leg side, fielded by mid-on, there's no run. And a pretty decent crowd. I mean, what you would say about Canterbury is they do turn out in good number to support their team, even with Kent languishing at the foot of the table.
And people coming out for all 4 days of the game and seeing it through, supporting the team.
But nice vibe at lunch with the volunteers. I mean, so many people, yourself included, give up your time to keep our great game going at club level. As James is in and Jordan drops a dead bat on it, goes to extra cover, there's no run. So nice to see the volunteers recognised for the work that they do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very nice lunch hosted by yourself, Dave. Some lovely speeches for people that are doing lots of hard work around the county. There are very few clubs around the county that could survive and thrive without the people that are doing stuff behind the scenes, doing things for free, a lot of hard work for enjoyment of cricket, and some people that don't get to play the cricket and don't get to necessarily see all the results every weekend, but still put a lot of hard work in behind the backgrounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems to be the same people that do so many different jobs, don't they? You get one fellow who's scoring and umpiring and groundsman and doing it all, kind of very much the hub of that particular club. I mean, obviously you do the welfare stuff at Whitstable, but you also umpire. You gave me out last week, LBW, but to be fair, it was knocking the lot out, so I'll let you off for that one. It's plum, wasn't it?
It was absolutely plum, Dave, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I got a few first, but it was plum. Here's Farhan Ahmed, Nackington Road End, 16-year-old. Making us all feel incredibly old watching him.
Will that come in your autobiography, Dave? That last wicket?
No. No, the autobiography won't be happening. That wouldn't even be read by my children. So Ahmed is round the wicket to Joey Everson, who's played really nicely against his former club, and he clips that to the leg side, turned, just helped it on its way. Rob Lord does the fielding. If you saw the end of Harry Finch, Steve, you had a glass of something in hand, no doubt, but it was Farhan Ahmed's first ball, and Finch middled it straight at short leg, who somehow clung onto it.
Luckily, we were still inside, so we got to watch the replay a couple of times as well, unfortunately, for Finch, but it's a good catch. Extraordinary
catch. It was perhaps a little fortuitous, given how well it was struck. It just kind of hit him and bounced up off his hands as he opted for self-preservation. He got the rebound, but Ahmed is in here. Jordan is sweeping, and I think it dropped short of the man round the corner at short fine leg. It was an attempted sweep. I think it came off the glove, and usually they balloon up. This one rather died, and he got away with it. Lucky.
I think he was almost closer to the keeper for that, where it dropped.
Yeah, Schandorf dived, and not easy when you're round the corner that close. You see someone go for a big sweep, you tend to have your weight on your heels a bit in case he middles it. But things happening for the young off spinner, and he's gone again, Hakeem Jordan, and another unsuccessful sweep. Missed everything, slightly untidy.
So what does cricket in 2025 look like for you, Dave?
It looked like for me, lots of talking about it and no playing of it whatsoever. The bat and boots and gloves are well and truly hung up. I say that, I mean, if we were short on a Saturday, you know, those people listening who are involved in club cricket will know those weeks as Jordan is down the pitch, shout for LBW. He was too far down, missing leg stump. Those weeks when there's a wedding or there's 5 players on holiday, 2 injuries, a couple of people can't be bothered, and before you know it, you're scratching around looking for players. In that instance, I would happily turn out if I wasn't working.
Well, that's all been recorded on YouTube.
Yeah, I can't commit the time and energy to be playing regularly. I'm 53 in November, Steve. That ship has sailed as Jordan's on the back foot, and it actually nutmegs the leg slip, who was up a little early. It's running away in front of us down to fine leg. They'll get a couple. They'll settle for 2.
Well, it's been a pleasure watching you this year, Dave. I don't think anyone would think you're 55 when...
Not 55, Steve. 53.
Sorry,
you're not listening
53.
now. 55. I mean, honestly. He was paying me a compliment and then came up with a number 55. Mate, we've got to get this man off radio. He's adding years to me.
I definitely think I need
you.
to replace him.
No, I appreciate it.
All right.
But
thank you very much for the opportunity, Dave.
No, thanks. It's nice to see you and Emily here, and well done on everything you do for our great club of Whitstable, and well done to all the volunteers who give up their time. You know, the lifeblood of the game, and without them, you know, we wouldn't have a game. The umpires, the scorers, the people who are charged with, you know, kind of resurrecting teams and getting women's cricket up and running doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you to you and Emily and all the volunteers, and it's good to see you up here. Let's just talk you through this ball before we get Matt back on air. Lyndon James tearing in from the pavilion end. He's full and driving. Everson didn't get much of that. And he remains unbeaten on 44. Thanks to Steve Wynn and to Emily Silverwood from Whitstable Cricket Club. Matt's going to jump back in the chair. Nice to see them both. My youngest son has made an appearance in the box as well. It's a Whitstable love-in here. Home of BBC Radio Kent. No, I'm not being joined by anyone. I'm hopefully being joined by you. You know, it's what you're paid to do, Matt. Yeah, it's James.
Not the hard yards.
James is being driven away attractively by Everson, but he picks out Hamid at mid-off, and there's no run.
There we go.
Of course, Harry used to do a bit of commentary, but that was so kind of 2-3 years ago, wasn't it?
Is that?
He jumped on.
He's past that now.
He's past that now.
He's basically warming up to...
He's retired from commentary.
He's now warming up to just eclipse your legacy as a player at Kent.
Well, that'd be nice.
You're Harry's dad, they'll say to you. Is that right?
It's funny you say that.
Did you play a bit yourself at any point?
It's funny you should say that. As whipping away is Everson goes down to fine legs. It's going to be a single. Chris Adams, Chris Adams, who had a particularly fine career as captain of Sussex and good stint, of course, at Derbyshire. Played a handful of games for England and was one of the most kind of pugnacious players on the circuit, and was very famous in his own right as being a cricketer. He had, I think, all daughters. I could be wrong, but I think he had quite a few daughters.
He's got one quite famous one.
One of whom who turned out to be a very good cricketer, Georgia Adams, who plays for the Vipers, amongst other teams, and is now known everywhere he goes. As he's defended by Jordan back to the bowler. Certainly when I've introduced him at functions, I've given him the big build-up. He's just simply, I give everyone the big build-up. They've done this, they've done that, and also Georgia Adams' dad is here. So, we
commentate with her at Hampshire. She said the same thing. She thinks it's hilarious. Yeah. But I think Heath takes it in good spirit. Yeah,
you never quite know with Chris, but yeah, he was very combative on the field, and we locked horns once or twice. But he's I think it's sliding. It's a big shout for LBW. Jordan was swinging that away into the leg side. It ricocheted down to point of all places. Big appeal. Middlebrook signals a leg by. It was missing leg stump.
King Jordan is miming, basically smashing it down the A2 at that point, isn't he? I think carrying the hospital.
Well, I mean, look, he's played essentially as Kent's overseas fast bowler, isn't he? And he hasn't had the best of games with the ball, so why not try and rectify things to some extent with the bat? And he obviously can bat. You said that when he walked out, you gave that kind of sage nod. I think the lad can play, and
he's looked well organised.
Well, he's acquitting himself well. James in, and Everson just angles this one down to third man, where they'll pick a couple of runs up because the fielder is more squarer than that.
Didn't get it right with the ball, and early yesterday as well. That was Mark Decker was saying Mark Decker was saying at the end of the day that I was saying, what do you make of what your side have done today? And he said it's about the consistency. You've got George Garrett, starting with a new ball at one end, and then he didn't name Akeem Jordan, but he was at the other end. So
yeah,
you might want to work on that. It's guilty by association. But
if you don't want to name and shame,
yeah. Whatever was happening at the other end, we can't remember what it was. We were watching, and it was Akeem Jordan. He just didn't get it right, did he, for the first few overs?
And in fairness to him, 5 for on debut, impressive. Hamstring injury, wasn't it, that kept him out, I think, and he hasn't bowled for 2 or 3 weeks.
So it was side injury, but that's being pedantic, but whatever.
Yeah. Oh, well, that would explain why he was able to run quite as quickly as he was 2 weeks ago. Side injury. Side injury for bowlers are tricky. Coming back from that, perhaps not 100%. Bowlers are very rarely 100%. But certainly out of sorts and out of rhythm.
This is Farhan Ahmed then bowling around the wicket, the off-spin bowler. Had a quick chat to Harry about him as an off-spinner. Your boy, batting off-spin it.
16.
Interesting talent, isn't he?
Yeah.
Exciting talent.
My youngest is 17.
Yeah.
This is a 16-year-old. What are you playing at, son? Is the...
You're saying cricket's passing him by?
Yeah.
He's 17.
He's at...
Ooh, goes forward to that, and he gets the LBW shout as well. Finger has gone up at the far end.
Still standing there, Akeem Jordan.
He's not happy. Has he got far forward there?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I like the round the wicket angle, because if he is turning it, and there was some evidence that he is, if you straighten it up, you're a good chance round the wicket as an off spinner. It's just whether there was any bat in it, I would suggest.
The camera's a little bit wobbly, we have to say on this.
The wind. I don't think there's a lot wrong with that unless he hit it. Turned quite sharply and straightened up from the angle. So, but yeah, not easy to see with the buffeting of the camera in the wind. But it's all a touch irrelevant because Akeem Jordan trudges off. It is a slow West Indian walk back to the pavilion. He's not in any hurry. And he will feel slightly aggrieved, although I think that decision looked fair enough. So he's on his way, 182 for 7, the follow-on still some distance away. And Kent, as they have been for much of this difficult season, are struggling.
And a 42nd over here, and decent partnership between him and Joey Everson. Unfortunately, Kent need more than decent at the moment to, need another 102 to make sure, take away the option rather of Nottingham should be able to put them in for a second time consecutively. So, heard a lot about Whitstable. Harry was very self-deprecating, said they were in a great position, is that right, in the league? And he said bottled it a bit in the last 5 games, which I thought was very honest.
Yeah.
If he gets to be a professional cricketer, he'll have to take that honesty out of his game and get.
Yeah, he'll have to get. We need to media train him up. At Whitstable bottled it.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
lost a few games late in the season. We were first and second for much of the piece, and then we lost probably 5 of 6, I'd say, towards the back end. And we had some tough teams in that little run-in, and we were struggling with 1 or 2 injuries, and this is all the media excuses.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is the sort of stuff we expect. Yeah.
But
never mind the truth.
Yeah, don't know the truth. Get in the way of a good story. But yeah, we didn't play our best, and we were at our best, with fully stocked with fast bowlers who weren't injured and players who weren't nipping off on holiday, and with full availability and full fitness. I would have said we were the best, if not the second best side in that league, and should have got up, but it wasn't to be. We'll go again next year.
182 for 7 now. Fine, Ahmed is spinning himself from some catches. It's, spun away. Oof, crikey! Spun away from Parkinson. Sorry, is the new batter on the leg side, but they were very excited at the thought that Matt Parkinson might try and nudge that somewhere. He's not touched it, and the leg trap, such as it is, short leg, the leg slip as a conventional slip, a man on the drive. Let's see about Hamid on duty there. Oh, has that hit the bat? May well have done.
Beating everything, I think.
It's gone through down the leg side again, and that'll be 4 byes. Yeah, it's missed the bat. He's again sort of made to look to nudge that. I wouldn't call it a glance, just to touch it down the leg side, and has missed it. And causing more excitement. A bit of bounce as well for the spinner. Looks a danger, doesn't it? Looks a threat.
He's impressive for 16. His older brother is only a young man as well. Ryan Ahmed played for England and for under 19 England.
Definitely
a lot of fun batting against them in the back garden.
It was interesting cricketing families, as you say. Was it? You're saying there's a third brother as well? Is that?
I don't know.
Right? Oh, I thought you. Yeah,
No,
were suggesting it would have been very.
It was the dad I was talking about.
Ah, gotcha.
I was wondering whether the dad was. There is a third brother. What does he do? Braces? He doesn't know. The forgotten brother.
Back to ball.
It's like the Andy and Jamie Murray's brother, the forgotten brother. He doesn't really exist, but they pretend on social media that he does. Or what's his name? Is it Darren? Or there's someone pretending to be his third brother.
No, run off the third ball. The fifth ball of the over, rather.
Judy Murray rather plays up to it.
There.
That's just quite good fun. But,
wicket maiden for Farhan Ahmed. Yeah, at the end of the. Yeah, he does a proper job. Is that right? He does something.
I don't know, but what I was suggesting
box right now.
If you were part of that family, you'd be a decent player. You'd like to think of spin bowling, if you could navigate your way past those two in the back garden.
End of the over then. 186 for 7, Kent. In some difficulty against Nottinghamshire, who've bossed this game so far. And great for their own prospects, obviously, of avoiding the drop to County Championship Division.
It doesn't really work on radio, that but people have to trust me.
Well, it's took my eye out.
So here's James, and Everson, as he's done several times, is working him down to long leg. He picks up another one.
He's gone for the Travolta, I should say.
Yeah, the Travolta. That's the description I was looking for. The Travolta, maybe with a bit of a spin involved or something, rather than the crooked Billy Bowden kind of finger.
So we know there are umpires that like to chat between deliveries, and some that would like to chat all game, and there are cricketers that like to do that as well. But were there umpires when you were playing who very much, I suppose, ruling with a rod of iron, perhaps a bit more headmaster?
Yeah, just like Alan Whitehead was more strict.
I was going to say you don't have to name names, but please do.
I'm very happy to.
Yeah. Authoritarian.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Oh, that's a belter. New batsman Matt Parkinson greeted. Bit of a snorter there from Lyndon James. Another decent over from him. LBW shout and a play and miss. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Yeah, Alan was quite stern. John Hampshire was quite stern. But very good umpire. Gave me a great bit of advice. I got my knuckle broken at Lord's in '97. And just hit a crack, reared up, smashed my knuckle. As you can see there, it's displaced and was a bit messy for a while. And I thought, well, I'll bat on. For the cause. It was a low-scoring game. Do what I can with one hand, but I was carrying on a bit, because I was in pain. It was hopping and batting with a broken hand. And he said, "Dave," he said, "can I give you a bit of advice, lad?" He said, "Either get on with game, or," and he, expletives I won't replay, "off the pitch." He said, "because you're carrying on like a pork chop, hopping around." And he was right.
Like a pork chop.
Like a pork chop. You're carrying on like a pork chop. He said, so basically, just toughen up, get on with it, or just go off.
That's fine, Ahmed. Now to Everson pushes forward. He's on 48 now. 48 now, Joey Everson. 4 half centuries this season. As they were saying earlier on, he's come in a number of situations where Kent have been up against it, and with the bat they have been very often. It's been a tail that's been forced to wag, and Everson is the bridge between top order. He comes dancing down the pitch, looks to turn away from him. There's a yelp from the teenager, but he plays it behind square for a single.
Yeah, just went with a spin and nudged it past short leg. He's been busy in there, Jack Haynes. The other umpire, of course. Cheers, guys. Emily, Steve. The other umpire you didn't want to see as a batter was Ray Julian. He was, again, a very consistent umpire, but liked to move the game forwards.
Right.
And he had a number plate that said Ray 4, number 4, LBW.
Yes.
I kid you not.
Ahmed too.
So
well,
if you remember how the cars used to be parked here when the nets were there, so all the players' cars were parked side on. The umpires were facing you, so you'd come up the drive, looking forward to your day as an opening batter, thinking sun's out, brilliant.
Ahmed to Parkinson. One bounce to the man at short leg. Haynes, no run.
Nice day for a bat, and then you'd see the number plate Ray 4 LBW, and the bowlers would be dancing down into the pavilion. As a batter, you go, oh God. You knew your day had just got significantly harder, and he was consistent, but he'd like to move the game forwards, did Ray, and he was a big fan when Lewis, when DRS came in.
That's a floating delivery from Farhan. It's driven by Parkinson up to wideish mid-off. And there's no run. I mean, I cast no aspersions at authoritarian umpires, because you can't be everyone's mate, can you?
No.
You're going to give decisions that people don't like.
Absolutely. Not a popularity contest. You try and get them right.
Order. Over the wicket comes Farhan Ahmed too. Parkinson defends that into the onside. Hasib Mead fields. End of the over. Kent 188 for 7. Of course, James Treble has.
Yes.
I was going to say he's crossed the line, but that's not quite right, is he? So I'm sure. Always seemed like a very level-headed guy.
Treaders.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see Treddy as an umpire, can't you?
Absolutely,
he's quite unflappable, and he'd have a little bit of a chat, pass on the odd bit of wisdom, but he's not going to be swayed by any antics. He's pretty straight as our tread. But,
could give more decisions Kent's way, to be honest, but that'll come.
Is James, and playing and missing is Everson, another belter. 49 not out, Everson. I just like the look of Lyndon James. I've said it a couple of times.
Yeah.
I really like the way he came out to bat. He reminds me a little bit of in terms of what he offers, a kind of an Andrew Flintoff type cricketer. I'm not putting him in that class, but I'm just saying he's a big strapping lad. He can bowl that pace. But just the way he came out and he struck it, and he had a presence at the crease and fielded at slip, and just a man with a large wingspan, and when he bowls he's all effort. He shapes it a bit.
It'll be at least 2 for Everson.
Yep.
That'll be his 50.
That's Joey Everson's 50. Played really nicely. 73 balls, 6 fours, 1 huge 6. Against his former club as well. That will feel good, but he now knows that he has to kick on if Kent are to have any hope doing anything in this match and keeping their Division 1 status alive. He's got to turn 50 into 150 perhaps, and hope the tail can stay with him. But he has played beautifully, albeit, as we've seen in the last couple of overs, there have been a couple of plays and misses. He's still doing a bit this pitch. Defending this one quietly to extra cover. Getting the braces back on. Yeah. Get some sanity. You get sanity back and you ask for brace girdle. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. The nice thing about the last half an hour is that Dave hasn't passed us any notes, any gleeful notes. With
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, I'm trying to say
you're a bit paranoid down here, I think.
I've had 20 years in 2005 as he nicks this, Everson, but it's gone fine and he'll get 4. Played it with soft hands. Some of these deliveries have really bounced. That one died a bit, and that was to Everson's benefit. He moves to 55. Kent approaching 200, albeit 7 wickets down.
We've not spoken since your lunch. Did it go well?
The lunch?
Yeah.
It went it went relatively well. I mean, what's not to love about the Volunteers Awards? But I did miss a lady out because I turned over 2 pages of my programme at a time. So James is in and defending back past the stumps nicely as Everson. He'll get a single between mid-on and the stumps, and Hasiba Mead from mid-off runs around the field, so he collects another single.
And what had the lady won?
She had won an award. There were a lot of them. There were 20 plus.
Okay,
I can't remember the specific award, but she was from the Girl Guides, and it was quite a nice award actually, because she had got 805 girls involved in cricket through the guides. So they did, obviously they do badges, a bit like the Scouts and Cubs and everything, and this was a badge for cricket that they could do, a bit of cricket coaching. So she got 805 girls involved in that, so a brilliant initiative. And solidly behind it is Matt Parkinson, who's yet to score. He's faced 10 deliveries, doing his bit for the team. 195 for 7. Completion of another James over.
And where was that from? What part of the county was that?
Well, this was all over.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not sure which part. I think she might have been Kent East actually, if memory serves. Kent East. But yeah, we were rattling through. We had 21 awards to get through in 30 minutes. Lunch was going to be served properly at 1 o'clock. I had just over a minute for each award. To try and keep things kind of light and entertaining along the way. And we finished bang on 1. So I got a nudge from Shireen from the office when I missed out the aforementioned lady. She came up to me and just gave me a little tap, and we recovered the situation.
Where's my book token? It's for Han Ahmed. Balls to Joey Everson. Just reached his half century, pushes this up to mid-off. We've got Liam Patterson-White on the field for the first time in the day. Notts have got 13 here. Seen Sammy King on the field today, but now we've got Liam Patterson-White at fine leg, or short fine leg. Single hit down the ground for a single.
Yeah, it's not quite where Everson intended. I think he was coming down to launch that one to the offside, and it just gripped. We dragged it along the floor. No harm done.
In this day and age, do we have tea lady stroke tea gentleman of the year? Best teas, all that sort of stuff?
I think we should have. Albeit, if they were here, then they would, they'd be being paid for that, so it wouldn't be volunteers. But yeah, club cricket. Definitely. I mean, it wasn't a category that we did.
Okay.
But I'm all for it, because the teas have rather gone out of fashion.
Yeah,
I mean, since COVID, a lot of clubs, including our own actually, we don't offer teas. So people bring their own sandwiches, which I think is a bit of a shame, because the kind of part and parcel of club cricket, the tea.
Like a nice slice of cake. This Farn Ahmed balls to
You'd never
Parkinson.
guess.
Drops this on the leg side for a for a single. 96 for 7.
Well, I remember the year that Derbyshire had a new chef. And, you know, going to Derbyshire, and it's often maligned, isn't it, as a county? Like you go to Derbyshire and, you know, it's a bit bleak at times with the weather. And
Ahmed Bowles, again, nicely defended by Parkinson.
It's quite open, isn't it? And the wind whistles, you know, it's not picturesque like New Road, and it hasn't got the kind of the test ground status. And you just think, you know, if you had to number counties 1 to 18 with what's your best ground and what's your worst, then Derby would be lower end, no disrespect, until... This is speaking as a player.
Yeah.
I'll just let you talk over
Comes
this.
Fahan again.
Fahan delivery.
Very deliberate setup, 3 round the back waiting. Parkinson defence, no run.
Until this new chef arrived, and then suddenly we went from maybe 17 or 18 on the, you know, in terms of where we put it, to top of the tree. I mean, he obviously came armed to impress. Lunches and teas like you've never seen before.
It's quite nice now, Derby, isn't it?
Yeah, it's improved a lot. The stands have gone. They've changed the wicket. They've changed the angle, a bit like they did at Old Trafford, didn't they?
Yep.
So, yeah, I think the media centre's improved. Yeah, so I mean, we're talking 20 years ago when I played
the old race course.
The old race course. It was pretty open and bleak, but it's they've done some good work to it, as they have at many grounds.
Yeah, they're not bottom of the pile in terms of facilities anymore. There's one or two others that. Think of
should remain nameless. Well, you're going to get a name and shame.
No. Well, I think most people will. Most regular Nottinghamshire listeners will have maybe picked up a comment or two over the years. It's Jacob Duffy.
Yes, Jacob Duffy back into the attack, replacing Lyndon James. So it's the old favourite tactic of spin from one end and rotate the seamers from the other. Ahmed doing a good job. 11 overs, 2 for 23. Rotate the seamers. Duffy's been a bit expensive. No, none for 53 from 8.1, 6.5 and over. But, of course, this ground has changed a little bit. The pavilion, the changing rooms have kind of doubled in size. The Lime Tree Cafe, I think, has probably been the best addition. Short and nudging into the offside is Everson. Brings Parkinson back on the strike. So Notts won't mind that. None from 14. The former Lancashire leg spinner. He's worked hard at his batting. He can certainly do a job. He could be obdurate.
When did the old bat and ball at the end of the road get knocked down
shame,
or whatever?
Well, I think it was a B&B. It was, I mean, often in there when we played, it's turned onto the leg side, and that might be a leg bye. It's got a little bit of bat on it. No, the umpire, Middlebrook, about to tap his leg. Parkinson still yet to score, but he's doing a job.
I stayed here once about, I don't know, turn of the century, 25 years or so ago. David Shepherd was also in one of the little rooms up there, so I had my breakfast and my evening meal and a glass of something at the end of the day with Shep, which was a great experience.
Yeah. A short commute, a little 50 yards to work. It's not bad, is it? It's, Duffy is in once more. Short ball, and this is turned around the corner by Everson. They'll pick up a single.
You were just mentioning the Palmers. I think the other umpire in that game was one of the Palmers, and he had his motorhome on the drive here throughout.
Yeah, a few of them did. Alan Whitehead had a motor, had a kind of caravan that he would stay in. It certainly saved on hotels and whatnot. Cut the expenses down. So there's Duffy, short and one-handed, almost fending it off is Parkinson. A good bit of thigh pad, but no damage done. Leg slip in place for that short ball tactic.
This is the ground also where, again, it might even have been the same game. About that time, 2000, 2001, Pakistan played here. The Pakistan tourists, Syed Anwar got a double 100.
Yes, played in that game.
On the first day in Zamamal, that gave me a really lovely interview. It was a good 5 minutes worth of stuff.
Here's Duffy, short, Parkinson, small man, just ducks underneath it.
Go on. I don't know what. Something would have happened during the course of the game. I don't know. But at the end of the match, he wouldn't do any interviews for anybody until they'd found a translator. Couldn't speak English. Whatever. And literally 2-3 nights before, he'd give me a wonderful interview. Always smiled at that. Yeah. Dear old Inzi. Yeah, Said Anwar got a double 100.
Well, that was my first look at Mohamed Sami, who we signed. We mentioned him earlier yesterday, didn't we? He took 15 wickets in that match between Kent and Nottinghamshire at Maidstone. That was our first look at him. I think he got me out in the first innings, and he bowled briskly. And we thought, yeah, he's got a bit about him. So we kept an eye on him and signed him a couple of years later.
It's Farhan then. He's got a couple of wickets, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. 199 for 7. The Jason Gallion 199 that he got on this ground in 2005, wasn't it? As this is pushed back to the bowl.
How long?
199 for no. I'm just saying
199 for 7. And Jason Gallion got all of those runs by himself in a title-winning year. Yeah, I thought you'd weave that into the conversation at some point. I didn't think I'd get away with it that easily.
He was up at Trent Bridge, I think, last week for the former players. There's a lovely shot down the ground from Everson, really taking the fight to knots here, Joey.
200 up. Gallion didn't get that many, did he?
No, he didn't. In the 48th over, 200 up. And the board has sorted itself out. Yeah, 203 for 7. Follow on 284. Bit of work to do, but not beyond the realms of possibility that Kent might get there. As Everson comes again and pushes this wide of the bowler, we'll get another single.
Usually at this time of year, you would enforce the follow-on, but with the forecast being as good as it is, I just wonder whether Nottinghamshire, if they did knock Kent over in the next half an hour, might actually think about batting again.
Yes, I think that decision very much. Well, it depends on a lot of things, doesn't it? But one of them will be when the final wicket is taken. If it's at the end of the day and they've got all night to get a bit of rest.
Follow on, but if it was in half an hour's time, I'd be tempted to have another bat.
204 for 7 for Farhan Ahmed. Bowls just dropped on the leg side by Parkinson, who's now 0 from 18 balls, but doing a splendid job as long as he keeps his end up, as they say. He's enabling Joey Everson to just keep that board moving along, keeping knots out there, frustrating them. We're 3 overs after this one, away from tea, and this one does pop and take the glove, but falls short of Freddie McCann, just round the corner.
Looks like he gives it a real rip for Farhan Ahmed, doesn't he? They had that rev counter, didn't they, a little while back? I don't know if they still do that. Don't recall watching a test match or one day international and seeing the rev counter, but they used to, in Swanee's era, used to see how many revs he put on it.
Bowls again nicely and defended. The coaching staff have sort of been saying over the last couple of weeks he's still obviously very, very early into not only his first class career but being a cricketer, learning how to bowl, learning what everything's about, and he's only really got a variation in pace. He's not yet learnt any varieties in terms of different deliveries and 1 or 2 mystery balls, and that will all come in time. He's started out so early, all that's ahead of him.
Yeah, well, if I recall, someone like a Shane Warne, quite a lot of his mystery balls were a bit of bluff and bluster at times, as Duffy is starting a new over, and Everson just angles this down to third man, content to take the single, trusting Parkinson doing a good job at the other end. But as an off spinner, you've got the arm ball. Maybe you get your fingers over the top of one, or maybe get more of a top spinner. But,
and also the other thing is everybody at the other end is brand new to him at the moment. He's only being fed information on player X will play against you like this, that and whatever. Once he's played against all the guys 2, 3, 4 times, he'll have his own idea of how to get them out. He's done pretty well so far, though.
He has. Impressive young player, and this one is full and straight. And Parkinson equal to it, punches it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Elsewhere nearing tea. Surrey have got the lead now at the Oval, 272 for 6, so they're 10 in front of Durham.
Somerset game.
Lancashire 214 for 6, lead of 208.
Duffy is, that's not his best shot. Just saying how well he's defended Parkinson. That wasn't really there to drive, a bit wide, and by no means a half volley. Went after it, missed it.
I did note that Luke Wells had been dropped down the order to 6, and of course they sent a night watchman in, so Luke Wells has gone in at 7, so that's serving them well. He's 27 not out, and young George Bell is not out as well, 12 not out. Lancashire lead by 208. Next ball goes through to Shady.
I thought you played well this morning, Schardendorf.
Yeah, good cricketer.
Waited a long time for this opportunity. So, Tom Moores, where is he in the world? Has he been left out of this game? Was he injured?
Yeah, no, he's been left out of the last couple since we came back from the 50 over competition.
It's a bouncer from Duffy, but just down the leg side and easy for Parkinson to avoid. You want that bouncer. Get the ball that got rid of Leaning. It was the perfect line, wasn't it? The bouncer from Lord that went in his kind of throat, straight left armpit. Could only fend it up in the air. That one was a bit too leg side.
It's been difficult. They've had 4 different wicket keepers. And that's, I don't think Duckett at any time this season had the gloves in the 2 or 3 games he played at the start of the season, but very often he's also had them. But they've had 4 different keepers so far this season.
This is nicely bowled, and Parkinson solidly behind it. Duffy's hits the bat pretty hard when he gets it right.
Joe Clark, the majority of them. Tom Moores did 2 or 3. He also played in another couple just as a batter. Verena was brought in for 3 of the last 4 games, and this is the one that he's not here for, and Schardendorf's obviously got the gloves for this one. So,
what's Clark's position? Because obviously he's a quality batter. Does he prefer just a bat, or is he happy to take the gloves as well? Or is he kind of relaxed either way?
He's like these annoying footballers that you interview. What's your best position? And I'm just happy to be in the side. You know, you talk. No, you talk to him, and if they want me to keep, I'll keep.
But it doesn't sound like he has a burning desire. Like Johnny Bairstow always wanted the gloves with England.
Well, I don't think he necessarily has a burning desire, but he knows it makes him a more attractive proposition through the winter and through the other franchise tournaments he plays in, because he does a lot of wicket keeping in the Big Bash and in the UAE and wherever else he goes. So he regularly practices his wicket keeping, and he sort of has been dipping in and out this year.
Right.
It's Farhan. Where are we? 2 overs to go until the tea break. 12 deliveries as Everson gets off strike first ball. Notts won't mind that. Joey Everson showing his hand first ball, skipping down the track, taking a single. And 206 for 7. Sammy King's on the field again, and he's going in at short leg. He's got all the protective gear on. We're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra, and welcome to a sunny Canterbury. It's not been like that for the first
timed it well.
4.5 sessions of this match, but the sun is just making its way through. Dave Bracegirdle, David Fulton, and Matt Cole, our host for the week, is loitering in the background as 16-year-old Farhan Ahmed is bowling to Matt Parkinson, who's really just gone out there in block mode. He's not out from 26 deliveries so far, as Kent somehow try and turn around a hugely disadvantageous position. Can they save the follow-on is the task. All this has gone down the leg side, and it's been missed by Schardendorf.
Just as we were praising his wicket-keeping skills, and Schardendorf, that one just turned and bounced a little bit over the top of leg or just down the leg side. Blinded by the batsman, of course, but couldn't get across in time. Attacking field, there was a leg slip and 2 short legs, which probably explains the line from Farhan Ahmed. He's not kind of going outside off stump and turning it back to hit off stick. He's bowling straight and trying to bring those close catches into play. There's a slip, a leg slip, 2 short legs, catching mid-wicket. And the man round the corner for a top-edge sweep.
doing his stuff again, the 16-year-old. Comes in from the Nackington Road end balls, and this one just a little short of a length, and Parkinson seized on that, tried to whip it away. Clearly didn't make a solid connection, and the ball just almost died in front of him, with one or two sort of diving forward, trying to get underneath it, yelling catch, but nobody could.
None from 28. Parkinson's getting into that territory where actually we're quite keen for him not to score. I don't know what the record is for him. It's certainly a long way off it. But if he's none from 128, Dave, we'll start getting the books out, checking the archives.
We like that sort of stuff. We like that. Farhan Ahmed bowls, and again it's popped down. Oh, what a catch! Oh, that's Freddie McCann with a super catch. And Parkinson turns, tucks his bat under his arm, and he's off. He knows it was cleanly taken. Dropped one earlier, didn't he, Freddie McCann, at slip, and he hung his head for ages and ages, but now he's feeling a little happier. And just before tea here, 1 over to go before tea, unless Notts can get another one, because Kent are now 8 down. That's one of the longest ducks we've seen for a while. 210 for 8.
Well, put the mockers on him, didn't we? Talking about a none off 128. He does finish off his 29th delivery, Matt Parkinson. Smashing catch from Freddie McCann at short leg, diving forwards. Took it millimetres off the ground. And fine reward for Farhan Ahmed, who looks a real prospect, doesn't he? 16 years of age, 3 wickets, 10 in the match against Surrey. And he's at it again here, 210 for 8. Kent, and that follow-on, that total to avoid the follow-on looking a long way off.
Hindsight's a wonderful thing. Joey Everson taking a single the first ball, but you can't just farm it from here until the end of the innings, can you? You can't refuse runs this early out. I know we're only 2 overs away from tea, but Joey taking a single first ball, but Matt Parkinson's been around long enough. He would have had faith in leaving him on strike.
Absolutely. Matt Parkinson's played well at times this year. He's been called into action with the bat more than Kent would have liked, and he's played a fine hand on numerous occasions. So Joey Everson would have taken a look at that and gone, you know what, I've got to trust him. Every run's important. Kent rooted to the foot of the table of Division 1, and I just wonder now with Gilchrist and Garrett whether Everson, probably not before tea, but maybe after tea, will come out and give it the long handle, try and get as many as they can, as quickly as they can. Because they need to move this game forwards. You can't just take a single and then watch 5 dots or wickets go down. So
could be fun for 5 Sports Extra listeners. Notts made 433. They were put in yesterday by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Ben Slater was dropped on 40, and it was an expensive drop because he went on to make 160. Notts losing their last 4 wickets this morning for 40 runs, but then Luke Fletcher celebrating his 36th birthday today, dismissed both Ben Compton and Tawanda Mayei before lunch, and since then a couple of wickets for Rob Lord, 1 for Lyndon James, and now Farhan Ahmed has 3, comes in to bowl to Nathan Gilchrist, who drops it down at the feet of Jack Haynes, and that's the end of the over. And Ahmed, who likes these long spells, we've seen already in his fledgling first-class career, he loves a long bowl. 13 overs, 3 for 29. It's your first look at him, he just gets on with it, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't say a lot, he doesn't get flustered, but he's going to be around for a long time.
For a long time. 16 years of age is frightening, isn't it? To start the way he started, 10 for against Surrey is no mean feat, but he obviously loves bowling. He hasn't bowled a bad ball, he spins it. It just gives the captain control, because you can have men round the back, because you know he's going to hit a sixpence. Jacob Duffy starts a new over. He's full and straight. Driving is Everson, who scampers through for a single. Gilchrist going to have to hurry, and a big shout from the fielders. Direct hit from Hasib Hamid at mid-off. 1 bounce, and Gilchrist is a tall man, but he just took a little while for those long legs to get going, and Hasib Hamid plucked out middle stump. 1 bounce. There was always one there. He was hanging deep, probably happy for Everson to take the single. Realised that Gilchrist was dawdling a bit and threw the wickets down.
Tell you what, I think Notts think it was out.
Well,
it's not, because the umpire says it's not out, but it was a direct hit, and the way they reacted.
We've seen, haven't we, when we do slow it down, when we have the cameras involved, that the direct hit is so often more out than you think. But brings Gilchrist on to strike. He's yet to get off the mark, and Duffy greets him with a bouncer. She sways out the way of.
course, the thing, if it had been out, we're in danger of perhaps running into overtime, because Kent are 8 down. Had there been 9 down, we'd have...
Extra half an hour.
Yeah, we'd have dragged on. Approaching 4 o'clock. Tea should have been at 10 past 3, but it's been a bit of a protracted day today.
Yeah, seem a friendly surface. They've done a lot of work, haven't they, despite Ahmed? This one's full and straight, and Gilchrist dug it out just. It was a belated dropping of the bat on the Yorker. Thought it had gone straight through him. Short leg, 3 slips, and decent field in the sense that they've got square leg and mid-on, stopping that single. Gilchrist firmly in Duffy's sights. He's wicketless at the moment. Former Kent man, of course, played 2 games here a couple of years ago. So, not extensive experience of the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence, but he would have bowled out there a few times. He's operating from the pavilion end. He's been better from this end. This one is wide though, and Gilchrist has nothing to do with it.
We've now had 80 extras in the match, 37 in the Notts innings, 43 already in this one. And we've had an extraordinary amount of no balls, haven't we? There's been 10 no balls in this innings, so that's 20 runs. And in the Nottinghamshire innings, I'll need to refresh myself, 15 no balls, so that was 30 runs. So a lot of no balls, a lot of overstepping. And it's been from each end with each umpire, hasn't it?
Yeah, a story about extras in just a second. As this one is short, and Gilchrist is going to get 4. He just used his height, knocked it down in the vacant third man region, and decent enough short ball, but Gilchrist equal to it, gets 4. Yeah, there was some wag on social media because Kent announced their awards for the end of the season. I forget the precise date, but it's, you know, Kent bottom of the blast, bottom of the championship. Didn't go so well in the Metro One Day Bank, and some wag suggested that extras should be player of the year. So it contributed more than most, which I thought was humorous but a little harsh. As Duffy comes in again, and he's absolutely cleaned him up with a beauty. So Gilchrist, who knocked out the stumps when he was bowling, has got some of his own medicine. That pitch middle off, straightened and knocked out the off dolly. So Gilchrist goes. Duffy has his first, and we are going to get an extra half an hour. So Dave Brace-Girdle has got to go and update his listeners. Matt Cole returns.
I've been accused of... There we are, 5 Live Sports Extra listeners, I gather, joining us. I've been accused of loitering by the great Kevin Howells there. I think you've got eyes everywhere. I was just having a chat to a loyal listener who's... well, he was a little bit critical of you, Dave Fulton, actually. Just saying, yeah.
Here's my youngest son. You need to
No, it wasn't your youngest son. No,
it was someone else.
Yes.
Go on.
Mr. Stevens. He's
Darren Stevens.
Darren Stevens. I thought I recognised him. Yes, yeah.
That's the gratitude. I signed
he said,
Darren
make
Stevens.
sure
I brought him here.
Yeah.
And all he does is abuse me.
There we go.
Is he all right?
Looks a fine fettle.
Is he well?
He's with the Stars, of course, and they're at his old stomping ground at Leicester on Saturday for the final of the 50-over competition. So yeah.
Well, of course, the Stars will be no more soon, won't they? Because they're restructuring women's cricket. So you just wonder. Darren's done some good work there in the last year or so.
No, absolutely. But yeah, in fine form. Someone suggested his car was getting bigger every time they saw him, but I'm not sure if that's true or not. But
yeah, I think it probably is. Not as big as Key's car. Key's car, the biggest of the lot.
Is that the standard to which everybody else will be compared on?
I don't know about that. Big ECB salary, he's doing all right. I rocked up to golf the other day, getting his clubs out of his big car.
He likes a bit of golf, absolutely right.
He's playing today. I think he was here yesterday. He was in the box. I saw Mick Newell earlier. He said that he caught up with Kesey yesterday, so probably keen to cast an eye on Farhan Ahmed, I would think. 16-year-old. The way they go at the moment, the England selection, chuck him in.
Well, that's true enough, though, isn't it? His brother was thrown in as a teenager. His brother was
thrown in. Shoaib Bashir has been thrown in. They both acquitted themselves well. There could be something in it. And I'll tell you what, I'd be very surprised if this young man doesn't have an international career. It's a bit early, maybe. England under-19. He's still got 3 years at England under-19.
Yeah. Well, the way he shapes up, certainly. It's really aggressive. Impressive. Yeah, impressive and aggressive. And bowls now to Everson, who's just trying to hold onto his wicket at the moment. He's batted well, 66 so far, but it won't mean very much to Kent. It looks like they'll follow on. If Nottinghamshire ask them to, yeah.
I mean, they're not going to beat that totally, wouldn't have thought.
Round the wicket to Everson, drives up to long off. I think Dave Bracegirdle is gesticulating at you, not for the first time. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
He's asking me if I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm happy to swap with him if that's what he's after. Five more minutes if it lasts that long, this innings. Then
just waiting for my update. That's all right. After the update, we'll do that. 5 more minutes, Mum, please. It's like being called in for your tea. 15 for 9. Still not going very well for Ken. It's got from bad to worse. In fact, they're 2-15 for 9 now. They just lost a couple of quick wickets. Farhan Ahmed, the 16-year-old off-spinner for Nottinghamshire, is spinning up a storm. He has the last 3 wickets to fall before the departure of Nathan Gilchrist, the 9th to go. Then Joey Everson, 66 not out, is trying to hold back the tide at the moment. Kent needed to win this game, or need to win this game, and win it well to have any chance of staying up in County Championship Division 1 with a game to spare. It's not looking very good for them at the moment, almost needless to say, from the scorecard, with Nottinghamshire 4-3-3 in their first innings. Seems like an age ago, and they're dismantling Kent in their first innings at 2-15 for 9 at the moment. Elsewhere, looking at our other side, Surrey playing Durham at the moment at the Oval, the reigning county champions, 2-8-4 for 7, so in the lead there now by 22 runs in their first innings. And Sussex still playing very well at Bristol against Gloucestershire. They've got 2 Gloucestershire wickets in the second innings now. They're already still trailing by 138 runs in their second innings there, Gloucestershire. So Sussex honing in on a win which will take them up into County Championship Division 1 with a game to spare. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. Otherwise, it's going very well for Kent. Farhan bowls to Everson, takes a single. Big George Garrett will take a strike for his first ball. But yes, heckling, there we go. From Kevin Howells, as I was trying to take a lap round the ground, and heckling from Mr. D. Stevens. Are you saying
commentary?
Are you saying ingratitude there?
Yeah.
He said he was just here for a few minutes to survey the scene. So, but
fancy a little stint on air.
Would have been well. Maybe compare and contrast and see how difficult it is, or easy. Who knows? A ball to come of Ahmed's over. Also, left George Garrett, the left-hander, pushing forward. I mean, he's put the bat out there. Is as much as you can say for him there, and the ball spun past it and into the wicket-keeper's gloves. 2-16 for 9. Ahmed completes his 14th over. I think we are due a change.
I'm going to make way. That was really impressive stuff from Farhan Ahmed against the left-hander. Just interesting how Joey Everson was happy to let Nat Parkinson and Nathan Gilchrist face the off-spinner, but when the left-handed Garrett came in, he was shepherding him. And that's probably the right move, but I'm going to make way. Let Dave Bracegirdle come back in.
We'll do a gentleman's excuse me. Some in the commentary box, and hopefully keep your arms inside the car, no one will get hurt. And hopefully you're still with us, listeners. I know some Kent fans. We were talking about a loyal listener, Mike, earlier on, who'd just about had enough.
He'd given up, Mike, hadn't he?
Yeah, indeed, yeah. But with Duffy coming in, his first ball, whistles past Everson through the wicketkeeper. Sean Dorff, 67 Everson has, and suggested on the update there, Dave, he's a bit like King Canute at the moment. He's trying to hold back the tide, but 67 he has so far. Garrett at the other end, 0 from none, but didn't look entirely comfortable, I think it's fair to say, at the first ball from Farhan Ahmed there. It's a drive by Everson. He's not taking the single, as David Fulton was saying. He's protecting his batting partner out there at the moment, and I would imagine particularly wants to protect him from Farhan, because it didn't look like he really knew what was going on with that one delivery he faced.
It is a real old challenge here, isn't it? Hostile pace from Duffy at one end and the young spin wizard at the other.
Here's Duffy then. And yeah, if you can keep a spinner like Ahmed on at one end, as you say, 3 for 30 from 14. This one is defended by Everson, or a drive, if you like, up towards Lord at mid-on, and it's a dot ball, 216 for 9. So lost track a bit. I was in Darren Stevens' world there for a second, having a good old chat. He's putting the world to rights, and
he's had more than enough mentions today, hasn't he? We've talked about him at length.
Well, that's
Darren.
true. Yeah, I had no idea he was going to appear later as well. Maybe it's we've invoked him.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a friendly spirit coming into the ground, and he doesn't lack for handshakes or selfies when he comes into Canterbury, as you probably imagine. 217 for 9. He's admiring fans as the singles taken by Everson off the 4th ball of the 53rd over, and Garrett will have 2 to last.
Do you think he has to pay for his own coffee like Fultz does?
I don't know. Got to think about the bottom line here. As I say, Stevens has had enough from us. What's he ever done for Kent?
Coffee, £2.50, sir.
That's right. Yeah. Sorry, Darren. Who? 217 for 9. Duffy round the wicket to left-handed George. Garrett attacking his off stump. Has it hit the pad? Was it impact outside? It looked like it might have hit the pad to me, but
Looked a good shout to me.
it did, yeah.
Not out is the verdict. What have we got? 1 ball left in this over, so I'm sure they won't be taking a single. Despite the offside disappearing to all parts, just to encourage him just to nudge it and take the 1 run, but Joey Everson will stay, I'm sure, at this end.
Yeah, he's trying to protect the tail. But yeah, the option will be for Nottinghamshire, surely, unless this partnership really does flourish. That one's picked off his off stump by Garrett and deflected out to a backward point. I know you're laughing, Dave, so I'm not quite sure what I'm going to call that shot, but he deflected it off his off stump, and that's the important thing. 217 for 9. No disrespect to George Garrett. Jacob Duffy's got his tail up. Ahmed is an absolute handful from the other end, and Kent in all sorts of trouble here.
Yeah, it was Farhan I was laughing at, because he was sprinting in from the boundary. He can't wait to get the ball in his hand. He can't get another 5 for here, but he can certainly get a 4 for his 14 overs, 3 for 30. Came on to bowl, an hour or so ago, maybe a little bit more. On his very first ball, he picked up a wicket. He's just got that knack. He's something special, and not so pleased to have him. Harry Finch, first ball, just prodded forward and lolloped up a catch at short leg. Here's Farhan. Ahmed bowls. This is up in the air, and it's caught by Schardendorf, and despite 1 or 2 fielders throwing their arms up in the air, Schardendorf, I think, knew it had come off the pad only, so that little bit of excitement was very short-lived. Everson on 68.
Out of the back of his hand, tried to run out Everson as well at the striker's end at that point as well. Fantastic piece of work, but yeah, didn't get him either way, unfortunately, for Nottinghamshire.
2 have eluded Dane Schardendorf down the leg side, and each have gone for 4 byes, but apart from that, a brilliant effort. Here's Everson now. He's gone big. He's gone massive. My car's down there, Joey. Just go steady. It's hit a big 6 down the ground over the advertising boards at the far end, and that's Joey Everson at his best. Lovely shot, but just mind my car, Joseph. Big 6, 223 for 9.
Yeah, it's a ball very hard indeed, and that's long down the ground, as you say. Yeah, press parking is there. We've been very nice about Joey Everson as well. I think he's played very well, so that seems a little bit unfair, but there you go.
Second 6, both off. First one off Farhan Ahmed. 3 for 36. Here he comes. He's got a long on and a long off out in case Joey goes again. He's played this along the ground to deep mid wicket, but won't take the single. Lots have got a slip and either a leg slip or a backward short leg. Keeper and bowler, and the other 7 are on the fence. So Joey Everson, see if you can find a gap, or see if you can replicate what you did to that earlier ball and clear the ropes by a mile. Farhan bowls to him and he's turned it away square of the wicket on the leg side. It's the 4th ball of the over and he's happy to take a single. So all of a sudden we're going to see George Garrett surrounded by Nottinghamshire fielders. Here they come.
Yeah, that's what's being unfair to Garrett in the previous over. I mean, the ball spun away from him and the bat was inside the line, so at least was in no danger in that respect. But yeah, I wonder if they will enforce the follow on. Should it come in the next couple of overs? Or in this half an hour with a...
It's an interesting one, isn't it? We've only got 29 overs left in the day now.
Yeah.
Lancashire 2-2-2 for 6 in the big one at Old Trafford, as this is played back to Farhan Ahmed. So that's a lead of 216 over Somerset. Both sides dismissed yesterday. Lancashire 140, Somerset 146. Lancashire 2-2-2 for 6. Earlier Essex beat Warwickshire by an innings as Garrett probes forward and runs it gently to safety. Surrey 290 for 7. Now at the Oval against Durham, leading by 28 runs. Worcestershire 191 for 5. That's a good comeback against Hampshire, who made 462. Gareth Roderick is 80 not out at the top of the card, and then there's noughts and 4s and 1s and whatever till you come to Ethan Brooks, who's 78 not out. And the pair of them have added 130 for the 6th wicket for the pairs. That's down in Hampshire. Going to be Duffy again, and we're going to get that similar field. 2 slips and 7 out on the fence.
Indeed so. Coming in there too. Everson drives it. The wide open space is up to long off, and Hasib Hamid asks him politely, well, figuratively, "Would you like a single there, Mr. Everson?" Mr. Everson says, "No, if it's all the same, I'll stay here." They're offering him a 1 all around the ground at the moment, apart from the 2 slips. 2-2-4 for 9. Trying to protect George Garrett at the other end and see what he can farm or bludgeon. Smash to a boundary. It's Everson again. He's worked this into the onside, and mid-wicket is nearly out of the ground. No, on the coming in from the rope.
209 runs. The difference between the two sides now,
Yeah.
Matt. If that wicket goes down, they have tea. There'll be 28 overs left in the day or thereabouts. What's Captain Cole going to do?
I think you've got Farhan at one end. You can rotate your seamers at the other for that length of time.
Yeah.
Easy for me to say, though. I don't have to bowl again. So it's Duffy to Everson. Good ball, actually. That one almost crept through the defence. And it's deflected by Everson up to long off, and he takes a single. And they have, well, they're hoping fewer than 3 balls at George Garrett if they can clean him up. But Garrett will hope to hold out here.
Follow-on mark 284.
Yeah.
They're 225 for 9. So it's a tall order really for Joey Everson, with the support of George Garrett to get another 60 or so.
With Matt Cole and Dave Bracegirdle here at the moment. Dave Fulton, former Kent captain, has been with us today as well. Will be here tomorrow in this very important game for both sides. Can look like they are on their way down in this game to Division 2. Outside the off stump, left by Garrett through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. We started today at 393 for 6 Nottinghamshire. They put on 40 for the remaining 4 wickets. Kent would have been reasonably pleased, probably, with what they did in the before lunch, if it weren't for the fact they lost Compton and Yates both to Luke Fletcher in his opening spell. And 60 for 2, and then regular fall of wickets after that. Only Joey Everson has got himself above 50. Short ball from Duffy. He falls as he delivers that. Is he okay? Is Garrett okay? He's just wringing his left hand. Yeah, that smacked him on the glove. Duffy is back up and fine, but yeah, George Garrett is not too happy, is he?
No, you don't see that very often. Injuries at both ends from one delivery. Really did hit the ground hard, Duffy. Mark Wood-like, as he released it. And
it's the bottom hand for George Garrett that he's nursing rather tenderly at the moment. 2-2-5 for 9. Duffy bowls again on his feet, keeps low, bounces off wicket-keeper Shardendorf. He's put what they call the long barrier down there. He's done well. He's just stopped it going for byes. It's deflected away to the slips. But the end of the over, 2-2-5 for 9. Jacob Duffy's just talking to James Middlebrook there about the whys and wherefores of a big fast bowler landing the delivery stride. But yeah, just tumbled over. He's fine. George Garrett, I think, has taken the left glove off just to inspect the bruising to his left hand. It's a good delivery.
Didn't make a note of the time when the 9th wicket went down, but we've had 4 overs. I mean, generally you're looking at about 8 overs, aren't you? Yeah. But that's 4 of the 8 overs. Might squeeze another one in with Farhan absolutely racing through his overs. I think right now Kent would see it as something of a little bit of a triumph if they could at least get to tea and have this pair still with the opportunity of coming back out afterwards, albeit briefly. Perhaps Farhan then round the wicket to Joey Everson. He might already be thinking about a 3-figure score, maybe, as he drops this on the leg side. You know, you just wonder if they could have run 2 there, because Jacob Duffy had to run in about 60 yards to pick the ball up just to lob it back to the keeper. It was played so softly on the leg side, they might just have been able to pinch 2. Let's keep half an eye on Everson if he decides to do that. Farhan bowls, he dances down the track. It wasn't there for the big launch into the car park, so again he drops it on the leg side. BBC Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, 5 Sports Extra and the Kent live stream here at Canterbury on what's now a lovely afternoon. It was filthy grey all day yesterday with the floodlights on. It was grey but brighter this morning, but it's very pleasant now. As Everson hits this up into the air onto the leg offside, and he's going to be caught, and is Slater underneath it, takes the catch. Farhan Ahmed gets his 4th wicket, and that will be tea. Kent are all out for 225. Joey Everson, the last man out, for 76. It was a charge down the track from Everson. Whether Farhan saw him coming or not, I suspect he did. Just bowled it a little wider, so Joey Everson was playing the shot well away from his body, and it looped up into the air, and it sailed away, carried all the way out to the point boundary where Ben Slater gobbled up a simple catch. Joey Everson's played well, 76 from 106, but he's last to go. 225 is the all-out total after Knott's made 433, and that is 208 the difference, I think. So we'll have to wait and see what Asib Hamid decides to do. There will be the tea interval here at Canterbury. They'll have a moment or two, if they've not already passed on the information to the umpires and indeed to the ground staff as to what they're going to do. We'll have 27 overs when we come back after tea, but Nottinghamshire have very much had the better of the afternoon, Matt, taking 8 wickets, and believe it or not, we've had 14. No, we haven't. We've had 16 wickets. Nope, right first time. Don't do the maths, Dave. We've had 14 wickets go down today already.
Yeah, absolutely. Nottinghamshire bossing it again. It's been the tale of Kent's season against many sides, but Nottinghamshire have come here needing points to try and make sure they avoid the drop to County Championship Division 2, and have dominated so far. We'll keep you informed. You'll hear from us in 20 short minutes as to exactly what's going on, whether it'll be Kent again or whether it'll be Nottinghamshire in their second innings. Join us then. So Matt Cole, Dave Bracegirdle and Dave Fulton, you'll hear from us. Well, we haven't been officially told, listeners, here at Canterbury, but by the fact that Nottinghamshire fielders are coming onto the field, and Ben Compton and Tailender have just emerged from the dressing room in their batting helmets, pads, and with bats even.
Yeah. It's a clue, Matt, isn't it? It's a clue. Solid clue.
I'm going for a follow-on here, Dave. I'm going to take a flyer that Kent to get a follow-on. They're 208 runs behind.
Sherlock Holmes has got nothing on Matt Cole.
I've put it all together. I have one of those boards with all the string going between them you've seen on the detective shows. And what it suggests is that Kent are following on. So, tough decision as a captain that. I mean, obviously, seam bowls. You don't want to bowl them into the ground. Plenty of time left in the game.
A nice decision to have, I would suggest. You know, it's nice to be able to kind of influence proceedings as a captain, and one of the major ways you can do it is to enforce or not to enforce. That is the question, and they have gone for it, Nottinghamshire, sensing a quick kill, but it can backfire. So did Kent follow on last game? Hampshire, did they follow on?
I
think when
I believe they did, actually.
Yeah,
did they not? Yeah, it's Hampshire's first innings total.
Yeah, I think they might have followed on, and then they played well second innings, and then
which has been a bit of the story of the season as well. It's the first innings haven't been good.
Yeah, Hampshire were left too much to do, and the light kind of came in, didn't it? But
yeah, Hampshire were 196 ahead on first innings. Yeah, and 338 for Kent in the second. That's right, they had Hampshire 210 odd for 7 on the first day. So yeah, that makes sense. They recovered to 413. Yeah. So
kind of similar pattern is what Kent will be hoping for, albeit they have to win this game, don't they? So they're going to have to. There's enough time in the game, and we're a day and a half in. They can get 500, which I'd suggest is unlikely on this surface, but even 400 would give them 200 to play with.
Gentleman just below us, who's actually facing away from the cricket at the moment. I'm not sure he realises that they'd like him to move. He's in front of the sight screens and right near the advertising corner.
He's moving just a little bit to his left, but not by much.
He's goes back to the cricket. You might want to watch that just in case Ben Compton opens up here.
Here's Duffy. He's coming in for the pavilion end, and what a delivery first up. Swung back into Compton just a fraction, and then went up the hill off the pitch. And Kent's opener did well not to follow it. Played and missed. It's a very nickable delivery and a good start from Duffy, who interesting that he's starting from the pavilion end, because he started from the Nackington Road end in the first innings and he wasn't at his best. Definitely bowled better when he came from this end.
I suppose you've got 27 overs in total left in the day, 4 seamers, all of whom are bowled well, and a spinner as well.
Compton nudges this one too long off. Rob Lord does the fielding, there's no run.
So you keep the workloads down comparatively, can't you? 4 or 5 overs a seamer maybe, bring Ahmed in if you want to give them a rest or a different angle of attack, I suppose, something different.
Yeah, how many overs was the Kent first innings? I mean, they went along a decent lick for much of it. So
55.
They haven't bowled a truckload of overs.
No. And that might be is that gentleman still down there? I think.
Was he waving? He's not waving at us, is he?
No, I think... Oh, they're behind the sight screen.
They're behind the screen, but I think they can be seen through the screen. I don't know if it's a...
No, you really do need to move down now, I'm afraid.
So,
and that's
Compton looking to focus again as Duffy comes in, and he just competently plays this up to mid-off. Hamid fields, bit of buzz, bit of spring in the step of Hasib Hamid and his teammates. They're bang on top of this game. Rob Lord is loosening up quite vigorously at mid-on. I wonder if he's going to be entrusted with the new ball.
Yeah, you're right.
That's Nackington Road end.
Going through all the motions.
Nicely bowled from Duffy again. That's flown through. Schardendorf took that above his head off a forward length. Just pushed forward, and Compton suspiciously pats the pitch.
That's absolutely shot, isn't it?
Well, it'd be worth looking at the replay on that one. I'll just mosey on over to your laptop as he's a little bit behind.
Back.
It's quite a lot behind, actually.
Yeah. So I was just trying to rewind because it's just gone through, and the replays aren't working, I'm afraid, on the stream today.
Yeah, there's the people walking behind the screens here at the St Lawrence ground who think they are therefore not interfering with play, but there's a little gap in the screen, and one of the side screens, the wider one, is a bit see-through.
Okay.
So it's just catching Compton's eye, and sometimes that's all you need as a batter. You just be distracted. So, yeah.
Here we go. This
Punters
might be the
move.
one. If you've got time, maybe not. Let me pause that as Duffy comes in for this one.
Yeah, Duffy in again, and Compton behind it. Thinks about a single, good decision not to take it on, and he does the work. So just having a look at the one that flew past his outside edge, just to see where Shundoff took it. I mean, a foot over his head and still climbing. Quite an extraordinary delivery. And the kind of thing as an opening batter that you have to put out your mind pretty quickly, because you see that one take off, and you then look at every delivery that comes your way suspiciously, and then the rest of them might play fine. But if it's in your mind, it can affect how you approach your innings. So Compton drives punchily. So Duffy sticks out a hand, prevents a single. So an eventful first over. Kent 2 without loss. I think I've missed a ball. Have I missed a ball? Was it a no ball?
There was a no ball in that. Yeah, and
it's a feature of the game
yes,
so far. The amount of no balls. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff. Bowlers. There's a line. Get part of your foot behind it. Says the non-bowling batter. So Duffy is in once more. Compton is going to get 4 for this. Not where he intended it. He was just covering up defensively, thick edge. No risk all the way along the floor to the Les Ames scoreboard. So he's off and running. He got 4 this morning and then was adjudged LBW. I think it was slightly harsh, was a bit high. But Kent 6 without loss. Following on, having been bowled out for 225 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 433. So a lot of work to be done for what is a must-win game. And I guess from a Kent perspective, the batter that you'd like to stay throughout the innings is probably Tailender Miyeye, because the pace he scores at, start making some inroads into this 208-run deficit.
And he holed out in the first innings to a man perfectly placed at deep square leg, and cricket is a game of small margins, and you don't want to take that out of Tailender Miyeye's game, surely, do you?
No.
Or is that a rash stroke, or is that just he's a powerful man?
The way he plays is too easy an excuse.
Okay. It's a defensive shot into the offside, and backward defensive into the offside. Ben Slater grabs that ahead of Jack Haynes, and it's 6 for none.
It's difficult because you want someone like Tailender Miyeye to be as instinctive as possible. Most batters play at their best when they're instinctive and they just react to what comes down. His instinct, and the reason he's so dangerous a player, is because those back of the length balls he latches onto. Other people will be defending them back down the pitch, he's smashing them over square leg. But you don't have a lot of time to compute all of that.
So Lord bowls to Miyeye. That's a lovely shot through the offside. That's a standard delivery, no foot movement whatsoever. A flash of the bat, and it is thundered through cover for 4 runs.
And I think with his double 100 that he scored, where he really took the attack to Worcester, didn't he? I think he's probably made up his mind back end of this season that this is the way he wants to play. Might not always be the case, but certainly at the minute, that kind of Zach Crawley approach of see ball, hit ball. It's the way that you progress in English cricket at the minute, and he's got the flair and the skill to be able to do it. But there will be the odd moments of frustration when he picks out a fielder. 3
slips in behind Tailender Miyeye. Goes for this one and carts that into the onside, but that's along the ground, and that will be 4 runs. That's disappeared really quickly again. If you say he's on that so quickly, he's not given much to play with there. It's not very much back of a length, is it? He's just pulled that away from outside off stump, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that, that's along the floor, and it's quite a long way in front of square. So what you can do as a batter, the small little adjustments, almost the presets that you have. If he drags it down, I'm going to make sure I'm hitting it hard, I'm swivelling on it, but I'm hitting it on the floor, or I'm hitting it in front of square. Try and take that man out of play.
Lord to Miyeye, leaves that as it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Moving off the pitch away from him. 2 very crisp shots from Tailender Miyeye. Consecutive 4s, 14 for none.
I'm just looking for Luke Fletcher. I can't see him out there. He obviously was off the field for quite a bit of time. Not there. Dave Bracegill was shaking his head. So I don't know what the injury is, what the problem is.
So it might be it'll be a while before he can bowl, presumably. When he comes back
he's still
anyway,
still off the pitch, so it'll be a while. Hope he's okay.
Lord to Miyeye, all off stump, defended correctly into the offside, fielded off his own bowling by Lord, immediately sets about shining the ball to give it a sweat off the brow.
It's a nice shot, that. I mean, it's tough to get too excited. You think about a forward defensive, but I love a good forward defensive, and that's so solid for Miyeye. He's got these attacking shots, the one through cover, the pull shot, but when Lord does land right in the right spot, he just greeted with a solid bit of cricket.
And cover drive actually just opened the face slightly there to Andy Miyeye. He's guided that forward a square on the offside. That's 4 more runs with very little backlift, an awful lot of timing. 18 for none. Miyeye races on to 12 from 6. As you're saying, this is what he did against Worcestershire, but gave chances during that 200, but I don't suppose there are many batters that score 200, and there's not going to be an element of risk in there. But he's on 12, Compton 4, 18 for none, Kent.
Yeah, well, he's exciting to watch, isn't he? And as he learns his game more and is perhaps more clinical in terms of his shot selection, you'd think that he'd just get that balance right, but he can do things that other players can't, like picking the ball up off of just the back of a length and hand speed through the ball. Ben Compton is a very useful foil for him. It's very differently left-handed, of course, as he's punching and lifting, so a bit short and wide from Duffy. Compton as his second boundary. The first was a bit of a streaky edge. That time he went kind of up and over where Gully would have been. Knew what he was doing. So Kent's openers looking to be positive, which I think is the right move. Saw how Slater played for that 160. He was run a ball for his first 60-70 runs, wasn't he? Came out and just put back to ball. And I think on a pitch like this, where you can get one with your name on, just keep the positive mindset. That one is left alone by Compton. Came back down the hill a fraction. Yeah, there's almost no point kind of battling away, keeping the ball out, half an hour, 40 minutes, and then you suddenly nick a good one and you walk off with 7 to your name thinking, fought hard, didn't do a lot wrong, got a good one. Well, to change it up a bit on occasion. So it'd be interesting to see how Ben Compton approaches this. Four slips weight, all quite closely packed together, and he's nudging this into the offside. No cover point, because that man has gone back to third man. So stops the 4, but gets a single. Plenty of gaps out there for the Kent openers.
Around the other games, obviously this one pertinent to Nottinghamshire as well. Lancashire now 251 for 7 at Old Trafford against Somerset. Somerset, of course, trying to chase down Surrey at the top of the table as well. So they're 245 runs ahead now at Old Trafford after a low-scoring first innings for both sides, just 6 runs between them. And Surrey 350 for 7, building a lead against Durham.
This is another attractive-looking shot for Miyeye off drive. Picks out Lord, no run. 2 men back on that fine leg and deep square fence, which is where Miyeye holed out this morning. Just wonder whether, if he does get a short ball from Duffy, he would just look to lift it. In the last over he played a pull straight where he kept it down. The short boundary might just go up and over. So drive at that one that he didn't time, inside half of the bat, rolls up to mid-off, no run. 23 without loss after 2 and a bit overs. Duffy with a perler to get rid of Nathan Gilchrist late in Kent's first innings. But other than that, didn't have much to show for his work. Wasn't quite at his best. But started pretty well here. There's a beautiful looking cover drive. That is straight out of the Ian Bell textbook. Foot to the pitch. Didn't try and overhit it. Just middle of the bat, and it raced down the hill towards the Lime Tree Cafe. Another boundary to Miye. 27 without loss. He's 16 off 9. Compton is 9 off 10.
Kent following on, 208 behind their first innings of 225. Joey Everson top scoring with 76 in that one. Ahmed, 4 wickets for him for 37. A star with the ball. Nottinghamshire earlier on in the day finishing at 433 all out, putting on 40 from their overnight score. Kentucky remaining 4 wickets. But, things haven't improved much for Kent since then. Compton 9, Miye 16. Very good to watch indeed. But Kent up against it here. Nottinghamshire. Couple of wickets tonight. They'd be well on the way. We'll be hoping for more, but 24 remaining in the day. Perhaps about an hour and a half of play left as Compton just leaves that one. Looking straight at the bowler as he does so. 27 for none. So, is that about an hour and a half yet left? It would be, wouldn't it? Something about a 6:30 finish. I thought we started early today. Is it chance for my last moan about how quickly or slowly the overs get bowled?
I know. It's a bugbear, isn't it? But I suppose the light's good.
That's true, yeah.
But, you know,
yeah.
We're not paid by the minute, are we? So
no. Maybe that's the bitterness. We've always punched into the onside or nudged into the onside by Compton. They come back for a 2. Conservative stroke, but finding the gap.
Yep.
As I say, they come easily back for 2, and that sounds ridiculous. That feels like it's Compton at his best almost, just manoeuvring the ball around the pitch, not taking any risks. And he has 11. He has 16 so far. 29 for none, Kent. That's Rob Lord. It's back in after that 2. Compton faces. And can leave that one safely outside the off stump, the left-hander. Again, staring straight down the pitch as he does so. No nervous look behind, none needed. Well, that's always leaving him through to the wicket-keeper, Schardendorf. Welcome, wherever you're listening today. I think Andrew from Japan has probably left us by now, but thank you for your messages across the season, Andrew. I think this is a compliment. It may be an accusation. My English isn't good enough, Andrew, but as Compton faces, just up in the air for a moment, but safely off the pads, off the hip, for a single for Compton down the leg side. Thank you, says Andrew, for your judiciously understated commentary this year. Looking forward to a better season next year. Thank you, Andrew. I don't know if that's you for the season. It is for me for Canterbury. I'll be with Kent at Durham next week.
Cool.
The long trip. And said, almost joking yesterday, that we go so you don't have to, Kent fans. If you want to stay at home and listen to it at the commentary, we'll try and paint the best pictures for you.
Are you driving up there or you jump on a train?
I'll be driving, yeah. Absolutely. 30 minutes. It probably makes more sense to get the train, frankly, but as Miye faces now, that's a nice little punch through the onside. Again, really well timed. Fahim Ahmed is after the ball. They come back for 2. Miye goes on to 18. It's 32 for none. With Johnny Marty Emerson up there. The great and the good. They've had a decent season, Durham. First one back in the
they're a good side.
Top division, aren't they?
Good side. I remember a trip there I was doing for Sky Sports News, doing a county championship game, Durham Middlesex. I remember cursing Joe Denley because they always wanted Sky Sports News post-match interview. On this occasion they said, we don't need post-match because it's the Froch-Kessler fight and we're building up to it. County cricket won't get much of a look in.
Froch, yeah.
There was some football news as
He's a
well.
Nottingham boy, Carl Froch.
Yes, he's a Nottingham boy. He's a big Forest fan. We love him.
As Miye faces... Oh, it's almost cut him in half. He's managed to miss it. It's gone between bat and pad.
Yeah,
it's a great delivery from
off
Lord.
stump,
yeah.
probably 9 inches or so over the top of off stump, back of a length, and he was looking to force it through the offside, back down the hill it came. So this rare occasion when I wasn't going to have to hang around for post-match, the game was going absolutely nowhere. Durham had put Middlesex back in, token kind of thing, just before tea. No chance of them being bowled out in a session and a bit. So I booked a taxi, knowing that they'd be shaking hands at 5:30 or whatever the earliest opportunity was. And that taxi arrived, and just as they were about to shake hands, I thought, there's one more over and that'll be that. I'll go and get my taxi and get back on the road. Joe Denley was batting. I think Middlesex were like 70 for 1. And he played all round a straight one. Got bowled, bless him. He'd been playing nicely. There's Duffy starts a new over. And Compton covers up and defends to mid-on. And I think maybe David Milan then got out in the same over. So all of a sudden, it's probably going to be a draw, but you've just taken 2 wickets in the space of 4 balls. So they kept going, and I'm thinking, surely not. They're not going to get 7 wickets. So I said to the taxi driver, "Could you just hang on for 10-15? He said, "Well, the meter's running, mate." The meter's running, mate. The best Geordie.
So where were you again? Sorry.
Yes, it's not Wales, no. Here's Duffy again. And it's just a bit of bounce and hits Compton, and they think about a single tumbling stop in the gully. He's trying to turn that into the leg side with another quick delivery that bounced a bit. Still plenty in this pitch. And to cut a long story short, every time they were about to shake hands, they took a wicket. And my taxi driver racked up a £30 bill, and I didn't end up getting it because I just sent him on his way in the end. It was getting too expensive. So I paid him £30 and sent him off. And then 45 minutes later, I got out of there. It was a draw. And had to pay for another one. As Duffy is in, this one was an attempted flick into the leg side by Compton. And there's no run. Mistimes it to mid-on. So yeah, it's a long way to go, but the train was good. Didn't mess around.
Yeah. It's like the extra flexibility, perhaps, of driving up, but it is a long hack. And hoping to see a couple of friends up there, maybe post-game if it did finish early. I might be able to see them a little bit sooner, but there we are.
Compton just nudges this one up to mid-off. Yeah, can't lose this, they're down. You might get a game. And blood some youngsters and drag some people in.
You're going to bring out my Kent in the Netherlands story in a second. There we go.
Did you nearly get a game then?
Kent were short-handed. Paul Firebrace, I travelled with the team on that the day, and Farby was always good with us. When the commentary wasn't joined up as a county circuit and I was doing stuff on my own, he'd always come and summarise for a bit, even as head coach.
Duffy once more in, shorter ball, and Compton times this. Flick off the hip, but straight to square leg, no run.
There was an issue with one of the players, and he said, "I'm sorry, I've got to go because I'm 12th man as well." I said, "I mean, what happens if someone else goes down?" He said, "I put you down as 13th." So delighted though I would have been to make my Kent debut.
In the squad.
Yes. Of course he was joking. Don't worry, listeners.
Never take that away from you.
No, that's right.
Matt says he's so self-deprecating. He was officially in the squad. You're not going to fly someone over, are you, at short notice if they're in Canterbury. Pulling, top edge. But pretty well controlled by Compton down to fine leg. To take the single, just swiveled on it, helped it on its way, and he keeps the strike. 33 without loss, Kent.
Did you play in the Netherlands? Would you have played any competitions with that? No, I was going to say, it wouldn't have been that.
Not sure they were on the circuit in my time, not in the CB 40 or whatever it was.
Yeah, it would have been the 2010s, would it?
Yeah, I was long gone by then. Probably just as well. You wouldn't have wanted Fulton and Walker in the Amsterdam in the mid to late 90s. It might not have come back alive.
I don't know what you mean, of course. It's a perfectly civilised country and very welcoming, I have to say.
Yeah, that might have been the problem.
To the Netherlands twice with Kent and yeah. I suppose like most cricket clubs, it's just really welcoming, really glad to see Kent there and playing county players playing cricket. This is Compton into the onside, fielded by Lord, and there's no run.
Well, this is not what Notts would have wanted. You put a team in following on. It's still early days. It's only 5 overs gone, but you want to go bang bang. And if Kent are suddenly 75-80 without loss, they might be ruining this decision not to have another little go with bat in hand.
So update coming shortly for BBC Radio Kent listeners, and across the southeast, lest I forget, which has happened in the past, to give the scores of the Surrey and Sussex games through to the wicket keeper, and Ben Compton has left that one. Kent following on here then, just checking on what Surrey are doing. Yeah, building a lead, maybe unsurprisingly given their strength against Durham and Sussex, who I believe could be promoted. If they beat Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire just 2 down, so Gloucestershire a bit of a fight back there. I was suggesting on the first day they might have a bit of a hangover after the T20 blast. Metaphorically, obviously, not physically. This is just turned by Compton into the onside. 33 for none, so that's fielded by Slater. Just comparing notes with Hasib Hamid. Whatever Ben Slater said, the Notts captain found it very amusing. There we go. Let's toss the ball back to him. It'll come in relay back to Rob Lord. Here is that update indeed. And Kent are batting again for a second time today, which is bad news for the home county here. They're 33 for none, 208 behind on first innings, so Nottinghamshire had the option to put them back in for a second consecutive side. 225 they were bowled out for. Only Joey Everson really can hold his head up from a Kent point of view. 76, he was last man out. Earlier on, Nottinghamshire completed their first innings for 433, giving Kent a mountain to climb anyway in a game they have to win if they're to survive another week in the county championship. It'd be a miracle if they managed to escape relegation, but they would like to prolong it and take it to Durham at least on the final game with something to play for. Looks like that's going to be a vain cause at the moment, but at least Ben Compton on 12 and particularly Tawanda Mayeye with some crisp shots on 18 are holding their end up right now. So 33 for none, batting again here in the late evening sunshine. Kent still trailing by 175 runs. Better news for Surrey, the reigning county champions, 3-6-1 for 7 at the Oval, already 99 runs ahead of Durham on first innings. And into Division 2, Sussex can clinch a promotion berth in Division 2 with a win against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 1-2-4 for 2. They still 78 behind Sussex on second innings, short of making Sussex bat again. So Sussex dominating that game, Surrey going very well in theirs. Kent struggling in this one. Commentary of all 3 games remaining via the BBC Sport website and app. And end of the over. Didn't miss much. It was dot balls to finish that one. It was Rob Lord. Yeah, a maiden from him. I think Dave Bracegirdle would join Dave Fulton, he says. Yeah. Quizzically. Yeah, absolutely.
Just paused there, Matt, but yeah, happy to carry on. Harry Fulton sends his regards, by the way. Had to nip out the box. He's jumping in a taxi. As Jacob Duffy into Tawanda Mayeye. Doesn't feel like he's seen a lot of the strike recently. He's only faced, that was his 13th delivery, half as many as Ben Compton. He's 18 off 13, Compton 12 off 26, and Nottinghamshire might be not too unhappy about that because Mayeye was peppering the boundary. 4 fours in his 18. He looks in decent touch. A couple of weeks ago that he made that fantastic career best double 100, and he's clipping. No, he's missing this down the leg side. Welcome back, Dave.
Thank you.
You pleased to see them following on?
Yes, I think so. I think it shows positive intent. No respite for the Kent top order. Relatively short period to go this evening. Just heard you say that they would have hoped to have gone bang bang. Still time.
Yeah, Duffy in this one just stays down a bit low on the bat of Mia. Yeah, still time, absolutely. I always thought when we made a team follow on, remember we did it to Surrey, I want to say 2003, I think we might have had Murley in our ranks. In fact, I know we did Andrew Simons and Murley, two pretty decent overseas players, and we had them 9 down for quite a long time, and we walked off the pitch and Simo and I were both fuming that we'd really taken our foot off the gas. It was Surrey, they'd beaten us the previous year, chased 420 to win. And Simo said to me, "Do you want them or can I have them?" Meaning our players, and he tore strips off the lads in the dressing room, this one down the leg side by Jacob Duffy, and I thought, well, if you're volunteering, you can have them. And he just went ballistic in the change room. You know, if you think we've won this game, do you remember what happened last year? And he was brilliant. So I threw him the new ball because he bowled off spin with Murley and it turned a bit, but you know, I just thought he was in the mood and he was loose. He bowled seam. He bowled, I think, 10 overs off the reel first up and went about 1 and over. And we didn't take any wickets, but we kept it really tight. They were like 20 off 12 overs or something, as Duffy is in and solidly behind it. And kind of textbook forward defensive from Tailender. And that set the tone, and of course they didn't get away from us. Murley comes on, and as he so often did in county cricket, he just kind of tore through them and we won the game. But when you make a team follow on, what you don't want is to over-attack. Team starts flying out the blocks, and before you know it, that 200 lead is a 120 lead. And can't get a foothold in the game because, you know, they will be, in terms of runs, lunchtime tomorrow, as he defends this one, back down the pitch. Especially the rate of scoring in this game, you kind of, just after lunch tomorrow, you think they'd have that 208. Yeah. So important that Nottinghamshire keep it tight and take some wickets. So far so good, second time around for Kent. Another maiden over though, so 2 in a row. That's exactly what Hasib Hamid would want.
Yes, no Luke Fletcher on the field.
We're not quite sure why
well,
yet.
No,
End of play job.
If I sent a message down now, it'd be
frowned upon. You carry a pigeon that you send to Mick or to Morsey.
I was going to say non-productive, really. Just a niggle, just a precaution, or whatever. We'll try and find out.
Precaution. He only got 6 days left as a Nottinghamshire player.
He has. And it's his birthday. Here's Lyndon James then into the attack. Thought he bowled pretty well in the first innings. Bowls his first ball from the Nackington Road end to Ben Compton. Just got a little big on Ben as he tries to force it into the offside, and ominously there Farhan Ahmed not only fielded the ball but then he bowled it up to Jacob Duffy.
I think that's where I'd be going, you know, especially with the left-hander in. He was getting some sharp turn, ball would be hard. Kind of 8-9 overs and then get your off-spinner in. There was enough evidence that he's a good player of spin, Ben Compton, actually. I think opening batters usually good players of pace. But
it's one from Lyndon James that comes back and somehow misses the stumps. I'm not entirely sure why. We saw one leave this morning with catastrophic effects. That was Luke Fletcher. This one would have been more of a dramatic outcome had Ben Compton been shouldering arms and Lyndon James had found the sticks. Did that do too much, or did it just scrape over the top?
I think it just went over the top, and middle and off. It came back enough. It just, a little bit of bounce saved him.
Good start again from Lyndon James. Right on it. Comes in now. Umpires have changed ends, of course, as once again a leave. Nice stop by Shardendorf, falling to the ground. So James Middlebrook is the umpire at the far end. Surrey Shanmogan is at this end of the ground. Extras has been a dominating feature. We've had 80 in the match so far. 37 in the Notts innings, 43 in the Kent first innings.
Consistent.
We've already had 3 in this, so 83. 83.
A solid match for Mr. Extras.
Not at the end of day 2 yet, as Compton drags this on the leg side, fielded by Hasib Hamid. Compton, of course, part of the great Compton dynasty. Dennis was his grandfather. It was Nicky. It was Nicky's uncle.
Nick's his cousin.
Oh, his cousin.
Yeah, he wouldn't thank you for uncle.
I know you've said that.
Similarly
almost
stoic.
Certainly you're 100% right. But I have fallen down that rabbit hole before.
No, I'm telling you.
Next ball is pushed straight. Hamid will get across there.
He's trying to hit those, Ben Compton, through just wider mid-off, and he's just closing the face on it, perhaps just a little bit of nip up the hill. And if he could just hold his shape and get that timing a bit better, he'd nail that wider mid-off, but he's just hooding the face a fraction and plinking it a bit to mid-on, missing out on a couple of opportunities to pierce the field.
Yes, he's got an uncle Richard who's played first-class cricket for Natal. South Africa, obviously, this wide of the off stump. Cousin Nick, father's also played first-class cricket for Natal. Patrick. How many more? Grandfather Dennis and great uncle Les Compton, of course, who he also played for Arsenal, didn't he? Yeah, Arsenal 1950 FA Cup final, played a couple of times for England.
Yep, good pedigree.
Yeah, astonishing sporting pedigree. End of the over, 33 without loss. Lyndon James beginning with a maiden. We've had 8 overs, 19 to go in the day, so if the light holds, and got to be a question mark over the light because we are going to be heading towards 6:30.
Turned the floodlights on yet though, which has made a nice change. Saved the lecky. So change of end for Rob Lord. He's going to Tawanda Miyeye, who's been a bit bereft of strike, but solidly behind that one. 2 men back on the leg side. That's how he got out this morning. Just swiveled on one from Luke Fletcher, and it was Lord himself who was on that boundary, took the catch. Oh, he's probably programmed that in. Those ball strokes down. He's a runner ball 18 at the moment. He's looked in good fettle. Very much the kind of new breed of opening batter in the Zach Crawley mode, in the sense that he wants to put back to ball whenever he can. He's just content to turn this one into the vacant mid-wicket region. He'll pick up a single.
Essex earlier defeating Warwickshire inside a day and a half at Edgbaston. They've gone up to 3rd, but I don't think they're going to stay there. There's 1 game to go. They're on 179 points. They can't win the title. 19 behind Surrey at the moment. That's not taking into account Surrey's bonus points in this match. Of course, last week Essex were docked 12 points for an incident that happened at Trent Bridge, where Feroz Kouchi went out with a back grip, or a bat that was too large.
Yeah, the delivery turned on to the leg side. Thinking about, came off the thigh pad of Ben Compton, just be adjudged a leg by. Yeah, a bat was too large. I mean, I know that it's got to go through the gauges or whatever. I have these. When I heard that, I had kind of visions of some sort of Kenny Everett-sized kind of cricket bat. You know, that he had the hands, didn't he, Kenny Everett, back in the day? I just imagine a cricket bat which is ridiculously large, like 2 foot wide or whatever. It's the kind of bat I would have needed when I was groping around trying to locate a swinging cricket ball. If you're going to have a bat that's too big, make it really big.
Yeah. I wouldn't go through the gauge.
So, yeah, it was unfortunate. 12 points seems harsh as he pulls this one, Miyeye, and that is what he is all about. Back of a length, just 6 inches or so outside off stump. A lot of batters be pushing that into extra cover. Not Miyeye. Just rocks back, almost Ponting-like, and just swats it through mid-wicket for 4. It's your first real look at him, isn't it, Tawanda, this game?
Yeah.
It's a bit early, but I don't know what you've made of him. Messing around.
Some exciting shots. You could put together a nice little highlights reel, couldn't you?
Yeah, he's got a few of those. Wicket. Slip comes out to mid-wicket. Not sure he wouldn't have been able to do much about that last one. But, be inclined to be brave and keep your slips in if you can, because he will give you a chance. So Lord is in again. He's wide this time, and he's going to get 4 more here. He didn't time that one as well. But wasn't Lord's best delivery. Just open the face, a bit low on the bat, and it goes through square cover for back-to-back boundaries. He's off again.
Yes, he's got a start here, going better than runner ball. 27 from 21. Just on the table, and before this round of matches, Surrey 198, Somerset 190. They've drawn within 8 of the defending champions after beating them last week, but Surrey in a strong position against Durham now. Somerset have got a fight on their hands at Old Trafford.
The Lord wide, and that wasn't the one to force. That was probably one to defend, and Mie gets away with it. Full stroke, inside edge into the floor. But sometimes I feel with Tailender, and I've watched him a bit over the years, the last few years, is that he gets what Andrew Simons used to call the beans, mate. If Andrew Simons hit a 4 or 6, it's like he'd change gear in terms of his approach. Rather than just playing the next ball, he'd be like fully into 6th gear, and he'd try and hit everything for 4 or 6. Tailender hits a couple of great shots, and you think, oh, he fancies this now, he wants to hit everything. So just going up and down the gears, hitting the boundaries, defending when you can't play your attacking strokes.
There's Lyndon James. He began with a maiden then, and this is his second over, and again he's just attacking the stumps from a wideish angle around the wicket, bowling to Ben Compton. A couple of wickets have gone down at the Utility Bowl, new name for Hampshire's home ground. Worcestershire were in a mess this morning, and then Gareth Roderick with 94 and Ethan Brooks 132 put on 200 or so for the 7th wicket. They've both followed each other back now, and suddenly Worcestershire 272 for 8 as James bowls, and again Compton happy to leave it alone, and that means that Worcestershire still 190 behind with 2 wickets left, so they've got work to do yet to save the follow-on. Worcestershire are safe, Hampshire pressing for that 3rd place prize money, but big 200-run partnership for the 7th wicket, and then they follow each other back. It happens so often, doesn't it? Lancashire now 270 for 7 at Old Trafford against Somerset, a lead of 264. Lyndon James once more bowls down the leg side, taken by Schardendorf. Threw me this morning when Matt Cole, just in the middle of a sentence, good word to use, but came out with Schadenfreude. and he wasn't talking about him, he was talking about something else. That's Schadenfreude for you. And,
what's he done?
Since then, that's been... I've had to double take every time Dane has gone to take it. 43 without loss.
That's brilliant.
Next ball, attempted cut by Compton into the off. He wasn't talking about Dane. He was talking. I don't know, responding to a contributor's email or whatever. And that's Schadenfreude for you. And so it's been there. It's been sort of lodged. Kept well. Took 3 catches after lunch. A couple of them were regulation nicks that he had to dive for. One looped up. What was that one off? Was it Joe Denley, a ball after being after the grill stoppage?
That Joe Denley was nicked. He nicked. Jack Leaning got the one that went up, just loops, didn't it?
This is through to the keeper. Yeah, Denley out after. He was out after the ball grill stoppage, wasn't he?
Yeah, an unnecessary grill stoppage. Really, it didn't hit him hard, did it? It hit him on the knee roll, and it went ricocheted kind of up and rolled up the body and kind of nudged the grill a bit. Didn't thump in there. But a couple of minutes checking with the physio, and he nicked the next one. Yeah, slips look really tightly packed together, don't they?
Deliberately so. They're talking to each other as Compton pushes this back from whence it came. 11 dots now. No, 12 dots now in a row for Lyndon James. That is the end of the over. 2 overs, 2 maidens. Kent 43 without loss on BBC Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sport Online, the Essex County Cricket Club live stream with David Fulton, Matt Cole, Dave Bracegirdle here watching. As Matt says, we're watching so you don't have to, or some such. His new tagline. He's trying to put a positive spin on driving up to Chesterley Street.
Yeah.
I suppose you'll have been flown up there whenever you covered a game.
Nonsense. I went by train, Braces. Train. It's the best way of doing it. That Schadenfreude, Schardendorf, remind me of a lovely story that Nigel Fuller of the of Essex fame. He was, remember Nigel, a written journalist who wrote, often seen in the Chelmsford press box, local journalist there, covered the cricket, good character. As Rob Lord comes in again and bowls Yeah, just content to block it authoritatively, but at the same time defensively to extra cover. Yeah, he said, he was telling me a story when in the old days when they used to phone their copy in, the written journalists, and he was doing a piece on, there's been some flooding out on the coast, maybe Harwich or I don't know, somewhere where there were the sea was, in danger of causing some floods, and he talked about, well, he did a piece on how they were trying to enhance sea defences, which seemed like a pretty sensible thing to do. If there was flooding, enhance your sea defences. Unfortunately, the person taking down the copy had spelt sea defences C-E-D-A-R, as in cedar, cedar fences, which got people writing in saying, well, the sea defences obviously aren't going to do much for the flooding, are they? This is going to get washed away. Which is not quite what Nigel had in mind. The English language.
Yeah, so much easier these days. Just emailing your copy or whatever.
That's it. As Lord is in straight, and good delivery is met by an equally good defensive stroke as Kent unscathed second time around, following on 43 without loss in their second innings. It's been a bit of a feature this year that Kent seemed to play better in the second innings, put up a sterner fight. I've always said, as an opening batter, sometimes the best time to bat is following on. If you've been chasing leather, as Kent have done a lot of the time, you come out a bit jaded, having fielded for hours. And you nick a good one, or you swivel on a poor shot like Mayeye did and pick out a fielder. He's driving at this one. He's just found the gap, has he? Yes, he's going to get a couple. He can get all of it and time it perfectly. Settle for 2. But then when you bat second time around, you've had your feet up, you're rested, you've seen the bowlers. You've got an idea in your head what's going on. The bowlers are the ones who are slightly jaded, not you. It can be a nice time to bat. Bang the heavy roller on the pitch, and away you go.
Wouldn't have thought it'd be too much longer before he turns to the young spinner.
Yeah. I think if Compton is facing, I'd be inclined to get James on from this end and Farhan from the far end. Short and pulling, and that is what he does. You can't drop it back of a length to Tawanda Mayeye. He's hit that for 6 over a wide long on stroke straightish mid-wicket towards the Cowdrey stand. It was nothing much more than back of a length from Lord, who is sharp. And Mayeye just swatted him away, and that brings up Kent's 50. Mayeye has 35 of them.
He might be a relative novice in these terms, Rob Lord, but he knows where the fault lies there. He was scuffing away furiously at the crease, just kicking away at it.
Kicking away at the footholes. That's what bowlers do when they get hit for 4 or 6. When they nick a batter off, you don't see him go back and kick the footholes then, do you?
Yeah, I'm 35 out of 50.
Yeah, off just 27 deliveries. He's up and running again. It's a good start. He's a dangerous customer. He probably will give a chance at some stage. You just got to hang on to it, because it's likely to be travelling. Like that. Crashed it through extra cover. It was catchable height, but it pierced the gap. There was no danger, and follows the pull for 6 over mid-wicket with a explosive cover drive, and he has raced to 39.
That might be the end of Rob Lord for a while. 5 overs, none for 37. Got a couple of wickets earlier in the day. Let's have a look. Yeah, Farhan's got his cap in his hand as he walks.
Yep.
To have a chat with his skipper. I can hear a yell for Barrel, who's Liam Patterson-White. Somebody wants something, probably a helmet being brought out there. Here he comes, Barrel, double-barreled name, Liam Patterson-White. Call him Barrel. Schardendorf wanting his helmet.
It's not because he's a solid-looking individual.
No, it's not. It's not. It's double-barreled name. Lucky, perhaps, not to be playing in this match. Got a good 5-fer in the second innings of that Surrey game a couple of weeks ago. But
the young man's taking his spot, is he?
No, they bowled in tandem then. But, This week 12 or 13 into 11 doesn't go really.
Yeah.
Brett Hutton's another one, possibly a little unfortunate not to be playing. Did wonder if Hutton might come in for Luke Fletcher for this game, and then they'd, having made the announcement, and then give Luke a fond farewell next week at Trent Bridge. I hope he's not injured and to the point that he doesn't get a home send-off.
Nice to see him at home, finishing at home.
So Lyndon James has bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens.
Yeah, he'll come from this end, I would think. He bowled nicely from this end,
so
as well as the Nackington Road end.
Farhan Ahmed got a wicket with his first ball in the Kent first innings. Here's his first ball in the second to Ben Compton, who pops it at the feet of Jack Haynes. I saw earlier in the day his brother Rian bowled 22 overs, 1 for 120 in the second division match. Northampton, Leicestershire at the moment 68 for 4 in their second innings, trailing by 112. Compton on the sweep. I presume there's somebody out there as they're just ambling through for a single, Ranatunga like. 56 without loss, Kent, in their second dig. Not been too many sizable partnerships for Kent today. I think there has been 1 or 2 times we've said that's the 50 partnership. We'll have a little look in a moment.
Ranatunga, I haven't heard him mentioned for a long time. He was part of a ruse. So I played on some Kent members back in the day.
Floodlights are coming on.
Yeah,
slowly
but surely.
Yeah. Farhan Ahmed over the wicket to Muyeyi, pushes this back to him.
Yeah, well, Andrew Simons was leaving us 3/4 of the way through a season. Got called up for a one-day squad or something, and the Kent members were kind of keen to know who was going to be his replacement.
Farhan Ahmed bowls and
bit of spin,
bit of
turn, and they've got this really good in-out field here, which I like. They've got there's a big gap at deep mid-wicket if he wants to hit towards the scoreboard, but they've got long on back. They've got a couple of men for a lofted sweep, and they've still got their catchers in, so this is a good field.
Just put a couple more in the distance in front of my car. As Farhan bowls and drilled back at him by Muyeyi. We'll come on to your Ranatunga story in a moment, but just to finish what I was saying, there was a partnership of 63 in the first innings between Jordan and, get there in a moment, Joey Everson, of course.
Yeah.
So 63, and now this is the second highest Kent partnership of the day, as Muyeyi again just giving him a little bit of respect, pushes it out onto the offside. So that's
nice
3
start.
Maidens in a row from that end, and it's 56 without
Nice
loss.
start. Matt is looming, so I'll be very quick with my Ranatunga story, but I had a couple of Kent members who were always keen to know what was going on. They liked a little bit of gossip and a little bit of info, and decided that Ranatunga, who'd been retired 3 years at this point, that I've just said to the players' wives, 5 or 6 of whom, including my own, were at the game, and next to aforementioned members, I said, just drop into conversation that Arjuna Ranatunga, or get his name slightly wrong, is going to be replacing Simo, and he's been retired for 3 years. And sure enough, after about 15 minutes, it was going round the ground at a rate of knots. They're only going to sign that Ranatunga. He's retired. What are they thinking? But the first time I've heard his name since.
There's David Fulton, spreading misinformation wherever he goes. Apparently it's up to mid-on, this one, defended by Ben Compton. I say defended, he was on the front foot actually. I'm going to push it past mid-on, but it's fielded comfortably by Rob Lord. Every time I say his name now, I think I've got it the wrong way round.
Do you remember when you said Schadenfreude this morning?
Well, and it hadn't occurred to me that Schadenfreude and Schadendorf, they're so close, yeah. There we go. Lyndon James bowling to Compton. It's coming towards the stumps of the left-hander because his right arm are going round the wicket, angling in, but Compton leaves that. Feels comfortable where his off-stump is. He has 13 from 43. Compton-like knock here, not taking any risks.
Well, no, it's 13 from 43 balls. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if it was 13 from 43 overs with Ben Compton.
No, that's exactly true. No,
likes to book bed and breakfast.
Tailender Miao is the polar opposite. 39 from 32 so far in this red ball game. Drops the bat on that, does Compton. Goes off for a characteristic walk, just a little stroll towards square lane, does some gardening. Never looks. Obviously, there are times when batters are under extreme pressure from bowlers, but the body language from Ben Compton is as you would expect, I suppose, from a man that just likes to accumulate runs. And as he said in his very first interview with us, it's my job to be boring, he said. There we go, Ben Compton. But 56 for none as James bowls to him. Up to a mid-off, and there's no run.
Can you remember when he started here with whatever it was, 300 or 400s, and there was all that England talk?
Absolutely.
Can you imagine him in the England side at the moment at the top of the order?
Well, that was the start of that era, wasn't it? I have to put.
Will he be a Brendan McCullum type player? Do you think?
Well, I'm glad you said that rather than the B word, which I get fined for saying here at Canterbury, but particularly in response to anything Zach Crawley might do. But James just losing his radar a little bit down the leg side. Great take by Schardendorf, not Schadenfreude. And now I've noticed in my mind. I see what you mean. It's all I have to make sure get those the right way round. No Schadenfreude there. Just Schardendorf diving to his right. Looks a very neat keeper.
Yes.
Crikey. And some other thing might make the Notts fan was saying that very pleased to see him get a proper game for them after his half debut last time. Left again, shoulders, arms, Compton through to the wicket-keeper, end of the over, 56 for none. And so getting to have a 50 partnership obviously for the opening wicket here, and just be frustrating this for Notts. They've bossed just about all the game, notwithstanding, I suppose you might say, Everson holding them up for a bit. This is, well, I would say it was probably in the state of the game a minor inconvenience for the visiting side, but just slowing them down a little bit, and they won't be appreciating that, I'm sure.
No, we just said second largest partnership of the day, may go on to be the largest. 62 is the best so far. Worcestershire having got out of a little bit of early trouble, 200 run partnership between Roderick and Brooks, and then lost 4 wickets for Spit, and are all out now, 189 behind as this is turned on the leg side by Miei, first run. The start of this over off Ahmed brings Compton down to face him, so we'll have to see if the follow-on is enforced in Southampton. Worcestershire trail Hampshire by 189, been bowled out there for 273. Good runs for Ethan Brooks and Gareth Roderick earlier in the day. Lancashire still batting. They were 1 down overnight. Keaton Jennings had gone, feared for them this morning, but 275 for 7 Lancashire. Slowish day, but my word, that could be crucial to to a number of counties really. Might help Lancashire to avoid the drop if this doesn't turn out well for Notts, and they go on to win that as Compton defends. Might damage Somerset's title hopes if they can't chase down whatever they will need at the moment. If they got 3 wickets for nothing, Somerset would need 270, so that's not going to be particularly easy. This Fran bowling again to Compton, he defends. Surya 398 for 9 at the Oval against Durham, leading by 136 with that 1 wicket left. The aeroplane goes over the ground so high I can't see it. There's a little bit of turn there. Compton played that with a little bit of uncertainty, but kept it down and goes down and does a bit of gardening. That's one thing we can't tell from here, just whether the surface is starting to deteriorate, and if so in any great capacity or not. Farhan Ahmed bowls again to Ben Compton. Again he helps it out into the offside. No run, 57 without loss. We've got 13 overs to go after this one. So with the young spinner on, going through his overs quickly, we've caught up a bit of time. And we were thinking it'd be a 6:30 finish if the light let us, but it doesn't take long to rattle through his overs here. dropped on the leg side. They'll take a single, and it was nicely judged. There wasn't anybody there that could prevent it, but for a moment there was a little bit of hesitancy from Mayei. Maybe the hesitancy was because it was the last ball of the over and it looked like Ben had countered.
Yeah, Compton was going through the gears, wasn't he, while Mayei was still, as you say, perhaps just thinking, is there a run here? It definitely was. Very well judged.
Last ball of the over. I don't want to. Don't want to go down there.
Can you not see? I'm smashing the ball to all parts. 40 from 33, Compton 14 from 52 so far. And so Lyndon James will continue. 3 overs, 3 maidens, none for none. And Kent, just a row of dots here. It's, no ball there. Well, that'll spoil the 4th maiden to start, as it were, as Compton defends it. And no run there. But just had that, I had an email from kentcricket@gmail.com. Feel free to keep emailing, whichever side you support. Greetings from Chile, says Stephen. Great to hear from you, Steve. It says, enjoy listening to the commentary. So many thanks to you and Dave Fulton and everyone. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. We love doing it, as you know. As Lyndon James comes in to Compton, drives up straight at Hasib Hamid, who goes to his knees to grab that one on the ground. It says, by my reckoning, oh sorry, Division 2 just about confirmed. It's the heading of this one. You'll never guess which side he supports, but by my reckoning, he says, we're almost, this is Kent, mathematically down. And even if we win this game and then beat Durham with maximum bonus points, Notts would only need a single bonus point in their final game to confirm what has been a bit of a procession to relegation. But as Dave was saying yesterday on commentary, it's not the end of the world. We'll allow a proper reset. So James to Compton just deflects that into the offside. It's getting a very neat shot from. It's very Ben Compton-esque, I would say that. A single taken into the offside. It says, but as Dave was saying yesterday on commentary, it's not the end of the world. It'll allow a proper reset. Time to face the future with resolve and optimism. Thank you for that, Steve. Great to hear from you.
Likewise, Steve Battlemuch starting to worry now that Lancs will win and we won't. Tell me this won't happen, Dave.
Yeah, if Lancs win, I think that's all bets off for Kent anyway. So
yeah, we're not going to know that for quite some time.
No, that's true. James over the wicket now to Mayeye. Just a gentle drive up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Lord. He's got a big smudge of mud on the outside of his dart on his outside of his whites on the right thigh. He's polishing the ball on his jumper.
Could be well, it looks like being a slow burner this week, doesn't it, this round of matches?
Yeah.
I mean, it could end with Surrey having clinched the county championship and that's job done with a game to go. It could be nip and tuck going into the final week.
James to Mayeye. Full length on middle and leg, defended by Mayeye. It's good playing that defensive shot as well. Can sometimes get himself in awkward positions, but that's a decent one. Up to mid-on, and Hasib Hamid, penny for the thoughts there. It's not a disaster. There's still 12 overs to go for Notts to be taking wickets, and they are making Kent follow on. There's a lot of time in the game.
That's right. Hampshire have gone the other route. They've not opted to enforce the follow-on against Worcestershire. They're batting again, 0 for 0 after an over.
So James over the wicket to Mayeye. Little clip there, rolls the wrists on a shot down to leg, and they'll come back for 2. And he moves on to, got the score up already. They have 42 off 36 now. 63 overs gone. 63 overs gone? Sorry, 14 overs gone. 63 for none. I've got the right figures, not necessarily. To paraphrase Morgan Wise.
Andre Previn.
Andre Preview, indeed. Yes. Saying all the right figures. Not necessarily in the correct order. Here's James to Mayeye. Defensive shot, low on the bat, but up to mid-off. That concludes the over. So 12 more to go tonight. If the light holds, as Dave was saying, it looks all right, but we do have the floodlights on as well. So there is a little bit of cloud coming over, but I don't think we're threatened with the umpires looking, well, actually.
I mean, what's that pavilion? Is that the Ames Pavilion?
It is.
I mean, you can see the lights on in there.
Yeah, that's true.
They are shining quite brightly, actually. But you only ever one good one good gust of wind away. Put your teeth in. Never one good gust of wind away from some different weather being overhead. There's Farhan Ahmed to bowl to Ben Compton, who's on 15. Lunges forward and blocks it. Nobody wants to be out twice in the same day. Compton only made 4 this morning. Was given an LBW to Luke Fletcher, one that I suspect with the technology available he might have reviewed, might have been going over the top. Luke Fletcher getting the first 2 wickets, got both of these 2 out in the first innings. We've not seen much of him since, not on the field at the moment as Compton again defends. But yeah, he made 10 and then just looked like an absolute setup and fell to the sucker punch. Fletcher bowled a short pitch ball with Rob Lord positioned on the leg side fence, and Maye hit it straight down his throat. He didn't move a pace forward, a pace to the right or a pace to the left. He just stood where he was and caught it. As Compton drops this on the leg side, Shardendorf's quickly there and underarms it towards the non-striker's end, but Compton safely home. 64 without loss, Compton up to 16. That was a real bonus for Notts, getting Maye out early on. 34 for 2 it was then. Daniel Bell Drummond and Joe Denley and Jack Leaning all fell in a bit of a cluster after lunch. Everson leading a little bit of a fight back, holding Notts up as this is tossed up by Farhan Ahmed, and with a hop, skip and a jump down the track to Wenda Maye gets there and then just cloths it along the ground to wideish mid-off, and there's no run. He came a charging then, didn't he?
He really did, yeah. A lot of foot movement.
Out of the traps, here he comes. There's Maye. What'll happen this time? Ball's now, and Maye happy to push this back to the young spinner.
Feels, never mind the one wrong one for the over. That felt like that was Maye's charge for the over after that. It's like, okay, we've done that one. It's not worked. So we'll go back to what we know.
Didn't realise Brands Hatch was quite as far, quite as close as it appears to be as a motorbike goes past the ground. Very throaty roar. 64 without loss at the end of that over another blocked ball. Compton 16, Maye 42. Got 11 to go on day 2. Does seem like we've been here a little longer than a couple of days, although enjoying every second of it.
Yeah, it's been absorbing cricket for Notts fans. It's great cricket as well, although just the brakes being put on by this pair at the moment. 64 for none.
Yeah, highest partnership of the day for Kent.
I'll come back tomorrow though. What did they do in the remaining 11 overs here? Fresh from sleep, weren't they, this bowling attack? And I guess I hope with Luke Fletcher as well. Restored to health, been off the field for a while. Not taking part so far in this second Kent innings. Bowled so far in it. Drive by Compton up to Hasib Hamid, he fields there. Goes over for it. Well, throwing the ball to Lyndon James. He's going to have a quick chat with him. He's passing the time of day. The slips start applauding.
I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow if Notts are a bowler down in that sense, that we see Freddie McCann involved. Hasn't bowled a ball yet today. He's a very capable off spinner as well.
Round the wickets, a left-handed Compton leaves it. Gets a little bit low. It's a good take again by Shardendorf. Pressed by him. Compton 16, Maye 42. James has been very economical. Number 5 of his 4.2 so far. The late evening sunshine breaking through now. Across the whole of the ground, but Rob Lord's getting the benefit of it. I think Ben Compton might be as well. Prepares to face this next ball. James bowls to Compton, drives a foolish one. It's gone past Hasib Hamid, and that'll be 4 runs. I thought for a moment he hadn't quite timed that, Ben Compton. He's timed it certainly well enough to hit it for 4. 68 for none.
Yes, one thing with Fletch off the field, and it's clearly not a like for like, but it is a like for like in terms of encouragement. When Fletcher is out there, he's the one clapping and geeing everybody up and motivating. Well, Sammy King's doing a good job of that at the moment. Perhaps hearing the effects microphone, those of you not watching the pictures can hear a lot of clapping, a lot of encouragement out on the field, and Sammy King, who's at mid-wicket, saving one, giving lots of G-ups to the boys.
And the wicket comes James again, left by Compton. Some more of a flourish. He's got one on his back as well, so his shirt says King 1.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah,
that's a statement, isn't it?
I always think you've got to be a certain sort of character to have number 1. What number do you want? I'll have number 1. Ajmal Shahzad had number 1.
Right. Harry Podmore here.
Brendan Taylor.
There we go.
Grace Ballinger has number 1 for the Blaze.
Does she?
Yeah.
I was commentating with Grace last season.
Yeah, she does quite a number of games at Trent Bridge.
She's a good commentator as well as a good cricketer. It seems unfair. It's no ball from Lyndon James, and it's been both sides, this, isn't it? We're not honing in on any particular bowler.
It's been both sides,
it just
both
like
ends, both umpires, all bowlers.
Yeah, it feels like I've seen more no balls in this game than I've seen in any other game here.
Yeah.
I think this season, and
I need to have a look because we might be getting very close to 100. So there's 37 and 43 in the first innings. That's 80.
Crikey.
And
extras in total.
80.
Yeah.
Sorry, 80 extras.
Yeah.
And now 6 in this innings. 86 extras we've had. And no balls. Do that one again.
There's something about this pitch. Are they not marking the white lines? What's going on? 71 for none.
Well, the lines are there.
Yeah, quite. James to Miye. And again, very still. Head over the ball. Defensive shot. Straight back at the bowler.
25. There's been 28 no balls. So 56 runs have been gifted to the opposition. And out of those 28 no balls, I think 27 have been overstepping the line. There was the one from Akeem Jordan that was banged in halfway down that sailed high over somebody's head that was called.
His day was already going badly. He'd already bowled 8, I think, at that point.
28 no balls we've had.
James to Mieye. Shot well within himself. Really good stop that from Haynes, and a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. I don't think Mieye would have been out even if it had hit, but really good work off the floor. Mieye proving that he can be deft, he can be gentle, as well as extravagant and glorious, hitting the ball to the boundary. 72 for none. Don't know if he was counting Dave, but he's got himself striped the next over. 10 to go of the day off. 10 available, I should say. 72 for none, Kent. So, but they started 208 behind, following on. So they still have a mountain to climb. At the moment, just slowing the opposition down, 136 behind.
Wish I could turn and swivel like Jack Haynes did then.
Okay.
Complete 360-degree turn and then shined at the stumps from a position on the ground. Great bit of athleticism.
Very good, yeah. I need some WD-40 to be able to do that, that's for sure. Sorry, other... what would say? Other mechanical lubricants are available? I don't know, sorry. I have to reverse ferret out that one.
You can get out of your own rabbit hole. It's Farhan. Bowling to Enda Miye, who whips this away on the leg side, gets a single. 73 on the board for Kent. They were 208 behind as the final whistle went after a prolonged afternoon session. Tea was extended by about 5 overs. Notts enforced the follow-on and have been kept waiting to add to the 10 wickets they got between mid-morning and tea time. Farhan Ahmed taking 4 of them in that first innings. Bowls to Compton, just helps it behind the corner, fielded by Ben Slater, who got that final catch to end the Kent first innings, catching Joey Everson out on the ropes away to our right, that previously had the ice cream van just behind it. He drove off about half an hour or so ago. Given up on the day. 73 without loss. Next one's cut into the offside by Compton for a single. 74 without loss. What does an ice cream seller do at night? Complete role reversal.
Looks like a riddle.
Goes and fries burgers or something.
Maybe, yeah.
Compton 22. Miye twice as good. He's on 44. Farhan keeping everybody waiting. We're well into overtime. Should have finished at 5:30, of course, for Hahn. Bowls now then. This got to be close. Asking. James Middlebrook, a fellow paid-up member of the Off-Spinners Union, says not out. That looked to be encouraging in all aspects. As
that had him tied up in knots, didn't it?
Yeah, deep in his crease, tried to whip it away to leg and missed a ball that clearly Millet felt, oh my word.
Maybe just going down with the spin.
Ooh, not out anyway. Millet comes down the track and says have some of that and slaps it down the ground to long on, the man out at long on.
That was mishit though, wasn't it, as well, from Millet? But yeah, I think...
I wouldn't have been surprised.
I think maybe just doing a little bit too much for Farhan on that previous delivery. But yeah.
If that's the case, great umpiring from James Middlebrook, because there was a lot of people asking for that to be given. Sammy King has found himself in at slip. The sub-fielder, get me in there, Skip. Get me involved, as Compton pushes it out onto the offside. And there's no run. Sammy King played here last year in the 50-over match on this ground that Notts managed to scrape a victory from nowhere, really, with Matthew Montgomery and Dane Patterson getting that terrific, from the Notts perspective, last wicket partnership to get Notts over the line. Got both sub-fielders on there. Liam Patterson-White's out there as well. 75 without loss. Kent in their second dig. We've got 9 to go.
Indeed so. It's half an hour or so play to go. Great to have your company today. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Nottingham. A stream via the County Cricket Club here at Kent. Attempted glance. I'm not sure anyone was impressed by that shout particularly. Certainly not umpire Shanmugam at this end.
Well, when it's down the leg side, you can ignore everything that the slips and the fielders on that side are shouting about, because they've perhaps heard something, but they certainly haven't seen the deflection. 75 for none then, Kent. So second time around for them. Having not impressed the first time around, certainly the bowlers did. 225, 4 for 37 for Farhan Ahmed. And behind that one on off the middle stump was just defending that one. I think I mentioned earlier in the day, it might have been to Dave Fulton, that Lancashire dropped Luke Wells right down the order for this game, and then with a night watchman he's even further. So he'd come in at 7. He's 77 not out. I think he's a terrific player. I mean, Wells and Jennings they're as good as you get on the county circuit, aren't they? But they've been separated for this game.
Great acquisition, certainly, and it's driven by Millet. I thought it was going to hit the stumps at the far end. Haseeb Hamid has to give up the chase on that one on the practice strips, and that goes straight down the ground on drive for 4 runs. Millet goes to 49 from 48 now, and he's slowed down a bit too. He was going at 2 a ball quite sharply or quickly out the traps. Compton has a slightly more reserve 22 from 66, but a run shy of a half century for Tailender.
So at Old Trafford, Lancashire 298 for 7 against Somerset. That's a lead of 292. Lancashire desperate to get a win that would at least take their hopes into the last week.
Making things a bit too interesting for Nottinghamshire, and that is the 50 from Tailender Millet, and it takes a single into the onside, a low pull away. Deft it was too. 50 from 49 balls, 76 minutes, 8 fours, and one very, very big 6 from Tailender Millet. Just 10 in the first innings. That's another 50 from him. It's just his third of the season, but he does have a double century to his credit as well. And good innings so far, and halting Nottinghamshire's progress, which is as much as you can hope for at this stage.
Yeah, good innings. He got his 50 from 49, as you say. Ben Slater got his 50 from 49, ended up getting 160.
Well, Kent could certainly do with that and more at this point, but Compton tucks it into the onside. It's Haynes who fields. That's the bowling of James. You talk about Luke Wells. have to follow this thread with me. It might take me a while at this time of night, but he was part of the Sussex Revolution. In that he's one of the senior players to leave, wasn't he? Fantastic acquisition.
Well, he was
for
captain
Lancashire.
as well.
Yeah, fantastic acquisition for Lancashire. And there were times, obviously, I'm sure when Sussex members thought, "What on earth is going on? These players are leaving." And Laurie Evans had gone as well, one or two others, but it's seen them okay. The reliance on the youngsters, it's taken a while for them to get back to the top division. Maybe you can see where this is going from a Kent point of view, but down the leg side, tumbling from Schardendorf, great stop, end of the over, 80 for none, but it's possible Kent may do the same, that they might go for a core of players and then look at youth, but we'll find out. The new head coach has not been appointed yet, and we don't know what the exact plan is for next season, but 80 for none. But yeah, it was a surprise, wasn't it? A number of raised eyebrows when he left Sussex, but what a great acquisition he's been for Lancashire. And, batting down the order or not, a powerful player.
Yes, they'll be building a statue of him if he goes on and they win that game and manage to stay up. Of course, if Notts win this game, it's going to make it doubly hard for Lancashire. But Notts with work to do. They've got to take 10 wickets yet. Kent 80 without loss. Just see a ball or two here with him out, then I'll have to go and update the listeners to the Robin Hood county. And that's short from Farhan Ahmed. Doesn't even look to see where it's gone himself. He knew it was short, and he knew that Maye had completely got it out of the middle, away on the leg side, pulled away safely, and like I say, it was only about a third of its journey on its way to the boundary, and Farhan Ahmed had already turned and headed back into the distance. 84 without loss, Maye under 54. Well ahead of the curve now, 54 from 50.
Feels like the light may have just taken a turn for the darker. I don't know if the umpires are joining, but the spinner's on anyway from that point of view. So
comes in and bowls popped up and off the pad, I think. Haynes caught it and turned towards the umpire. He would have known 100%, I'm sure. I mean, I guess Freddie McCann is the option if they say it's too dark for the seamers. I could give Freddie McCann a go this evening, or they may want to go off and start again tomorrow. Let's see. Again, it's dropped on the leg side. I'll be heading off next door. Joe Clark's just off the field down below.
I think he's bringing the light meter on, I think, as well. If that's what's in his hand. It's either that or as a TV remote. I'm not sure what he'll be watching, but looks like it may be the light meter. He's just looking around him. Joe Clark just outside the boundary rope at the moment. Fine Ahmed to Twanda Mayeye, right back in his crease, defends that one. Yeah, the clouds are blowing across, as I said, but it just took a gloomier turn, and as Dave Bracegirdle was saying, the telltale signs, the lights on the scoreboard suddenly look very bright indeed. But it's absorbing cricket, this, and Nottinghamshire would love to stay on to try and prize out a Kent wicket, a prized wicket at the end of the day. As Mayeye works that backward a square, and James fields, and they take a single ball to come of Firehand's fifth over. Number 12 so far. Compton 22. Mayeye has 55 from 54 balls. And encourage Dave Fulton to come and spend an over 2 with us. We've got 7 to go. We'll bring Dave Bracegirdle in before close as well for his summation. 85 for none. Firehand's taken a while to settle on this one, but now comes to bowl. Beats Compton outside his off stump. There's an ooh from slips. Well, from all the fielders, I think. Takes his cap as the off spinner. I mean, 16. Goodness me. 85 for none, playing a massive part in this game.
Yeah, he is.
Kent making a better fist of it second time around. But as you were saying, Dave Fulton, we've seen this before from Kent. They have done that, but especially following on. Bowlers a little bit more tired. Time to reset for the batting side too. 85 for none.
Yeah, I think it's the best time to bat as an opener. If you're first up on the day one, 11 o'clock in the morning, generally a pitch has a bit in it, and so you've got to negotiate the first hour, certainly. Bowlers are fresh, whereas if you then batting second in the game, you've probably been out in the field for 4 or 5 hours. Umpires having a little look at the light here. This could be an issue. if they continue to bowl the seamers, and I think Hasib Hamid will be quite happy to go off here and regroup, come back fresh in the morning and have another crack. So
maybe both sides.
One of my better commentary stints, Matt. That just on and bad light, and it was almost like the gods went, that's enough of that, Wally. We're going to curtail play so we can save the listeners. But it's been a pleasure, first couple of days, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow and possibly day 4 as Kent keep themselves alive with a dramatic win having followed on. There you go. That's my prediction. I'm out of here.
Thank you very much, David Fulton, former Kent captain, of course, and consummate broadcaster, emceeing the volunteer awards for Kent as well at lunchtime. Kent come off at 85 for none. The umpires have the light meter on the stumps now. Stumps have not been pulled yet. Umpires Middlebrook and are they taking the ball on the stumps coming out? Not just yet. So a stay of execution, if you like. But this time in the evening, it may well be that Surendraran Shanmugam and James Middlebrook decide that that's enough is enough. And maybe for both sides, they've had enough. And David Fulton packs up his tent and gently steals away. You'll hear more from him tomorrow and from Dave Bracegirdle. Ben Watts will be here for BBC Radio Kent to close out the season at Canterbury. I'll be joining you at Durham, so may well be my last stint at home here. But if you're listening to the Durham game, I'll very much enjoy your company once again next week. But otherwise, I think... Oh, I'm getting the violins out there. Oh, is it... Or is it like the Oscar speech now? They're saying the music's coming on. It's time to wrap up, Cole. So 10:30 tomorrow morning. Dave Bracegirdle, Dave Fulton, and Ben Watts with you. Unless the light gets considerably better, that'll be it for the day. With Kent 85 for none, following on against Nottinghamshire. Kent still trailing by 123 runs. Nottinghamshire bossing day 2 as they did day 1, but just being held up slightly by Tawanda Mayeye on 55 and Ben Compton on 22.